56.
For future equipment. He was an industrial automation engineer, something along those lines. I forget the exact terminology used. We added each other on Discord and talked about the candy because he was very interested in it. And Jake and I talked about how to make this thing a little bit bigger in the future potentially. But generally our first talk was how to automate the bagging process, which was the most time-consuming thing. On March 28th, 2021, I received Jake's first cost analysis on what it would take to automate the bagging of the candy, like I mentioned. Not production, not manufacturing, just automate bagging. There was some speculation in the document, but
Mic check, mic check.
Extensive and very technical, and in my opinion, it appeared fully legitimate. Also, in my opinion, I believe that this is where the scam begins. The candy launches, it sells better than I imagined. I spent nearly $100,000 on the first launch. So over the next month, I do some plotting and scheming with my friend Jake. On June 4th, 2021, I asked Jake, "Hello, sir. I wanted to ask if you guys could create the manufacturing equipment for the candy, not just the bagging." The idea was to be able to get past the limitations of having a co-manufacturer. I want to literally become him, dude. At this point, I wanted to become him. Willy Wonka. So Jake said, absolutely, dude. And he wanted to see what kind of candy that I wanted to make and what designs I wanted to be able to sell. I sent him the pictures of the rolls of candy, the sour strips that we were selling at that time. I was very excited. You can tell I'm an impassioned individual. From the launch until this point, I had contacted other engineers and other equipment manufacturers and retailers to figure out how to make this. Believe it or not, I couldn't find anything, especially nothing within my price range. I got multiple quotes for millions and millions of dollars, but I am just a single man with my mom as my, shipping candy to my followers. It wasn't gonna work. I wanted to find something that I could do and get the workforce to work for me. By that I mean having it like automated and not having to have people fucking bags with their hands. You can see Jake clearly makes the claim that he can handle the designing of everything we need with his company. So what is the next step? A contract. Obviously. It's amazing how many of you in the first part just assumed that I didn't have a contract or just assumed that I didn't do any due diligence. I know I didn't include anything specific in the video, but I promise.
Get it on pop.
I did. I did all the research.
What's wrong with him?
Jake and I communicated very consistently for a good while, and all this time I was waiting on specifics on what it would take to make this thing, waiting for his, contract, more. What he could do for me or what we could do together, and I am at the same time exhausting my resources to try to make this entire thing a reality. I'm fortunate enough to know a good few business people who are successful in what they do. I called all of them and I got all of their opinions and all of their advice. I wrote it all down in a notebook, and I created a game plan. During this era, Jake sent me the first whole process overview. Another legitimate document. The only problem was that the first whole process overview utilized injection molding instead of extrusion. I'll circle back to that later as to why it's important. And the estimated cost of the total thing was between $250,000 and $550,000, less than the quotes that I had gotten before. Seemed reasonable. I asked Jake for the finalized proposal and I started talking to lenders, and this part was tough because my business was so young. I didn't qualify for much that was worthwhile to take out as a loan, or the interest rates were really high. Just in general, the business was too young though. And using my other business, my YouTube business, as a personal guarantor, or myself as a personal guarantor, was difficult and complicated, and a lot of the lenders just scoffed at me. It became a massive struggle. And I was also doing my best to try and figure out how to make candy. I even spoke to a confectionery consultant that suggested we swap out the production method to the extruder model instead of the injection mold, because it wouldn't work properly. And Jake said that was cool. Then Jake sends out the first updated proposal and mentions his team making a flight to Texas to come visit to see our little setup, what we're doing in our small 3,500 square foot warehouse. Huge relief here. I didn't expect to make this man fly across the country to come see my stuff because I had spoken to him. I felt very comfortable with him.
Fuck you, assholes.
So I didn't see it as being entirely necessary. But I know now, in hindsight, I should have definitely had him come out to come see all the stuff and just see him in real life. Wait, actually, that wouldn't have made any difference. Still couldn't get any loans.
Excuse me.
Still couldn't get any loans. I'm in massive trouble, panic, anxiety. I asked Jake to lower the price if he could, to cut whatever, wasn't necessary out of the contract. I also asked if he had any resources for lending in equipment loans, because he builds equipment. Obviously, he would have some connections there, and he provided some. Pretty nice. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Beside that, Jake honored my request to lower the price a bit, and he created some revisions of the contract, cost-saving revisions. And as you can see, these seem sort of normal, but this one here in the top, alternative sourcing, has a major price impact. It didn't change it much. It lowered the price a little bit, but it still was $538,000 in the end. But this here, alternative sourcing, I must emphasize yet again how stressful this time was. I was uploading twice a day, one on my gaming channel, one on my main channel, and my channel was doing very poorly while I was posting. It was rough. It was very bad. And the hype for the first two flavors that we launched with Sour Boys sort of died down, and there wasn't much income to be made there. Mr. Zelderon offered more help besides just lenders, and offered some discounts if we signed a contract to take his bids first for future equipment if the business expanded. Of course, no brainers. Why would I work with anyone else? This guy's been kind to me. His contracts are legitimate. It's awesome. I also signed an NDA. By the way, NDAs do not protect you if you are trying to prevent the disclosure of fraud. I would consider myself to be good friends with Jake at this point. I felt that way. I'm not sure if he felt that way.
Damn, this joint is too strong right now.
He didn't. Maybe. I'm giving banks his info. He's talking to them. They're turning me down due to the age of my business. Just the same old story over and over and over again. The dude is providing me with support. He's helping me out as much as he can. A lot of failure. A lot of failure in the middle of 2021. Jake comes to me with a solution, a bit of an offer with money or his rep and lender. This solution looked okay, but at the same time, I decided not to do it because it was a little hefty. I didn't like the down. It was scary to me. It was very scary. In spite of what you guys may think, I'm not a complete and total idiot. I did not take this deal as I thought it probably wouldn't bear well for me, or I wouldn't be able to honor the payments because I just didn't have that much money or make that much money. The point is, Jake was being reasonable, trying to help more than most people would.
Thank you, Isabel.
16th,
I'll be on my way.
The final contract.
I'll take my tits later.
It looks good.
Bye-bye.
Get my lawyer to check it out. I sign it 2 days later. Boom. Jake plans to fly out.
I prioritize you in my life.
Maybe he didn't. I have
See you
no
later.
idea. I assumed he did. By the way, beautiful contract. Excellent contract. Very little up to the imagination. There's a satisfaction guarantee at the end. Thank you, Jake, for the satisfaction guarantee. I appreciate it. Now, tell me how I was supposed to determine that this would lead to where we are now. That is beside the point. I needed to pay Jake to make this legitimate. I sent Jake the first part of the money on July 1st. It was $100,000. And how I got this? Well, baby girl, I sold part of my channel to a company called Creative Juice that is partnered with Mr. Beast, and you know, Mr. Beast, like they're kind of distanced now from Mr. Beast. I really don't exactly know, but the SBA said no, Mr. Beast said yes. And I have to state how grateful I am for how much Creative Juice has helped me throughout all of this. They have my back genuinely, and they gave me the capital to get this ball rolling, and I'm so grateful of that. But it still wasn't enough scratch, all right? And I couldn't send him all of the money off the bat, or I wouldn't have had any money at all. And by the way, guys, trying to buy a house. How did I buy the house? Why didn't I just send him that money? I bought the current house that I'm living in by selling the house that I grew up in. I bought it from my parents in 2019. I renovated the shit out of it. I miss that place every single day, but you know, the baby must leave the nest or whatever the fuck they say. And I sold it to some schmuck from DC. No offense. There's a problem with the contract, and I moved out of my house in Plano, Texas, where I first moved on July 31st, 2021, and I moved to my parents' house, basically, near where I live now. I'm homeless, and I have 2 dogs or 3, I can't remember, and a girlfriend and my cousin Clint, baby girl. And we decided, instead of living in my parents' house, we just stay in the warehouse. So we lived in a fucking warehouse, we played games, you guys know how that went. It was terrible, very stressful. The list goes on for reasons to be stressed out. That's the point. You need to emphasize that consistently. I tell Jake I'm panicking. This needs to happen ASAP. House is closing next week. Spoiler alert, it didn't. It took an additional month. I had such bad luck finding loans that I was just consistently applying for that I was worried I'd have to divvy out ownership again to investors. And I just didn't want to risk anyone else's money because I knew I was being sort of reckless with this entire thing. And that's why I decided to sort of avoid that. I did talk to a couple people, but at the end of the day, I just decided to keep it in my own little circle to make it something that I had to deal with and my responsibility entirely, because I'm fine with losing a bank's money and my own money, but I genuinely could not imagine losing someone else's money. And then Jake makes an interesting excuse. He's asking me to make a decision on changing the build out of the machine. This is making it an extruder as opposed to an injection molding. But I already explained to him before this that we needed an extruder. Number 4 in this message, we are using alternative supply chains in some components as a part of our discounted proposal, so some items are coming from international suppliers. Our material lead time is roughly 45 to 60 days for everything, and manufacturing is 30-ish days, putting us at November delivery. And then some more ways to pay for this stuff. Because at this point, if he gets the stuff in November, we could launch in December, January, something like that. So the time frame for me paying for this contract in full is closing in. Jake talks about price hikes, increases, you know, more price increases the 23rd. This is wild. You can have a 5% increase and then just days later another 5% increase on all these individual parts that you're buying. That makes sense. That does make sense. When you're building something out of individual parts, it does make sense. And then I'm talking about sending money. He also obtained proposals from different candy equipment manufacturers from around the world and patted his own back, saying how much cheaper his was than all of theirs. I'd estimate with all discounts and sourcing we did to get the cost down that this production line would normally retail around 700K. Shit is absolutely whack. And as you can see, I responded to this with positivity. I showed an image of Squidward and SpongeBob to show that we are connected, and looking back at it, the frowns on the faces make more sense. Hindsight is 2020. I was predicting my future with this image. In late August, I sent Jake another $65,000 and $100,000 on different days, 2 days from one another. And all of that was from my business checking accounts. Why did I do that? Because my personal checking accounts are frozen while you're closing on a home. They're not frozen, but it can cause problems if you spend money or open credit, etc. Getting excitement, still no house, still very stressful, but still getting some excitement, all right? Fast forward a little bit, we are 11 days until closing. I'm trying to devise a plan. I offered Jake 10% of the company to see if he could help pull some strings and get this rolling faster. On the 17th of September, 2021, Jake says he has everything on order with down payments to all of his vendors. He's got a mechanical engineer finalizing everything, and he's got 2 contracted fab shops in Atlanta for some of the welding that is more precise that he doesn't want to do at his own shop. Cool. That sounds great to me. He needs to order a few pieces of auxiliary equipment, but the electronics and the PLC, conveyors, bulk materials, all that stuff, it's on order. He doesn't have a time frame for delivery yet. No projection. And it makes sense though. COVID, man. There's supply shortages. They've been fucking me over too, Jake. I understand, dude. I'm grateful at this same time Jake is ordering stuff in bulk because it drops the cost by as much as 20%. I'm kind of happy he did that. A couple days go by, my house closes. I moved in, my channel gets a strike, and my channel is terrible, and peak panic mode is activated. Still to this day, by the way, I have no idea what that strike was for. Jake was worried about me. He said, yo, you good, dude? Haven't seen any vids for a hot minute. We were sending a $55,000 payment tomorrow to finalize the PLC and controller order out of California for your machine. I'm using our internal working capital. Just wanted to let you know that we are trying hard to get this moving for you. Dude, he's using his own working capital to help my dreams. This is great. This is great news. I still haven't sent all the money, but I do very soon. It's only a month left until the entire thing is paid off. I want to make a small U-turn here, though. This is maybe a bombshell, I'm not exactly sure. On the 23rd of September, Jake said, there's a small chance one of my crypto portfolios might blow up to 1 million by the end of the year. Fingers crossed. Gonna reinvest it all into the biz when it does for working cap. He's talking about reinvesting it into his business for working capital to help with stuff. Last year, I liquidated 100% of all real stocks, futures, Forex, and options and dumped it into crypto, LMAO. At this point, I was slightly concerned. I'm gonna be honest. We'll move on. During this time, I'm sending Jake all of the money I have. My house is closed. Every cent that I'm making at the end of the month, I just send him. And Jake says that we can get the machine by December 1st if we expedite and get things really rolling. And by that, he means pay him. It makes sense. But what about the candy though? We still don't have the recipes for the candy at this point. And we're trying to figure it out, but it's difficult to make this kind of stuff without true quality confectionery equipment. Steam jacketed kettles, surface scraping heat exchangers. There's science to it. It is not rocket science, but it is more complicated than you'd believe. Jake understands though, and he feels sorry for me for still getting left on red by my lenders that I'm reaching out to. On October 4th, 2021, I sent Jake another $100,000. At this point, there's only 268 grand left from that contract, baby. Hell yeah. That week, I spoke to the lender that I used to finance my land, and they were interested in giving a loan for the equipment. A loan for $238,000, leaving just around 30 grand left. They said yes. I was ecstatic. The whole thing was good. It was a silver lining in a dark time. And baby boy Jake gave me some expectations for when the machine can launch. Your safe timeline for delivery plus startup, basically when you will be running the machine live, is currently early February. So for the purposes of planning with your current supplier and overall, that should be what you use. My absolute earliest target date is December 1st, but like I said before, that is a pipe dream, so don't hold me to it. Fine, I won't hold you to it. I understand, Jake. It's hard to determine these kinds of things. February it is. The money from my local bank, my friends, was wired to him. He was very excited. But Jake feels bad. Did you get a confirmation for your wire, Jake said. I said, let me ask. Might settle this morning. I didn't send him the address until after 5 Eastern Standard Time, I think. Jake said, no worries, bud. I just wanted to check in on it. I said, thanks, man. That's so much money. If I don't get paid this month, I'll go broke. I'm plumb out, aside from $20,000 in crypto. Sorry, $23,000 in crypto. This is not a lie. I was not much money, I think. Jake said, nope. Might settle. Jake feels bad. Did you get a confirmation?
Wait, I gotta see this.
So
What's
like
going on?
your current supplier and overall, that should be what you use. My absolute earliest target date is December 1st, but like I said before, that is a pipe dream, so don't hold me to it. Fine, I won't hold you to it. I understand, Jake. It's hard to determine these kinds of things. February it is. The money from my local bank, my friends, was wired to him. He was very excited. But Jake feels bad. Did you get a confirmation for your wire, Jake said. I said, let me ask. Mike settled this morning. I didn't send him the address until after 5 Eastern Standard Time, I think. Jake said, no worries, bud. I just wanted to check in on it. I said, thanks, man. That's so much money. If I don't get paid this month, I'll go broke. I'm plumb out, aside from $20,000 in crypto. Sorry, $23,000 in crypto. This is not a lie. I was fucking broke. Literally. And by the way, I'm not complaining. I understand how lucky I am, but I was being very, very dumb and taking a lot of risks. But I'm still young. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I can make it all back. Jake feels bad for me, says, fucking hell. Hits me with a pretty cool emoji of a guy crying upside down. Not that I need to, but still feel bad siphoning your money like this. Fucking lender. Man, he's got a heart. That guy has a heart. Fucking lender. So the loan is approved. Jake still hasn't gotten the money yet. The previous wires were all out of pocket. One thing though, the bank needs a serial number to prevent fraud. Because they, you know, they're betting on the equity of this machine to kind of counteract their risk of investment. Me and them, it's just how business works. It's how banks lend money. It's capital. So Jake goes ahead and makes a serial number. He says each piece of equipment will be serialized individually and also have a date code that reflects the day it was finished. The equipment is serial number 160.10-001. Jake receives the $238,000 payment from my bank. All that's left is 30 grand, which I paid out of pocket shortly after. Celebrate! Yay, guys! We got it! We got it! What a good end. What a good end to paying off the contract.
Fighting the desire, but also following the desire.
Hey, Jake, do you think there's a chance that I could maybe see my machine now that I've paid for it entirely? I'll see what I can come up with. We don't have enough pieces to assemble anything in my Jasper, Georgia shop yet. We're getting really close, though. I have multiple fab shops assembling metal frames and other skids in order to speed everything up. A few days go by, Android sound. Pics show up. Jake sends me these terrible photos. What is the excuse for these photos being terrible when he, you know, is making this machine himself? Sorry for the shit tier quality. Here's all I've been able to get so far. Fab shop guys are all dinosaurs and basically...
I forgot exactly what he was talking about. He's like a candy machine or something. Fuck. Oh, Strawberry got an ass. Yeah, it's like a candy machine or something. Oh, you got a little donation in the comments. That's cool. I know you can do that. I think it's been out for a while.
have fucking flip phones. He's implying that they're old and they don't know how to use technology and they won't take pictures for him. Yet again, that does make sense. Have you ever been to a fab shop?
No!
I haven't. Just kidding, I have. They're all old. I actually know the person who took these photos, by the way, which is hilarious. It is at this point some uncertainty starts to build within my mind. I'm still completely just balls to the wall on this thing. I believe in it entirely, but we have some uncertainty, more specifically from Jake. There's no delivery date. We don't have anything, nothing at the warehouse, but they're ready and prepared to have stuff calibrated and powered up by mid to late December. With any luck, we'll be making candy before 2022, but the extruder is still not ready yet because of a tolerance issue that messed them up a couple weeks ago. So they're sorting that all out. I don't really know exactly. As of this point, though, Jake projected we would safely have the whole line running in my warehouse by the 1st of February. Safely have it in my warehouse. And maybe even some of it running in my warehouse by the 15th of January. That's good. Little uncertainty, but we're good. Jake mentions expediting, which we talked about previously, and I agreed to have some of the stuff expedited. This incurred more of an expense, an additional $70,000. In my mind, I thought paying extra for expediting would just make sense, and it would be better for me, because expedite means to have something happen quicker, and the quicker I could have my machine, the quicker I could get it up and running. I had already hired Forrest, the COO of the company, and another person who shall not be named. Any update on the R&D machine? We got the candy samples. They taste excellent, but are nothing like the existing product, and I'm assuming because they're made differently. Sorry, man, I'm extremely behind. I'll work it up the first of the week. He didn't. He didn't work it up for the first of the week, but to be fair, that's not in our contract. That's fine. No need for R&D equipment. And the candy was different because it was extruded, and it wasn't injection mold. In spite of that not being in the contract, it was still a weird delay. You just started to get behind. It seemed strange. It was a strange time between late November to basically the first part of 2022. Mine and Jake's communication became less frequent. Jake was MIA for days at a time. After I would message him on Discord, I would call him regularly still. By the way, this whole time I had been calling him, you know, fairly consistently to communicate with him about certain stuff and ask him questions to just get info. With all the silence on Discord, I decided to just start texting him. My last DM to Jake that actually was involved with having responses from him was on the 9th of January, 2022. I DM'd him again in April, but I got left on red and I was texting him and calling. It's fine. We were still communicating, but not as much, and just on text. My team is big at this point. I'm ready to launch mid-Feb. I've got Forrest, my mom, Clint, a guy who can't be named, my dad, not to mention the entire team that helps me make YouTube videos. They're all paid as well. I started buying equipment. I started buying raw materials, flour, sugar, ingredients, flavors, dyes, etc. Not to mention the legal side of food production is incredibly expensive. You have to have lawyers, you've got to have FDA regs, you got to have inspectors, you have to do everything perfectly, which we do. And in order to get there, you have to pay a lot of money. But the part that cost the most money was, for me, specifically the scam part. This was really when I started to spend greatly in excess of what I was making, to the point where there were problems in terms of credit, things like that. No excuses. I brought this on myself, obviously, but buy the merch. And by the way, the expenses are still basically the same, and we're still managing to this day. No one has left on the team. It's been incredible. I cannot express my gratitude for my team more. When I think about it, it makes me feel emotional, and for me, that's like not a lot. I don't really feel emotional that much. Q1 of 2022 comms are sparse. We're working our asses off, and we assumed Jake was doing the same. On February 3rd, 2022 at 1:08 p.m., I sent Jake a quirky little message right after I finished a recording session where I was trying to buy a Chinese truck. You know, those little small trucks? I was looking on Alibaba, and guess what I found? A candy extruder machine. That's so weird. For $30,000? I sent this to Jake and said, how high quality do you think I could make candy with this? Not very grammatically correct, and I followed it with an LMFAO. He said, holy shit, lol. Something tells me that's a flat out scam. Crying, laughing emoji. IDK how you'd be able to put together just an extruder for anywhere close to that cost. Oh, this is where it gets really bad, guys. This is where it gets really fucking bad. Early 2022, I want to know where my machine is. Comms are at an all-time low. Texts go unanswered. It's terrible communication skills from someone you're exchanging hundreds of thousands of dollars with. Personally, if someone had given me hundreds of thousands of dollars, I would feel indebted to them for the rest of my life. But alas, you can tell that this is not the case. I mean, dude. Look at this. I assumed this was all just him being overworked and stressed, as he's still
complete. She's crying.
Albeit
mission job mission.
I gave Jake some advice that I had taken myself, which is
everyone's
to
happy
and meditate.
Bye, little girl.
Box. It's pretty cool. I even checked it and asked if he assumed this was all just him being overworked and stressed, as he still provided updates occasionally, albeit sporadic, a little sporadic. I gave Jake some advice that I had taken myself, which is to relax and meditate. It's an app called Hypnobox. It's pretty cool. I even checked it and asked if he checked the app out. He never responded. But no worries, Kayla Louisville. All of these delays are supply chain problems, and everyone keeps screwing him over. In hindsight, it does seem weird that all of the problems that are falling on me are not his responsibility whatsoever. It's kind of strange. He tells me he's having a hard time with his business hemorrhaging money. I said, yeah, man, same boat, same boat. I'm literally bleeding out on the battlefield. Like, literally. Because when you get timelines for things to launch, you start to ramp up. At this point, I had hired people. I had bought materials. I had taken out loans. It's starting to come together, isn't it? On July 23rd, 2022, Jake gets sick for the first time. He's got pneumonia. Not good, man. I feel bad for him, obviously. Nobody can catch a break. I check in on him, ask him if he's feeling any better. I let him know that if it takes much longer, I'm gonna have to start laying people off, which thankfully I didn't have to do. But at the time, that was my only option until I, borrowed more money. Obviously, I did everything to try to make this work. You guys have to understand, I did absolutely everything to get to the point where we are now. Like a lion coming from its den, we finally got a date to come pick up the machine in Georgia, because Jake couldn't figure out how to get it shipped to us. He kept having problems with his freight companies and stuff. It's not good. I was excited. The future actually seemed bright for the first time in a long time. And by the way, how or why could we pick it up? Well, my dad has a hotshot rig, and my other cousin, Marcus, has a hotshot rig as well. They went out they pick that bitch up. And everything is ready, dude. Still couldn't get any of the schematics or manuals or 3D models to study, which I really, really, really wanted and was fairly persistent about. And that would strike me as odd because, you know, if you design something, you'd think you'd have blueprints or whatever. When asked about this, Jake says he's going to be brutally honest. And he follows this up by saying the servers were wiped, including backups with no possibility of recovery for all of his manuals and schematics and things like this, guys. I'm getting goosebumps. This is crazy. This happened to me and I still can't believe it. It's very convenient. As soon as I start to put the hammer down, you get sick. As soon as I ask about manuals and press that, oh, they get wiped, dude. Weird. We'll look past all that for now, all right? My father and Forrest and Marcus go to Georgia and pick up the machine. Yes!
Let's go, baby.
I was very, very, very happy. This felt like a win for the first time in a long time. The machine is real. Jake is texting me. My dad and Forrest proved his existence in spite of him being delayed and coming down and flying.
It'd be
down
a circus over here, bruh.
First signed contract in July of 2021. Next step, drive across the country 13 hours from Georgia to Tejas and bring that machine back. Once the machine is dropped off in the warehouse, it feels surreal, but it doesn't last very long. It's the actual beginning of the entire thing. I try to get more information from Jake on what we can do and what the soonest possible launch date is, and no response for any of this stuff, dude. I'm immeasurably stressed at this point because I have the machine, but I don't know what to do with it. I can't control any of this stuff. He just leaves me on red, leaves me on red, leaves me on the red. Just checking in, man, checking in. He calls me back. I call him basically every day for weeks. By this point too, I have 6-month-old ingredients. A lot of them were lost to water damage. I've since bought new stuff. Jake keeps promising an update that will come soon, but there's no update. It doesn't come soon. As you can imagine, Jake has quite a few reasons for him having trouble getting things sorted out.
I should go.
End. Things like legal troubles with one of his previous creations, as well as some undescribed family trouble back home. A lot of excuses, things that are just super dismissive of me, someone who's given him over $500,000, 600,000 at this point. You could tell me at this point it would be ready in 2025 and I would actually believe. The point is there's just a lot of excuses, a whole lot of excuses. And these things, as I'm being told them, I'm forced to believe them, because if I don't, then what? I got scammed. I don't want to believe that I got scammed. Like, that's my friends and family are getting suspicious. I'm getting suspicious, but I keep moving forward and stay positive and try to find the silver lining, literally just huffing copium. Fast forward to November 2022. I get a $130,000 request from Jake, along with the bill of materials, everything we need to get from point A to point B to launch the candy machine, to get everything up and running, to produce candy, to finally make my dream come.
Also, the adaptive trigger in this game fucking sucks. They did it much better in Horizon Forbidden West. They have no idea what they're doing.
True. Jake's having problems with working capital, etc. I check out his bill of materials. It looks good. I double check a lot of the prices. They're all good on McMaster because I don't trust him at this point. I consult with my friends and family. I say, I can give this $130,000. I have the money. It's the last money that I have. This is the end, in my opinion. I think I should do this. What do you guys think? If there's any more ask of money, I'm not giving another cent. The finality of my intention was made very clear to everyone around me at that point.
Yeah, pivotal moment, whatever.
November 23rd, 2022. The point in which I sent $130,000 is the climax of the story, because that was not included in the contract. That is well over budget. The expedite fee, there was a contract for that. I just figured we needed to get this done. $130,000, boom, it's over. Part of that $130,000 was to be able to
Bro,
buy
this
and set up
stealth
a boiler
shit.
for the machine. And here it is, baby, the little sweet boiler. I have it still, but guess what? It's underpowered and can't run my machine. Didn't know this at the time, but found it out a little later. And then Jake gets sick a second time. We said to ourselves, of fucking course, he gets sick again right as I send him money. He sends me a picture of the little thing in the hospital just in case I don't believe him. So I believed him. My mom did not believe him. I didn't have a choice but to believe him. Hey man, take your time. If you're actually sick, I would be an evil person if I assumed that this person was lying about everything that they said to me. I don't think it's stupidity. I think it's just trying to be a good person and be understanding and empathetic of someone else's situation. We communicate a little bit through December, and he's got to get his lung drained. He has to get surgery on his lung. I'm not exactly sure if any of that happened by the way, because here's a really important note. Jake claims that he was hospitalized for this lung problem or whatever, and then at some point says he has 10% lung capacity. So I have no idea if he actually got sick. I'm not saying he didn't, and I don't think anyone should assume the worst, but 10% lung capacity, at the very least, is an exaggeration. By the way, I'm not a doctor. I don't know if 10% lung capacity would get you an iron lung, but a study of 20 patients' lung function post-polio, the disease that put people into the iron lung, showed them having a function reduced to approximately 65% lung capacity when compared to a control group. So I'm not saying it's not possible, but if I use logic and reasoning, it seems unlikely. Another request for an update is met with more excuses in regard to surgery, okay? And this is the first mention of Will, by the way. We see Will is stepping into his role because we don't know if Jake can ever return to physical labors. Boom, gotta get Will out there. And then, I know there's a saying, the final nail in the coffin. This is the first nail in the coffin. I saw this text, my heart dropped because I was like, oh, this is actually a scam. This is actually fraud. So, sweating bullets, Jake builds up the courage to ask me for a $60,000 loan. How?
Oh,
Well,
shit.
He spent all of the money that I sent him at the end of November. I've put my entire life's work into this project, and this man is essentially taking it hostage at this point. So I make a decision and a commitment that I will give Jake no more money. And there's gotta be consequences for this type of unprofessional behavior. I tried to see how much of a scam this actually was, because I have to make it clear, I didn't know the machine was Chinesian. I just knew Jake was racketeering. He tries to garner sympathy with these texts. He sends me a list of stuff to buy. He tries to give me explanation as to how dire his situation is. I said, I can't help him because I have my own financial stress and I have no money. Then magically the next day, he does no worries. He figures it out, guys. Don't worry. We're good. Treading water a little bit here. I'm not giving Jake any more.
Clive,
money.
walk
I just want
through,
Will
you
to come.
fucking
I want this
asshole.
thing. I want it bad. I want it to start. Some more delays though, but eventually Will does show up. And you guys kind of know if you watch the first part, this part of the story. So Will arrives, we kind of figure everything out. We find out the boiler doesn't work, or the boiler that I spent 30 grand on, he said, but actually cost 16,000. By the way, I found where he bought it on eBay. And Jake wants me to send him an additional $35,000 now. Not the 60K loan, $35,000 for 1 week of his time to tie up all his loose ends, pay his mortgage, to get his rent, to just basically help him in his shortcomings and in his failures, because I'm desperate. I call him, I try to sweeten the deal. I say, what do you need me to do, man? What do you need me to do? By the way, I have no intention of giving him any money at this point. He says $35,000 for 1 week and probably an additional $35,000 for another week. The next day, I say, hey, Will, how come you and Jake don't know what the fuck's going on with this machine? Didn't you guys build this? And Will says, no. And Will shows me this. Attention, Mr. Jake Fullerton. This is an invoice for a company in China to build my machine, to buy my machine, whatever it is. $124,000 for the production line and $31,000 for the automated packaging machine, which I still don't have. Jake still has that. Plus $2,000 for belt rolling machines and $3,500 for a PP case. Don't know what that is. Total cost $160,500. And this was September 23rd, 2021. And it begins to all unravel, doesn't it, my friends? It starts to make a lot of sense. So I figure it out. I realize that we've been completely scammed. We have that moment with Will. I offer him a job. I say, hey man, you do know this is like a big deal. Like, this is bad. I've been lied to every step of the way. This is a massive case of fraud. Will had no idea. I genuinely believe that. By the way, I am extremely appreciative to Will for helping with all this. He could have gone directly back home to Georgia, but instead he decided to help do what was right and expose all this. He realized we had been lied to, and so was he. He was lied to as well. Call me naive, but I genuinely believe Will knew nothing of all of this. Jake is a compartmentalization, rationalization master of just dismissing things. Radio silence from Mr. K. Lumpaville to Jake Fullerton of Fullerton Engineering out of Georgia. He knows that I know that he's cooked. He comes up with all these excuses, tries to figure out a way to sell his stuff. It's just a bunch of desperation. I decided to not speak to him for a little while to control my emotions, because I was very emotional at this point. It was extremely stressed and overwhelmed and angry, but also just completely hurt and destroyed. Because like I said, this is my baby. This is my baby. It's my dream. I've never stopped believing in it from the very moment of its inception. Looking back, I did absolutely everything I could. I put my best foot forward. I acted as positively as I possibly could. I tried to act with virtue, which is cringe, but I genuinely did.
The whipping winds of Zaldron.
So now, let's go ahead and expose the scam, shall we? Because this is where it gets really, 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 really good. We'll start kind of from the beginning. We know that Jake bought the machine from China. He did not build it, even though he had pictures of it from fab shops around Georgia, taken by old dinosaurs with flip phones, or whatever he said. We know of hundreds of different lies at this point. It all comes crashing down. So many things are untrue. At the very least, we know he didn't build the machine. But when did the machine arrive in America? If it was built in China, the extruder alone weighs, 7,500 pounds. It's gonna take a little while for that thing to get here. Luckily, we have the import data. So this is a packing list from January 2022. I assume this means it's all still in China, right? So it wasn't even in the country until far after the quote-unquote December, January, February. Like, it wasn't even possible. It was never possible to launch in December of 2021 or February in 2022. All lies. From the very beginning. The thing was in the air. It was in the air or on a ship. It was probably on a ship. The thing was on a ship. It really doesn't even matter. At the end of the day, we know that everything was a lie. Every single thing. He lied to me. He lied about serial numbers for me taking out a loan with the bank. He lied to the bank. He defrauded the bank. He defrauded me. He defrauded everyone. It's complete and total, unrelenting, evil fraud. So we know it's a scam, but this still is not the end. It gets way worse, and there's threats and just blackmail. It's crazy. Jake finds out that Will showed me the receipt, and that's why I haven't responded at all. Jake gets extremely desperate. What about Will? What did Jake think of Will quitting and exposing this to me? He can't be happy. Well, he wasn't. He was upset enough to blackmail Will and also threaten him. Let's see how that went. So at one point, Will calls Jake because he said he was going to show up to his house, and he didn't want that to happen. And we've got a recording of the call. By the way, Georgia's single-party consent state.
What was your last correspondence with Forrest?
What do you do for the company?
I'm the COO. I basically just help try to fulfill any dream that Caleb has.
Put all that.
He was asking, where's the green for the extruder go? And I explained we landed a separate ground, and the ground in the multi-conductor is actually the neutral.
Was it on the weekend?
No, 2:57 this afternoon.
Okay. All right. Have you told anybody at Off-Brand that you resigned?
Mm-mm.
Okay. All right, cool.
He's trying to figure out why we're not talking to him and only talking to Will. The reason is because Will didn't lie and defraud us for years. Jake did. That's the reason we're only talking to Will.
I wish you would have called me last week.
Ooh, got him with the
because I came
sniper.
up with the plan with Caleb, and part of that plan is I secured a dollar amount for pay for you for back pay, overtime, as well as pay for the rest of the month in March. So now I got to go back to him and tell him
So
to get that pay out.
he went forward with that deal?
No, we were restructuring the deal. So basically, I took out everything except for mortgage, rent, utilities, and pay.
This is the deal to have Jake come down for 2 weeks to the $35,000 a week, which I never intended to pay ever because it was becoming very clear what was going on. And this is after Will quit and exposed everything, by the way.
The preliminary steps where I was like, okay, once it's done and you're making money, we're going to wind down. I'm going to dissolve Fullerton Engineering, and we're going to go 100%. Basically, we were going to become the engineering arm of his business.
I mention this as a possibility. If everything worked perfectly, if Jake came down and we had everything running with flying colors, I intended on doing this. I intended on acquiring his business and having him work for me to build these machines. But clearly, things were not what they seemed. This deal was never going to come to fruition.
Did you really tell Cody that you're gonna show up at my house?
No, dude, I said that I just needed to talk with you about the things that I just did. I needed to know about the stuff you dropped off. I said he needs to call me back so I could hash out a couple of things, or I need to go talk to him at his house.
Alright, because that's, you understand that can like freak me the fuck out.
This call is right after Jake found out that Will quit and that I paid his back pay or something, but he didn't know that Will was working for me yet, and Will was back in Georgia, and Jake wanted to show up to his house to talk to him about something. He was getting desperate. He said he was going to come over there. He knew that the files were accessed. He knew that something was up. He knew that Will showed me the receipt, the invoice that blew the top off this entire thing. By the way, none of the deals were put together. He's completely lying. Do with that what you will. I assume he's probably telling the truth about showing up to Will's house, though. After that call, Will went and grabbed my PLC, a touchscreen controller for my cutting machine that was in our office, that was in our warehouse, that it wasn't there. We needed that thing to make it even run. Jake had it in his shop so he could reprogram it from Chinese to English. That's why it wasn't here, because it was still in Chinese. By the way, it's in my warehouse now. It's still in Chinese. And guess what, baby? We can read it. We memorize. Will brings back this piece of my machine that I own. Jake gets very, very, very angry. He finds out. He sends Will this message. Yo, read your NDA. If you're not gonna read it, you're digging yourself a really, really big hole. My warehouse camera system has worked since I moved in. My dirty little secret. I updated it to 10 terabytes last year and it has everything from when I moved in. I got you on Saturday and Monday night and you know what I'm talking about. You were logged into the Corp Gmail account on your devices, which happens to have forensic reporting on all action. Your contractual obligations under the NDA do not about your underlying reasons for why you breached. Doesn't matter if you are doing the right thing or if you quit. You cannot take company information in any form and divulge it to anyone. Newsflash. An NDA doesn't protect you from committing crimes. Are scams illegal? I don't even know at this point. You took company assets without authorization from the warehouse. Your reasoning behind this does not matter. They belong to me until either I authorize them to be delivered. My contract for the production line was between FE and Off-Brand, my company. The scope was deviated shortly after signed from injection mold to extrusion. I have the freedom and authority as a business to furnish equipment whatever way I see fit, and the methodology, documentation, and all elements related to that are confidential. True. But also, you can't just lie about that. That's 100% fraud! Right now, I have you in breach for most of the NDA. If you would like to read it, go for it. You'll have ample time to see what you violated in the near future. I've gathered saved video from all the cameras at the shop. You can either continue to play dumb and wait for the police report for theft to be filed with video evidence, or contact me immediately and try to convince me otherwise. The NDA, in brief summary, prohibits you from... It prevents you from defrauding someone for hundreds of thousands of dollars is what it prevents you from doing. Just kidding, it doesn't. He lays out what Will breached, and by the way, this is complete and total nonsense. It's been months. There's been no legal action against Will, and any lawyer would absolutely laugh in Jake's face if they tried to do anything about this. Yes, I'm giving you an ultimatum. I know you hate it so much with how butthurt you got over me just trying to ask questions and simply mention to Cody I considered dropping by your house. This time I have no interest in coming to your house myself. The choice is yours. Say nothing and wait for the imminent theft charges followed by whatever course of action I deem fit, or explain your dumb ass and convince me not to. The clock is ticking. Regards. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but you can't hold pressing criminal charges against someone to make them do something. That's illegal too, as well. Also, he didn't steal anything. He's helping someone who paid his payroll for years, and the backed up payroll that you didn't pay, Jake. Hey dipshit, your ID, social, address, license plate number, and footage from all 4 cams of you stealing are being filed away in your criminal complaint tomorrow with PD. You catastrophically fucked up. My company was never gonna go anywhere, but I think you might truly be the most guy I've ever had to deal with. Of the year, crying laughing face emoji. I've always just been joking, but now I kind of feel bad because you're mentally handicapped. Oh my God, I just had an epiphany. You thought FE was actually going out of business. You took info I fed you on your trip to feed to Caleb. Literally, holy fuck, sub-zero IQ, you are actually brain dead. This is Jacob Fullerton admitting to Will that he fed info to Will to manipulate me even further to buy his company, and that it was going out of business. Are you telling me he didn't actually have any money problems? Oh my God, you mean all the money problems, all the loans I had to get, it wasn't actually real and he just admitted to it on text? No! Maybe William isn't of the year after all. Okay, so now you know about that. Let's circle back around to Jake's official statement, his incredible Twitter statement. 1, I did not know I was being labeled a scammer. Oh, here you go. You're not being labeled a scammer, you are provably a scammer. 2, there was a lot of important info missing from the video. True, that is very true. I'll let you have that, but not from this video. 3, I did not receive or pocket $1 million, and every penny we received was put into the project. The first part of that is true. I did not send Jacob Fullerton $1 million. I sent Jake over $500,000. Okay, and I spent well over $1 million, closer to $3.5 million to get this entire thing going. And a lot of those expenses were just wasted based on timelines that were provided by Jacob Fullerton. 4, I was under the impression my help was no longer needed after the source of the equipment was leaked to Caleb. That is true. We don't want to involve ourselves with scammers. 5, I did not receive any further correspondence from anyone after it was leaked 5-ish months ago. That is also not true. Here's video footage of me and Forrest calling Jake to try to get some answers about the boiler. Plus, I did text him and send him this picture of us launching, which I was very proud of that moment, and I wanted to share it with everyone. 6, I did not intentionally scam Caleb. So you unintentionally scammed Caleb. Is that the implication? Or what is, I don't understand what that means. What do you guys think? Comment down below. I worked with Chinese manufacturer directly to customize equipment because the cost to manufacture ourselves was too high. That is definitely true. I received it and worked 1+ year reverse engineering, redesigning controls, swapping cheap components with USA ones, etc. This is demonstrably false. First off, you didn't even have the machine for an entire year before we
This
picked
is
it up. There's
crazy.
proof of that from import tariffs, things like that. You did not have the machine. You purchased it in September of 2021. We picked it up in August of 2022. Lie. You reverse engineered it and redesigned controls. By that, you mean you just took the PLC, the touchscreen that was written in Chinese, that, by the way, if you customize it with the Chinese manufacturer, which we speak to, Nicole is her name, you can have them send you the machine in English. You don't have to redesign controls. They will do it for you for a small fee. You did not redesign any controls. You took off Chinese nameplates and put on ones in English that weren't even translated correctly. By the way, thank you, Nicole, for explaining this to us. You
Dumb
swapped
piece of
cheap
shit.
components with USA ones. He's implying he swapped out cheap Chinesium with American hard money.
Chinesium.
This is not true. The only
Valuable
thing that I
Chinese
swapped out
materials.
on my equipment that
Gotta
came
get our
from
hands
China,
on 'em.
I asked Nicole and I asked Will, who did all of the swapping, was breakers and transformers. You redesigned the electrical components of a machine. Do you know how much a breaker costs? People watching, sorry for getting aggressive. Not
100
very
bucks?
much. They're very cheap. It doesn't
I don't know.
cost money, really, to redesign the electrical system of something like this, to upgrade it from 300 VAC, 320, 380, 360, whatever China uses, to 480 VAC. Believe me. And also, we still had to fix some of the electrical wiring. It wasn't correct. Caleb was told this was designed and built by us, which was a lie. Okay, that is an admittance to fraud, though not initially. That part doesn't matter. We did not receive $1 million, but a lesser amount, and didn't pocket any of it. The statement that you didn't pocket any of it, I find hard to believe, but let's see the excuse as to where the money went. It was put into the equipment, purchased new controls to replace Chinese ones, redesigning electricals, etc. Overhead, warehouse freight, rigging, machinists, etc. This stuff isn't cheap, and we paid above and beyond sticker price, the invoice price, $160,500, to manufacture to have this customized, then 3 times the cost of the equipment on new materials and making it decent. That is a complete and total, utter lie. $160,500 times 3 is a lot of money. I don't even care what that number is, but it doesn't cost that much money to upgrade wiring. It doesn't. Breakers, 20 bucks. A transformer. The transformer to power my entire building costs $3 grand. It costs maximum $10,000.
Fucking asshole.
Maximum.
Fuck you.
And you can have the Chinese manufacturer that you work so well with, you can have them do it for you for a small fee of like a couple grand and an additional wait of a few months.
Come on, bro.
And
We
there's
had like
no
2
new
left.
materials, by the way. Nothing has changed on these machines. It's all quality stuff, surprisingly enough. In spite of it being Chinesium, it is good. But nothing was changed. We didn't just purchase it and send it. We spent a lot of time making it semi-decent. There is so much more to unpack here that I will put into a formal state that there is a huge misunderstanding. There is not a huge misunderstanding. I never want to work with someone like this ever again in my entire life. And I'm grateful that this happened to me, and I'm grateful that I can expose it and make the best of it. And by the way, this happens all of the time. 1 out of 100 are going to be able to make it out of this and not have to file for bankruptcy. 1 out of 100. I am lucky enough to have this platform so I can make the absolute best of this and make this type of content. And I thank God that this didn't happen to anyone that I love. I did not simply scam Caleb out of a huge sum of money. I provided him equipment he thought was 100% USA custom made, but wasn't. Then never finished the install and startup. That is true. That is, you know, when you really distill it down and you leave out all of the fraud and the criminal intent, that is absolutely true. Dude, all he did was overpromise and underdeliver, dude. What's the big deal, bro? I have no record of anyone trying to get in touch with me after Will quit and leaked the equipment source to Caleb. I would have given a statement if I knew the opportunity existed. Whatever I can do to make this right is #1 priority. I don't know if there is anything that can be done to make this right. My life has been skewed in a different direction because of this entire thing. I put everything into this. I was fully taken advantage of by Jacob Fullerton, and I'm grateful to say that I no longer have to deal with this. We got it figured out. I have the most support I've ever had from you guys. I have a working machine that we've put, I can't even explain it. Hours and hours and hours, days, weeks of effort into retrofitting and fixing because it was a fucking piece of shit when it showed up. Not worth $160,000, let alone the amount that I paid for it. And I want to say that I'm grateful. Genuinely, I thank you guys. It's over. The scam is done. Okay, it's over, and no one will ever be scammed by Jacob Fullerton ever again because you all know the truth. All right, I'm gonna have a PDF you guys can go look at with every single text, everything in regards to all this. If you want to check it all yourselves, I don't give a fuck. I have nothing to hide. I put my best foot forward. Jake has a lot to hide. Once again, do not dox, do not harass, do not intimidate. It is not worth any of that. It is just simply money, and we are all making the absolute best of it. And by the way, go to sour.gg and pre-order some fucking candy. I cannot believe that I just said that out loud. I literally feel emotions currently. One of my favorite pastimes is learning about stuff, things, all sorts of things, cults, conspiracies, aliens, the Federal Reserve, the creature of Jekyll Island, you name it. I like learning. Today, we're going to be learning about the coolest cult that ever existed. In my humble opinion, today's cult is called the Rajneeshpuram cult. This cult was led by a man named Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, also known as Osho.
But the people are retarded.
Bhagwan was born in the 30s in India and somehow ended up having a cult all the way in Oregon for a while. Honestly, it lasted for a long time and a lot of insane stuff happened. Thank you to Raid Shadow Legends for sponsoring this video. Hey you, person watching my video, it's time for a Raid Shadow Legends spot. Yeah! The visuals of this game are perfect. There's powerful champions, challenging PvE bosses, tactical PvP content, and also more. Guys, I'm getting all worked up and sweaty just thinking about it. And today, Raid Call of the Arbiter is in full swing now. It's an epic limited series. There's new characters you can play as. One of them is Artok, a mighty warlord that is also orcish. And the cool part about that, Artok is available for free to everyone. All you gotta do is log into Raid between now and July 24th. Raid has also brought in Professor Death Knight to bring people up to speed on what's been going on in the game. First, I'll ask him a question. Hey, Face, I've got a question!
Wow. All right, love the energy.
He's a very accepting guy. I love him. I'm really good at Raid, and all of my fans and followers and friends and family will click my QR code and play it.
Ah, you've been paying attention.
Download raid! Scan my code, it's somewhere here. There's no reason not to do it. Plus, it helps support the channel massively, which I need. Anyways, thank you to Raid Shadow Legends for sponsoring this video. Please enjoy my friends. Dude was a genius, right, as every cult leader is.
Today, it's Rajneeshpuram, because a prominent Indian guru and his followers bought it.
He had remarkable intellect. He was extremely spiritual from a very young age. He studied philosophy. He had a master's degree in philosophy from the University of Sagar. It's not pronounced like that, I'm sure, but he had a very unique teaching style and a captivating way of speaking. He would spontaneously deliver discourse for hours on end, guys.
The whole world looks, everybody is free. Nobody is.
The man's magnetic charisma allowed him to create a following in a short period of time, and that following was truly devoted to him. The followers were encouraged to explore their desires and embrace their sexuality.
Some of the practices seem to be inspired more than Mr. Hefner of Playboy than by a spiritual leader. What is your reaction to this?
I'm a spiritual playboy. Is there something wrong?
Osho is a term of respect given to masters or teachers, so he's a respected dude. People loved him. And like I said, his magnetic charisma drew mass amounts of people towards his informal approach to spirituality and basically just religion, in a sense. It goes a way that you would never expect. But then again, it's a cult, and they all end the same way, with the government getting involved. The cult started all fun and games in India. Rajneesh was just chilling. They embraced free love. They rejected traditional morality, and they challenged societal norms and moral codes. They encouraged their followers to question and redefine their own values and beliefs. All right, guys? A lot of unconventional thinking here.
More than 85,000 people a year come here to learn about the teachings of the late Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, or Osho as he's now known, labeled by some the sex guru.
And a lot of the followers of this cult were made up of true intellectual artists, smart people, doctors, lawyers. A lot of powerful people were really reinvented by this way of thinking that Osho sort of pioneered in the 70s and early 80s.
Man, how do you do? Shrimp?
What'd you call me, Jagamo?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. You are a midget.
They had some pretty interesting practices, some that I do to this day. I know a lot about Osho. By the way, I read some of the books before I even realized he was a cult leader, which is ironic. They did dynamic meditation, looks really funny, works sort of well, I guess. And then you fucking dance and celebrate and cry and go, "Argh!" If you want, I think you could do that. And then Osho provided his discourse.
I'm confused hearing you say there is no God. Can you ease my confusion?
Baby, my whole work is to confuse you.
Lengthy, often spontaneous, lasting several hours, where he would just spit bars, essentially, guys. People love the way this motherfucker was talking back in the day. He also talks with a very slow BPM. Takes him forever to get a word out.
It has not grown within you. It is all rubbish that you have collected from books, from people.
I thought to myself, like some crazy, some police idiot. Hey guys, I don't think that's up, man.
I'm going to confuse you more and more.
Wait, you're 12. Oh, you're the big now.
And look, what is your confusion?
The viewers will grow up, have children, go to college, graduate, get married, get 6 kids, die.
That there has been moments in your life
Somebody alive, get red.
which you used to call God.
And another practice that you might notice throughout this video is the motherfuckers love red, right? They love red. They love bright, vibrant colors that are red and purple. I don't know why. It's eclectic. It's an eclectic look. They're embracing individuality and the freedom of self-expression by all wearing the same colors. Classic guru-follower relationship here. Now,
great camera angles.
Bhagwan in the 70s and 80s in India, he developed a large following.
Why are the fight arenas so tiny in this game? Find a huge, big-ass fucking dragon.
Business. So first thing you need to do is get out of India. All right, guys, you need to go to Oregon. That's basically what Bhagwan was thinking. I believe their reasoning for traveling to America is that it's easier to exploit the government. I really don't know what their idea was in the very beginning. There's a lot of different theories and ideas, but it is much easier to just do your own thing in America, especially at the time in an Oregon, an extremely rural area.
I'm here in one of the largest ranches in the Northwest. 100 square miles of Oregon. Used to be known as the Big Muddy Ranch. Today, it's Rajneeshpuram.
Bhagwan and his cronies acquired the Big Muddy Ranch in 1981. It was a 64,000 acre property in Wasco County, Oregon, United States of America. It was this point, with the acquisition of all this land, that Rajneeshpuram was established. A town, essentially. A self-sustaining commune with the vision of creating a utopian community based on Osho's teachings. King Osho. There was great investment from the cult into infrastructure. They built housing units, hospitals, meditation centers, restaurants, shopping centers, even a fucking
What the
airship.
fuck kind of camera?
Like
It's
he
just
was really,
Jesus.
really, really rich. This whole cult leader thing, very attractive to me. And the place was beautiful too. Very modern looking, contemporary for the time, especially just being in the middle of nowhere. And you have all these little cherry people out there in the fields picking berries and whatnot. Cool. Looks like a fun place. Rajneeshpuram, like I mentioned, aimed to be a self-sustaining community. They cultivated their own food, agriculture, they had their own livestock, they implemented modern technologies, water, energy management, conservation, things like that, and even built a sophisticated irrigation system and a power plant, all to help their community become its own thing. You might imagine a bunch of fellers coming in from India and all this crazy red clothing and stuff probably is not going to do well for locals in a rural area in the United States of America, especially not in the 70s.
They're strangers to us, and their mode of living is different than we're accustomed to. So it's really hard to tell.
Well, I don't want these critters running around the country.
They weren't too keen, this growing cult, on their doorstep for many, many, many reasons. Rajneeshpuram's decision to become self-sustaining was controversial at the time. They didn't want to rely on the local government, taxes, all that stuff, and the local government wanted them to be incorporated in part of the state, obviously, so you can control and separate. As you can imagine, the rapid growth of Rajneeshpuram also put a strain on the local surrounding ecosystem by how rapid of growth they were undergoing. All the development of infrastructure, it's expensive. It's expensive. They used a lot of land. That had people raising eyebrows. And from the very onset of Rajneeshpuram acquiring that land, they were dealing with legal battles and conflicts with local government agencies, zoning, shit like that, you know. Many bad things have happened just for roads. Authorities a bit suspicious of a cult of a bunch of cherry people coming in from out of nowhere, making a bunch of money and
Get the
having
fuck
their own
out of
thing.
here.
That's weird. That's really weird. I understand.
Alright, this one's kind of hard to pay attention to. I need some more background stuff.
One of my favorite pastimes is learning about stuff. Things. All sorts of things. Called... Oh. Oh.
A couple of weeks ago, you guys probably heard that Elon Musk challenged Zuckerberg to what was it, a boxing match? Like yeah, not MMA, it was boxing, right? Now that ended up in a cage fight. Cage match. Now obviously this didn't end up actually happening because Elon Musk is like 55 and a blob, and Zuckerberg has the superior speed and agility of a lizard person. Also, I think Zuckerberg is a health nut. Am I wrong on that? I'm pretty sure that Zuckerberg actually like stays in shape. I've seen a lot of photos of him outside. I haven't seen many photos of Musk outside. I don't know. We all know this excellent photo of Elon Musk, where he's looking kind of like a Resident Evil enemy, you know? Or like he's this shapeless mass, and every once in a while an eye will open up somewhere, and you have to hit that part. I don't know. I don't think I wouldn't want to fight this guy. Is what I'm saying. That's me personally. I wouldn't want to. Also, Zuckerberg's, yeah, he's like 15 years younger than Musk. It's just, it's not.
Oh my God.
Elon Musk backed out of the fight.
That's
in the
fucking
funniest way
terrifying.
imaginable, which was that he got
No,
his mom
Zuck.
to pull him out.
Don't
I'm not
diddle me at
joking.
night.
Elon
No,
Musk's mom was
no.
like this, like diamond matriarch, domitress type or whatever. And she was like, "You're not punching my baby boy," and said, "No,
What's
my
up here?
$100 billion
Crystal
net
mommy.
value,
I forget.
55-year-old
Crack
son,
mommy.
You cannot do this cage match." And Elon was like, "I'm sorry, mommy dearest knows best. My mom said no, I can't." I'm not joking. Here, literally. Elon Musk mom. It sounds like a joke when I say it, but it's real. Now, obviously, Elon Musk's mom does not care about Elon. Elon asked her to pull him out of the fight. Jesus, look at Zuckerberg. I forgot about this image. Would you want to fight this guy?
Can I see his dick?
No way.
Upskirt.
Not with 1,000
Upskirt?
years to train could you get me in the room. With
He's
this
got a lot of
robot.
dicks.
Oh my god. Your reptile strength. He does the thing, you like knock his head and it spins 360 degrees and he just stares at you. We're just seeing modern feudal politics and Wi-Fi. Well, it is basically, yeah, it is. It is kind of like a bit of evidence to the regression of political thought, I think, where we basically have like the aristocracy challenging each other to duels. You know, like we're regressing to an earlier time, maybe a better time when the aristocracy would fight and kill each other. But in this case, they're not. They're fighting each other in a very different way. Namely, in the form of Zuckerberg opening up a Twitter alternative called Threads. Now, I'll talk about Threads in a second, but the first thing that you have to know about it is that it has a pretty high sign-up rate. It's only been out for a couple days, and according to Zuck, it's got 70 million sign-ups, which is pretty good. What a lot of people who use Twitter exclusively for social media don't understand is how small Twitter is. People don't actually... Here. Size of social media sites chart. Give me a chart. My brain's small. I like things in image form. This is showing the size of image upload. What? Oh, this is from 2019. This is old. You can see Twitter down here. So, TikTok would be way bigger right now. Hold on. Social media monthly users. There we go. That's got to give me a good. And this is from 2017? This is older. How difficult is it? Here we go. Jesus. There we go. My God. Facebook, YouTube, WhatsApp, Instagram, WeChat, TikTok, Facebook Messenger, Douyin, Telegram, Snapchat, Quisho, Sina Weibo, QQ, Twitter, which is beating out Pinterest, so that's good. Yeah, a lot of people don't understand. Instagram is a lot larger than Twitter. What Twitter is disproportionately politically influential. This is why I like Twitter. I think that Twitter is democratic, okay? Twitter is an environment where on the same level, you can have politicians laying out like political messaging and guys called like Kubi Buckfart responding with racial slurs. I think that's democracy, personally. You know, it's not the same. Facebook's not the same, all boomer shit. YouTube is totally different kind of social media. Instagram is people post pictures. You know, I like Twitter. I like Twitter for what it is. I mean, I hate what it's become under Elon. I like Twitter as an archetype, as a format, as a platform, certainly compared to other social media sites. So that's my bias. Doesn't change the fact that Insta is a lot more popular. And it seems like as a consequence of that popularity, Zuck is getting a huge jump ahead in the Twitter competitor marketplace. Mastodon was never going to take off because of its like stupid anarchic federated system that most people don't give a shit about. Blue Sky is still invite only, and it barely works for what it is, so whatever. We'll see if this takes off. Right now its functionality seems worse than Twitter's in many ways, apart from the fact that it actually like functions, which Twitter sometimes doesn't. Also, and this is pretty important, Threads, because it's basically just a part of Instagram, does not have not safe for work content. Now, I know that sounds kind of superficial, but the internet is kind of dying for not safe for work content, like Tumblr Bandit, kind of. Imager, the Imager image hosting service, they don't allow it anymore. Patreon and a bunch of other web hosting and payment services don't allow you to do not safe for work stuff that gets hosted on their site. Yeah, Tumblr pushed it underground, but you know what I mean. It's not allowed on Instagram. I gotta say, there's a pretty big overlap on Twitter between like leftist shit posters and sex workers, and I gotta say, like, they're all pretty nervous right now, you know, because if Twitter goes, like, if everyone jumps over to, mass marketed platform X or whatever, like all social media just kicks it out, well, then, that's pretty much all their marketing that's done. I mean, who knows for how long Reddit will allow it, right? I mean, with the changes that Reddit has been making, the fact that it can't run advertisements on not safe for work subreddits, again, it's not like they give a shit. So yeah, I don't know. It's pretty weird. I like Twitter's generally anarchic and democratic feel. I really don't like the idea Twitter getting replaced by something owned by Zuckerberg. Like, he already controls Instagram, Facebook, then what? He gets like the Twitter alternative too? I don't like that at all. Not even a little bit. Not even slightly. Of course, politically speaking, it is better for social media to be controlled by Zuckerberg than Musk, by far. Elon Musk is a Nazi. Elon Musk openly promotes and reaffirms basically every far-right account that comes across his way. He's done this for anti-Jewish posts, literally posts that explicitly say, Jews are bad, and he jumps in there to say, whoa, in his desperate grab for attention and affirmation from the far right, he will do or say literally anything to buy it out. He's done like climate change denial stuff. In fact, if you look at any of the recent posts about the record heat wave we've had this week, all the blue checks at the top are like, well, this can't be real. It was kind of chilly in my house the other day. Like, he is a representation of basically every bad political force that exists in the world, without exaggeration. And Zuckerberg is just an oligarchical billionaire, which Musk is too. But Zuckerberg isn't a Nazi. Zuckerberg is just a soulless reptile money man, which that's like the default state of affairs for billionaires. It's a lesser evil. The funny thing is, the reason I brought up the cage match at the beginning of this is because the cage match is still on, folks. It's just not happening in a cage. Elon is mad. He's been posting nonstop for the past 24 hours, including threats of filing a lawsuit, because many of the people who are working on threads for Instagram are former employees of Twitter who he fired. Because he joined the company, fired all these people, lots of thousands, right? Thousands of people. And now he's accusing Meta, the former Facebook company, of poaching talent. I don't actually know how much of an overlap there is in between the people he's fired and the people that Meta has hired. I don't know how much of an actual overlap there is. I don't know if anybody knows. It's probably an accusation he's throwing out without any evidence whatsoever. It's likely that some of them got rehired. I mean, that just seems likely that would happen. But I have no idea how much. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't actually matter. It's not. This isn't like an evidentiary thing. We're not actually interested in the specific extent to which they got rehired, because it doesn't matter. According to Meta, no engineers or former Twitter employees. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's exactly the kind of thing he would make a claim to anyway. I find it particularly funny because I'm trying to see if I can find my own. Yeah, here we go. This Elon's own tweet from after he fired all those employees. I'd like to apologize for firing these geniuses. Their immense talent will no doubt be of great use elsewhere. So to say that and then get mad at the belief that they're running off to another company, insanely funny to me. Now, Elon Musk is a very wealthy man, but in terms of business competence, Zuckerberg laps him 1,000 times over. I have never doubted once in my life that Zuckerberg is an intelligent guy. I think he's evil and soulless. I don't think he's stupid. I think Elon is stupid. I genuinely think that he's of sub-average IQ. I think that if you stripped him of all privileges and sent him back with his, just made him a normal guy, he would be unexceptional, or maybe even exceptionally, untalented in many ways. Just a deeply unimpressive man. Zuckerberg knows what he's doing. I don't think that Threads is sending out a real threat. I don't like Threads. I don't like Twitter. I'm not happy, except for that they're fighting. That makes me happy. I hope the lawsuit happens. I hope it's a public spectacle. I hope it leads to a lot of fallout, because the only pleasure that I can take from this is the suffering of people that I don't like, because I'm not going to win either way. I don't like Twitter the way that it is, and I don't want everyone to move to Threads because I don't like Threads. I like Twitter, or at least I like the idea. This is the most you can get for pleasure in 2023. It's when the oligarchs who control your lot. This is our, Wagner Group, Prigozhin marching on Moscow, okay? We laugh at Russia and we go, oh, this is like a feudal society. Look at their warlords battling. Look at their oligarchs vaunting for control. And then, meanwhile, over here, we're doing the same thing. We're just doing it in, this abstract corporate procedural way. But, fundamentally, it's the same basic thing. Maybe just a little bit more refined in our days. As much fun as it would be to see, Elon march on whatever city Meta is headquartered in with an army of H-1B visa dudes with AR-15s. I don't think that's gonna happen.
God damn it, you fucking asshole.
Probably not. Palo Alto, California. I don't know. Is Zuckerberg self-aware? Yeah, he's a smart guy. I mean, the whole meta shift, the metaverse thing, has been pretty embarrassing. For the most part, he's pretty smart. I mean, he has to be, right? To be clear, when I say he has to be, I don't say he has to be because he's wealthy. I mean, he has to be because he's demonstrated intelligence publicly for decades. Again, it's evil, right?
Why are you feeding in? Why are you buying it? You're buying conservative schlop. Conservatives goes, here's your slop, and she goes, and just look what are you, Anna, get up, stand up, Anna, eat your slop, lib. And she's going, I love slop. I love it. It's great. So for the last little while, I've seen a lot of discourse online, especially surrounding TYT. And
oh shit.
And Anna Kasparian specifically, when it comes to a lot of their takes, the things that they've been doing, a lot of people have been really discontent with what TYT has been up to recently. And honestly, I can't say that I'm not on that train as well. I haven't been speaking about it too much, but at the end of the day, I respect a lot of the things that TYT has done. That being said, they're putting something in the water there, okay? There's something in the water at TYT that has made a bunch of... something's going on, okay? There are a lot of problems. There are a whole lot of problems with their takes, especially...
Need a mash square on this bad boy?
This time, when it comes to...
Oh, he's gonna kick it. Yeah. Oh.
And we'll talk about this later. The stream when it comes to the Supreme Court as well. They've also had
put it right down his throat.
Really
balls in his throat.
We're going to be talking about what Anna's been getting up to for these last couple of days. That has really sparked the issue
Bye,
that
Daddy.
we've been having between other left-wing, leftist creators, activists, commentators, people online, and Anna
God
recently.
damn! Look at that experience.
I think it
Jesus.
deserves to be talked about. A couple of days ago, on the second to last day Pride Month, the Supreme Court
Before we start this,
dropped two.
I want to see really quick.
Obtain them from certain endgame quests as well as certain S-rank hunts. For example, the Gorgam. During a lot of other Final Fantasy games, the ultimate weapon is actually very straightforward to obtain in this game. Despite that, I've been getting a lot of questions during my New Game Plus playthrough for it, and approximately when you can get it would probably ultimate weapon. There is one major one, and that is beating the game. The ultimate through on the Final Fantasy difficulty.
God damn it. Shorter explanation. Short. How to get 1 minute. Thank you. Alright, so what is that? Can't see the... God damn it, because the chapters. Complete blacksmith. Utterance of creation. I need the Goddardong. Plus main quest, the last king. Oh, so it's all just main quest shit. The other guy said something about hunts. Let me just Google it. Alright, that's pretty good.
Crazy cases. One being them striking down affirmative action when it comes to college admissions, and the other one allowing businesses that are deemed creative to.
Who's this asshole? Oh, that's Joshua.
People. They said that that's actually
hey, Joshy.
Epic. Actually, we'll talk about that a little bit later. But on that day, Cheng dropped this heater, which goes. I think the Supreme Court got the affirmative action case right. Just so you know, the affirmative action case was a young Canadian Asian boy who said that he was being disenfranchised from going to Yale because they save spots for poor people and minorities to go to Yale. That also met the requirements, just to make sure that minorities were able to go to other. We're able to go to other schools. I'm not sure if he even necessarily really applied. He didn't really prove that he was like discriminated against at any big school, but he just said that he felt like he was, and the Supreme Court said, "Oh yeah, totally." And then they took him, and then they just ruled against affirmative action in college admissions, which is wild to me, and goes against many decades of precedent on this, and the understanding of this, and the understanding of even the court when it comes to the constitutionality of these type of things. But who cares, I guess. I'm sick of the stereotypes that attach to all minorities because of this policy. It was necessary in the beginning, but it has become counterproductive. How? It was necessary in the beginning, but it has become counterproductive. How? How has it become counterproductive? In what world?
I gotta buy more strength tonics,
which
Jill.
are more unfair, must also be banned. We'll talk about. I want to go into this a lot. We're not going to be getting into this here because I don't want to get into the weeds too much because we're here to talk about Anna mostly. But it's really showing how a lot of people have started to, you know, wake up and be like, you know, I don't think TYT had all the great points that they thought that we kind of thought that they did back in the day. It's real fence-sittery. It's real fence-sittery type stuff that I just think it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. And honestly, like, how in the world are we going to be able to fix racial problems if we call every solution to them racist? It just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense, honestly. It really doesn't at all.
I also think the average enemies are kind of too easy. I don't know, maybe I just played too much Souls, but maybe they'd be more fun if they were harder. Maybe gave a little more experience. Have some of the big bad dragons out in the open world.
It really doesn't. It's led a lot of people to come out and make a lot of like racist connotations and
come here,
racist
doggy,
statements about
kitty.
black people.
Come get scratched.
Don't understand how.
I'll scratch your belly.
Action, even when it comes to college admissions, even works. They don't even understand how it works.
We can play with yarn and I give you catnip.
Hear the full explanation. On
It's
why I
really
believe this and
good.
what Anna thinks about this issue. Tune in here. We'll be moving on a little bit. Don't worry about that. It's fine. Don't worry about that. We will get there. Moving on to Anna, Ching's co-host, female co-host, has been up to some really weird stuff online earlier today. But the drama really started about a couple days ago, mostly yesterday, when
Damn,
Anna went
cooking
on
this
to the
kitty.
Lilo and Stitch podcast, Stitch and Adam, whatever it's called, to talk about to talk about some stuff when it comes to her, the left, TYT, her positions on a lot of things. There's just a lot of weird stuff going on. I wanted to show you some clips of that, and then we'll watch the whole thing actually. Well, we'll watch a lot of the important parts actually. This part went kind of little mini viral in the space. I just want to show you this because this is interesting take. We're going to listen to it and then we're going to have an opinion on it.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I'm a little scared or I'm afraid of like talking to people who are outside of my range because I don't know if I'm going to unintentionally step in it, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I am going to be honest with you. I don't know what this means. I'm afraid to talk to minorities because I may say something really racist. Now, when she says "step in it," does she mean them does she mean like them minorities are going to try to cancel me, or does she mean I'm going to say something that's racist on accident? Like, which one is it? I'd like to know. I don't think either one necessarily makes it better, but I will say that I think that I would like to know which one that you're talking about. All of the above? All of them? Maybe. I mean, there's a non-0% chance. Well, I'm not sure. Why not both? It's possible. It is definitely possible. But this is just, I don't know, it's really weird. What made you think, what happened? What made you think this? Did somebody say something that was really innocuous that they got blown up about and now you like carry that trauma with you? Carry that internet trauma with you? Like, what happened?
She's
Genuinely,
scared.
what's going on? What happened in your life? Or something?
In my
Was she,
little
like,
bony
beat
back.
In the street, like outside of her house, because because like a black person said hi and then she said what's up and then 15
What do you want, old man? Why are you staring at me? Stop looking at my dick.
and shit like popped up out of nowhere and said, "You
How
can't
big is
say
that cock, son?
righty.
Let me see it.
What's
Got
up
that
is
juicy boner."
AAVE, African American vernacular English, and we own that word, not you. You can say what's up. What's up is our word.
What's
Like,
up?
and then they all got in a circle around her, and then they pointed at her and were like,
"What up,
Whitey, Whitey," like over and over again while she like cried her mouth off into her hands. Like, what happened? Like, I want to know what happened. What happened? I need to know this. I need to know the story that gave her this the type of anxiety or something. You know? Yeah, was she?
I don't
walking
unlock this
to
goddamn
the
hunt
TYT
board.
offices one day, and then she got beat up, and she's like, "I'm scared to talk to minorities." Oh yeah, they're like Mayo monkey.
Oh
Like,
my
what?
God.
What happened? I want to know. I really want to know. I really want to know. Something happened here. You know, it's like It's like you see a sign that seems like awfully too specific of a thing to happen for them to just generally think of putting that sign up. Like somebody made it, like there was an issue here. Every time I think I'm chatting with a minority online, my vision blurs and my sweat gets over my
Can't be. Anime moment.
There's, and I hate that. I hate that. Like, there's this, like, I don't know, it's like frigid.
Here you go, Harpocrates.
Because, like, if all of the message is toward me and people who, you know, I'm Armenian, but still they call me white passing, so, you know, just.
We talked about this the other day when I saw this at first. Can somebody, Armenian is white, right? Like they are still Caucasians. They're Caucasoids, right? Still.
What?
Like they're right next. Like Armenians are pretty close to the Caucasus Mountains. Like if anybody's going to be white, it should be the people who are still huddled up around the Caucasus.
The
Mountains,
Caucasoid
right?
type.
Like they're pretty. They seem pretty white.
Sounds like a video
I don't wanna be
game
that guy. I mean, she
term.
looks pretty white. Is that? Should I not say that?
Ooh, level 7. I got all my
Armenia
upgrades.
Literally is next to the Caucasus Mountains. Yeah, she's definitely a Caucasoid, right? She is white. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she's white passing. I don't know. Maybe it's is it one of those European things where white is like French and British and German, and white asterisk is when you're like Romanian. Is that what that means?
Clear all these red dots.
It's like they built their own racism against you. Even though you're white, you have like intra-white, anti-white racism. It's like that type of thing, you know? Girl, you live in America, you are a white woman. That is true. She is a New York white lady.
Just gotta go with that, right?
Or California white lady, sorry.
People who look like me are constantly told, you are inherently racist. Okay, you are inherently a bad person.
Somebody think of the
I
white
mean,
women.
if that's the start, and I had this debate with Jenk when it came to our rhetoric in regard to the other side, right? If the starting off point is, you are trash, and we think you're evil,
Yeah,
then
totally.
how does that, you're never going to move in a better direction. You're not going to move the country in a better direction. You're not going to improve race relations. You're going to make it worse. And that is what I see happening. I think a lot of the division is due to the backlash to that kind of rhetoric. And I think that, look,
That's crazy to me. I think that's crazy to me. To think that like what's going on right now, a lot of the division. So she said a lot of the division in America. Now, is she talking about the division in America? Or is she just talking about the division between like her and other people online who vaguely share similar political opinions? Because if she's talking about like division in America,
Missing
this
one
is one
here.
of the most sheltered, white, most insane things I've
Couple
ever heard in my entire
here.
life, if true. I'm not an Anna hater, but I can't sit by and just let I can't just like not call this one out for what it is. This is like this is Whitey McWhiterson type rhetoric. This is crazy to me. This is crazy to me.
So much to press
think that,
on.
like the minorities are the ones to blame for a lot of this for like the hate mob that's coming against them to try to take away their rights, because some people online and on college campuses were like a little too gung-ho in their political philosophy, and so like Mr. like assault women for fun XX420 made like a cringe triggered liberal woman on college campus completely loses it and gets triggered after I stomp on her dog, killing it in the street because
all right, Harpocrates, this is too
because
much.
she's cringe and she
Fuck
got a
you.
pride flag. Look at her epic triggered meltdown, episode 453 back in 2016, and now like we somehow it's now that person's fault for laws being passed to take away their fundamental human rights. I don't know, man. I can't. I don't know. I don't know what to say other than stop. That's crazy. And I really wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt, but like some of the things that have come out, especially earlier today, has made me realize that I don't know, this isn't just like a slip of the tongue or anything. Like I've even me in my even me, and I still get comments to this very day of people saying that I'm way too charitable to people. Even to this very day, me and my unlimited charitability, I still, I can't stand by Anna in this one. I can't do it. I can't even be like, maybe let's give her some time to explain herself or something. Because when she explains herself, it seems like things only get worse.
I think racism exists for sure. Do I think the majority of white people are racist? Do I think white people are inherently racist? No, I do not. Look, I'm not gonna.
Also, here's the thing, all right? And I thought Anna would like understand this. I don't know, maybe Anna has it. Is this one of those things where Anna has said something completely opposite of what's being said at the moment? Or seems like opposite of what's being said at the moment, at least? Because from what I've seen, that what's crazy to me is that sometimes like Anna and Jank will be saying something that I think is just genuinely insane that I wouldn't expect them to say. And then somebody will post a clip of them saying something in the complete opposite, and then they just won't talk about it. At least like publicly, without like there being like a paywall or something. And I don't know, man. It just seems so weird. Because when it comes to, because the crazy thing is when it comes to this big camera, because when it comes to this, I don't understand how Anna, like in the space, been in the space for so long, can say something like that. Like that feels like level 1 2016 political talking point. And I may understand it from some normie who used to watch a YouTuber who made feminist dunk videos, but now like posts like why Mexicans shouldn't be allowed in the country and that black people don't deserve rights videos, or at least used to before YouTube took them down. They had to be forced to go to like Rumble or some shit like that. Like,
I have to get all the curiosities again. Are you fucking kidding me?
For a fact, I know she knows.
I keep all my Harpocrates shit, but I gotta collect all these again. Fucking serious?
White people who grew up in a system from when they were very born that told them that they were better than other races, and in a country that was literally made off the backs of minorities for their gain. No matter what they did, we should understand that you grow up in a system that feeds you a bunch of really bad things about other people and minorities specifically, women specifically as well. I don't get how you could sit here and say something like that and be like, oh, I can't believe somebody would say that. You know, it makes perfect sense. What racism in this context would mean is that from the day you were born in like a white society, you were fed notions of racism about and fed stereotypes about other races since the day you were born that you can still carry with you, and you probably still do today. It's not your fault. You were a baby. It's the system's fault. but we can still understand what it did to you, right? And it doesn't have to be like a blame on character. Now I understand, and we talk about it all the time about how like some like grad school and academic rhetoric can be used by people who are not in grad school and who aren't in any academy or anything, or who aren't in any of these like socioeconomic fields of study, and they just like use them and then throw them around, and then they completely lose the meaning of the word and stuff like that. I can completely see that. I get it, right? And you can make that point, but like I think even them even those people understood, like, oh, what it means is that you grew up in a system that gave you a lot of like, told you a bunch of bad stuff about minorities, and you know this. You're a woman. You know this. you feel like if she's talked about misogyny a lot, like she knows that people grow up with bad notions about women, and women make up like more than half of the population. If we can do that about like people who make up more than half of the population, then why in the world can we not do that to a minority that makes up less than 10%? Or less than like 15%, or something along those lines? It completely makes sense. I don't get why she would act like this. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I don't get it. I don't get how she would be like this. It seems like a fundamental misunderstanding of how these things work.
Oh, the tub and crown. I'm dumb.
It seems like a fundamental misunderstanding about how like these politics work. But anyways, I personally was like, I don't know. Let's give her some more time to talk on this, because I don't know yet exactly. She found a bunch of people online talking about this stuff. Mistake number 1. And then she decided to comment on it. Mistake number 2. And mistake number 3 was leaving all of them up. And so it's time to look at it. So anyway, she found this person, okay? They were like, Facebook boomer brain. Does she also think that Antifa super soldiers are coming to murder suburban parents?
I think that protecting, marginalized communities, protecting the transgender community is important. However, when you move out of or move far away from making sure that they are not denied housing, making sure that they're not denied healthcare.
Oh, sorry, I never bought you guys drinks before.
Fringe areas of like, I mean, there was a story out of the UK this week.
What fringe areas do you mean? You mean outside of legal and into social recognition and putting away social bigotry, removing institutional bigotry?
Do I get a nice cutscene?
To more esoteric things like stopping social bigotry? Is that what you mean?
There was a story out of the UK this week, blows my mind. There was an LGBTQ group in the UK who suggested that instead of referring to vaginas as vaginas because it might be offensive to transgender men, one of the potential replacements or could be bonus hole.
You think else easy I can do right now?
Is he going to say kitty
Bye.
litter?
I got my achievement.
Kitty litter boxes for furry kids?
A guy I know, his wife works at a school where they let the kids just shit in litter boxes.
Yep, there you go.
God damn it!
My eye is open. It's open right now. I got 8 hours of sleep last night, and my eye is open. I can see all. I can read all. Yeah, bonus hole is funny. Bonus hole is funny. It's just goofy. It's the if you're looking for the chat on stream, it's the first command in the stream.
I need to see the curiosities.
In the stream name, yeah. But yeah, bonus.
Because I did every single side mission, but I didn't get them all the first run. In Clive's room. We got all 22 here. What did I miss? Side quest. might have missed talking to Tarja in the infirmary. Complete all 7th chronolith trials? Okay. Alright, let me go talk to Tarja in the infirmary. Where is it? Over the infirmary here. Let's go over there. Let's get that curiosity. I think I might have talked to her already, but see if maybe we can flirt with her, get an extra curiosity.
This whole is funny. It's just funny. Like, I don't know, she has like a lot of problems with like other people using language that she doesn't like, that's not even inherently problematic. Like if they were like gross gore, gross nasty
Wow,
mucus,
thanks for nothing.
Cringe and gross. Like I would imagine, like yeah, you'd probably have like, you know, a leg to stand on there. Like obviously I would imagine that's offensive. But bonus hole is just like, come on. Come on. What is it? Did you read that in like the New York Post or something? This seemed like such a nothing story. Who cares, bro? Who cares? This seemed like a cute, fun way to say something that some people may be okay with and some people may not. I don't know. It's like somebody getting mad at somebody calling somebody like non-binary NB or something, you know? Like, chill out, brother. DLC. Yeah, I would say, yeah, like DLC, DLC hole. DLC cavity. DLC canal. You could say that as well. People do get mad at that too. Yeah, I'm not saying they don't. The Sarlacc pit. Now she would get mad at that. A glory hole, if you will. For glory. Listen, are you going in for glory or for fun? DL Coochie. DLC. Yeah, you should just call it DLC. And DLC means bonus Coochie. There you go. DLC sphincter. So true. That's literally me for real. Don't make things up. And my point is that this stuff turns people off. It's not really controversial. Like sure it might, but like here's the thing. At some point in time, I think it becomes indicative on us having people get used to things that they may be uncomfortable with more than it is to change some things that may make them uncomfortable. So when it comes to this type of stuff, like I think if somebody's upset with something like birthing person or bonus hole, I think you should talk to them and be like, why are you so mad? Like, what's your problem? Like genuinely, what are you upset about? What are you mad about? I think asking that question, like, what are you mad about, and talking to them is better than going, all right, minority, stop having fun.
I wish I could see the extra points I get for combos.
Made a video about why you all should be hung, and honestly, I think it would just be better if you all just shut up and got in line, more than, you know, be yourself and have fun in your with your friends online where other people can see it. I think, you know, I think that's the worst option. Actually, I think a much better option would be to tell people that they shouldn't act like. To tell people that they should be like okay with some people using some terminology that they don't like, especially if it's not inherently wrong or problematic. Like you're fine. It just makes you sad, and that's okay. I don't care. You can feel upset if you want, but don't sit here and try to tell like minorities that they need to change their language about something like bonus hole when it's not even like that big of a problem. They're literally just having some fun. Who does it turn off? Yeah, who does it turn off? Who? You don't have to. Nobody told you to. Like they're not forcing you to.
Cock and ball torture. Is that what you're up to, old man?
Like we're in a transition.
New York pervert.
People are trying to come up with new.
Yeah, you do your cock and ball torture on your own.
We're in a period of time that is like so greatly. I think there's like a huge problem with the education system. We're like in a period of time that so many people just forget.
Let me get some little food. What up? I'll at least start this cutscene. Be back in a few minutes. Like 10 minutes. Well, like 20 minutes. I'm gonna eat a little lunch and roll up a blunt. No, fuck you, Cole. Oh, I forgot to let the cutscene play. Fuck. Yep. Alright, we'll stand by the shop. Fuck it. We'll stay by the meth crystal here. The fuck is this? That's cheap. I'll get that. I can buy another one. It's weird. I'm keeping all my shit.
you get. Does God know you get?
I'm back. All right.
I think there's like a huge problem with the education system. We're like in a period of time that so many people just forget about. Like everybody remembers when how things ended up, but we never understand how things got from one place to another. We're in a transitionary period of it, where people are coming up with new ideas and new ways to move about in society and how to think about these things, and creating new boxes and categories and taking apart other ones. And I think that's cool. I think that's cool. And we remember how things got taken apart, but we really forget about how things get put back together again in a way that's conducive to all of us being happy. And sometimes we won't always be happy. Sometimes just things won't always just work out, and that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. A lot of women, there's a whole group of women online who refer to themselves as female. They love being called female. Like, they love to be called female more than woman, honestly. By a lot of those people, I think are a bit, peculiar, right? But there are a lot of women on, around who love, the whole female thing. I'm a female, right? And there's a whole bunch of women online and in the real world who hate it when you say female, and get a raised eyebrow.
What do you want, you little bitch?
Refers to a girl as a female, right?
Oh, Martha.
Females be
I'm
doing
sorry.
this. Females do that. Oh, females think this. Females, am I right? Just those make you raise an eyebrow. What's right? I don't know. I think it's both right for people to feel whatever way that they want, but at the end of the day, to sit here and be oh, it's just turning off. It's, oh, conservatives hate it when you say, oh, people who don't know anything about this, they don't like it. Well, let's make them okay with it. Talk to them. Make videos about how they should be okay with it. Make videos about how you can console their fears and help them actually understand why these things aren't actually a problem, and actually address the issues that they're bringing up, and tell them how they're either not real issues or things that are okay with, and you can talk to them on that if you know what they actually care about. That's fine. Make them be okay with it. It's fine if it turns some people off. Make them okay with it. This is not that big of an issue. I think what's way bigger of an issue, actually, than some random little gay losers on Turf Island trying to come up with a new gender neutral way to be nice to one of their friends. You know what I think is a way bigger issue than that? Like multinational conglomerates pushing for laws that say kill gay people if they commit any crimes. Like how they passed one in like what, Uganda? Where they passed the death penalty for gay people? Like if a gay person commits a crime, they just get killed. Period. They just execute them, they just lynch them as well. Or like in it's crazy. Aggravated homosexuality, yeah. Or if they're like gay in public, they just get killed. They got bankrolled by the Koch brothers and people affiliated with like Daily Wire and Tim Pool and shit like that. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. I think what's more important than this is how like there's a massive billionaire backed website, twitter.com, that allows some of the most vile anti-minority hatred on planet Earth. Honestly, I think what's more of an issue is the billionaire-backed, like AstroTurf fake revolution Nazis that are being paid to fly from state to state, all the way across the country, from goddamn sea to shining sea, to push for the reduction of rights for minorities. I think that's more of an issue than, oh, some kids online tried to come up with a nice way to refer to one of their friends once. That's just me though. Moving on. David Dole of the Rational National commented, "Hey, honest question. So what do you think is the impact of comments like yours is? Do you think this group you referred to, assuming they're real, are now going to stop? The reason why the right turns these anecdotes into national stories specifically is to demonize an entire..." Thank you, Dole. The whole reason why these stories blow up, the whole reason why we're in this boom bust cycle of like conservative cancel culture, moral outrage, is so they can move from one thing to the next to the next to the next, to slowly ramp up and boil the frog of minorities in this country, to revert back to draconian, like, theocratic law of that people get fucking hung if you step out of social line. Now, obviously not that far for all of them. But they criminalize moral deviation. Like, what the hell is happening here? How in the world can you sit here and say something like this, bro? Why are you feeding in? Why are you buying it? You're buying conservative slop. Conservatives goes, "Here's your slop," and she goes, "Ooh, it just look what Anna. What are you, Anna? Get up, stand up, Anna. Eat your slop, lib." And she's going, "I love slop. I love it. It's great." Can we work on messaging in the left? Absolutely. We do need to work on messaging. A lot, actually. We're really far behind messaging. But at the end of the day, we're never going to be as good as messaging as the right, because the right doesn't have values. They don't need morally consistent messaging, because every single position that they have would perfectly fit on the back of a bumper sticker. And so, yes, of course the messaging is better, because they have no real position, they have no real values. It's you, I got mine, and that's their real values. That's it. So yeah, we're never going to be like that, because they say one line and it takes us a 30-minute video to be able to combat it. That's why we're never going to be like that. But we can do better. We can get a lot better. Way better. There's so many good rhetoricians out there who are left-wing, but this is not the way you do it. You don't buy into right-wing propaganda about demonizing minorities into doing this. You're already off on the wrong foot. You woke up on the wrong side of the, you woke up in the wrong bed. Not the wrong side of the bed. You woke up in the goddamn wrong bed. Assuming they're real. I just linked to it. Where? Why bone this?
God damn, bro. Chill out.
It's conservatives. That's why. And what the term means. Bro, who cares? I'm sorry. Who cares? I'm going to sleep, bro. Who cares? Oh, who cares? I don't care. I would never make a video on this, bro. Who cares? It's literally right-wing conservative fear-mongering. You literally are going to make a whole think piece about how some 14-year-old on Twitter said bonus hole? I'm losing it. This is crazy. In 2020, Joe's Cervical Cancer Trust, in partnership with the LGBT Foundation, a charitable organization, began suggesting the term bonus hole to be used as a way to support trans men and non-binary people. Okay, bonus hole is fine. You know, I feel like this is something that you would say with your doctor. You know, how you would be like, hey, could you please not call it vagina? Like it gives you dysphoria or something. That's fine. I think it'd be fine to suggest, hey, you know, it'd be kind of. Some people are really uncomfortable with you saying stuff like that. You know, how about this is a good alternative? Say it or don't, and then f off. You don't have to make a whole think piece about it. Who cares? That's it. That's literally it. This is it. Using the correct language when you're talking about someone's gender identity is a simple and effective way to demonstrate support and recognition. That's true. That's just true. That's a factual statement. It is true. Who cares? They're not saying your vagina. And this is... Wait a second.
The transgender community is far away from making sure that they are not denied housing, making sure that they're fringe areas of like... I mean, there was a story out of the UK this week, blows my mind. There was an LGBTQ group in the UK who suggested that instead of referring to vaginas as vaginas, because it might be offensive to transgender men, you know, one of the potential replacements or substitutes could be bonus hole.
Okay. So she's going on to talk about how it hurts minorities that one foundation suggested out of a list of suggestions, one of them being bonus hole for this very specific type of human being that may be uncomfortable with having their vagina be called a vagina in specific circumstances. This is crazy to me. They didn't even in the article, it didn't even say all vaginas. It said trans men's. It's crazy. It's crazy. I personally think that this is like misinterpreting what it's saying. That's what I personally think. Is she doing the rights job then? Yes. Yeah, when you do stuff like this, you're doing the rights job. It's one thing for them to tell you a lie. It's another thing for you to believe it and start reiterating it. This is how powerful right-wing lies are. Is that they can grab people like this, like people like Anna, who may have some like preconceived notions or something along those lines. We all do, right? But they can prey on that and then be like, oh man, oh yeah, this is the solution, right? Because it's new and weird to you too, right? And so on the surface it seems reasonable, but outside of the surface, because all conservative positions are really many conservative positions are super surface level, especially when it comes to this culture war garbage. Yeah, it makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. Negative sense, I would say. Honestly, negative sense, less than no sense. That's true. Yeah, for being some lefty, she really do be doing unpaid labor for the right in pushing their anti-minority agenda, even on accident. Now, I don't think, before we go any further, I don't think that she's going to be like, I left the left type or anything, as far as I've seen. I don't think she's going to be doing like any I left the left type stuff, but I don't think that she's necessarily changed her position too much as far as I know, but like this is wild. Genuinely wild. Oh, sorry.
Fuck out of my way, pussies.
If you're enjoying the content, hit the subscribe button. If you don't, it'll make Boo very sad. I know a bunch of you who are watching are not subscribed. Join the frenzy. You won't regret it. Thank you, Boo.
elite ruling class that they're exempt from the rules, and that's arguably worse. They want to force everybody else to live by these rules and aren't willing to do it themselves.
Oh, this copyright. God damn it, Aubrey.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down. Today, we're going to be scavenging through one of the most vile, evil parts of the internet. Is it Twitter? Are we going to Twitter? Almost. If Twitter had an IMDb or a Rotten Tomatoes, it would be called Letterboxd. We're going to be looking at some of the hottest takes, some of the worst reviews on Letterboxd and seeing how do they fare. All right? You know, some of these are kind of funny. But I'm curious, I want to get in the mind of the Letterboxd reviewer, you know? I'm tired of being such a out of the hip realm of moviegoers. I want to be in there. I want to see what it's like. So see, I got my nice little, I got my blue blocking glasses because I think about the future of my eyes. That's kind of hip. I feel like Letterboxd enjoyers would enjoy this, right? Do I look snazzy? Are we ready to go? I think we're ready to go.
Get some XP
and
real
our first
quick.
movie is John Wick Chapter 4. I've only seen John Wick Chapter 1. I didn't care to see any of those ones. It was great. I loved it. Dakota Joaquin gave it 5 stars. Can't wait to finally lose my virginity so I can say that this was better than sex. Damn, Joaquin. Let me tell you, a lot of things are better than pussy or boy butt, whatever you're thinking. It is overrated. Especially when you get in a relationship. Am I right, fellas? Right? Hey, ladies. It's like riding the same roller coaster 4,000 times in a row. Real fun. Definitely not 4,000 times, maybe 50. In the span of my marriage, I hope to have sex at least 60 times. Will I get there? I doubt it, because me and my hand go way back. 5 stars from 24 Frames of Nick. Hey, I follow him on Twitter. I think he said he wanted to box me one time. On March 24th, 2023, Kanye West said he is no longer anti-Semitic because of this movie and Jonah Hill. 5 stars? I don't think I'd give 21 Jump Street 5 stars. I was very surprised. I like Jonah Hill. I just got done watching Moneyball. He's really good in that. I miss fat Jonah Hill. It's gonna happen whenever I get ripped. People are gonna be like, I miss fatty McGoo-goo. Movies where the main guy comes and you see the cum. Infinity... I'm trying to think about what's the weakest movie on this list. God, The Green Knight was such a disappointment. I was so sad with The Green Knight. I'd say The Green Knight's probably the worst movie on this list. Aesthetically, it's very beautiful. It's a beautiful movie, but goddamn, is it just a slog. I don't even know the Evangelion scene. Put the Evangelion scene up.
So fucked up.
Wow, look at all that cum. Infinity Pool, I like Brandon Cronenberg. I like Possessor a lot, but Infinity Pool, there was some cum in that, but Mia Goth was super fucking annoying in that movie. Everyone's like, I stand Mia Goth right now. She's like the big horror queen right now. Yeah, I didn't care for her in this movie. I just, gone. And then The Lighthouse, where it's basically Robert Pattinson and Willem Dafoe about to fuck in black and white. Pretty fun. Megan from Jana C26, fucking Star Wars robot. Half a star. I hope she gets locked in a dungeon and gets fed fucking balls 24/7, 365 with 1 like. Come on, dude, you can't do Megan like that. I thought Megan was. I give Megan 3 stars. I thought it was stupid enough to be fun. Jurassic World Dominion, 1 star. I agree with that. At one point, a kid in front of me got so bored he started doing a handstand in his seat, which would normally be annoying, but in this case, it was the most entertaining part of the movie. 14,000 likes. I think in any case, if I saw a child well, not a child because I fucking hate children, but if I saw a 33-year-old person just do a handstand in the middle of the movie, I think no matter what, I'd probably be impressed the entire time. I don't see a world where I'm not impressed. Half a star on The Whale from Silent Dawn. Simple Jack for Air. What is it? What is this? 10. What is that? It just says 10. Simple Jack for Aronofsky heads, or maybe his Norbit. Darren's latest case, Miserableism, is an A24 produced theatrical adaptation that functions as both. What is that word? Saccharine weepy for people who use the Brendan Renaissance hashtag and those who wish that my 600-pound life somehow had less artistic integrity. Miserableism. It's a very good way to point out a Darren Aronofsky movie. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. You know what? It definitely isn't a half star. Okay, it's a good movie. It's a great performance by him, but at the same time, the whole like Brendan Renaissance thing and like, you know, protect Brendan Fraser at all costs. Listen, dude, old boy got dealt a shitty hand. Poopy hand. I mean, that hand was like riddled in shit. But he's a grown man. He's a star. He's an actor. He's a brilliant actor. He's gonna get on his 2 feet again. This whole thing about like 14 to 25-year-old women being like, I'm just so happy to see him smiling again, almost made me not want to see this movie. But luckily, I persevered. The Lobster, 4 stars. Silent Dawn, 78 out of 100. That's C+. C+. I like The Lobster. In The Lobster, John C. Reilly is forced to put his hand in a toaster after being accused of masturbating in his hotel room. There were 4 people in the entire theater. I was the only one laughing. I would be laughing with you. I'd be the 4th person in the front. Too afraid to laugh, but I'd be laughing internally. You know what, to be fair, honestly, 4 stars is a pretty good rating. I think that this, especially this director, I can never pronounce the director's name.
God, finally, thank you, Chocobo. Oh,
this is
ride.
Really, like a really
good old
dark,
times.
black comedy. And no, not white chicks. This is a dark comedy on multiple levels. It's like so dry.
I hope she dies right away. On second thoughts, I hope she suffers quite a bit before she dies.
This director's really good about just making really weird universes and weird rules. If you haven't seen The Lobster, you should. It's really, really funny. Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, 5 stars. Thank God that we all live in a timeline where James Corden's audition for Samwise Gamgee wasn't successful. Is that true? Did James Corden actually audition for Samwise Gamgee? Can you fucking imagine that goofy bastard? And he'd probably still be wearing the fucking... He wears a medium Fred Perry shirt. Just wear like a double XL. You'll look so much better. Looks like a fucking balloon. That one video too of him doing the flash mob in the street in like the cat outfit or something or whatever he was dressed as. Jesus fucking Christ. I'll tell you what though, Lord of the Rings, I'd give all 3 of them 5 stars. All 3 of them. Yeah, I hear some people bitch too. They're like, the director's cuts are too long. Fuck off. Infinity Pool, 3 stars. Starting to think that Mia Goth isn't acting. She's just kind of like that. I think that I like Mia Goth as an actor. It's just a Cronenberg movie. I don't even think I'd give Infinity Pool 3 stars. I think I'd probably give it like 2. Midsummer, 3.5 stars. Imagine being left out of your family's suicide. No shit, this bitch was crying the whole movie. I'd be crying the whole movie too. Are you kidding me? Wait, you all killed yourself? That's good. Come on, I can see 3.5 stars being. That's acceptable for Midsummer. I'd probably give it 4. The Northman, 4 stars. Robert Eggers watched The Lion King and said, Willem, take off your clothes. I have an idea. I think he just said this is Hamlet. I don't think he even tried to hide it. I think he just wanted to make a Nordic Hamlet, which if you don't know this, billions of fucking movies copy Hamlet. Okay? A lot of them. Almost every family drama copies Hamlet. Just want to throw that out there. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, 2022. Oh God, 1 star. How could you even vote on this? Netflix should be waived next month's fee as an apology for putting this movie out. Oh my God. First off, do not watch this movie. It's not even funny bad, but there is one part where it's so atrocious. Leatherface goes on a bus, and there's all these like woke kids on there because they bought the town in rural Texas. I don't fucking know. It's dumb. But they're all in this like RV, and then the Leatherface walks in, and then they just immediately say, "Oh, you are so canceled," and they put up their phones to record him, and then he just kills all of them. He kills all the woke people. He kills all the fucking millennial Gen Z or yeah. So that was kind of funny. That was a good part of the movie, but it was also maybe I wanted to kill myself. I wanted to kill myself watching this movie. I don't feel good about saying that. I don't think it's funny. It was just real. That's how real I feel. Skinamarink, 1 star. Fuck you. Okay. My boy George Carmy coming in real strong. Fuck you. I just spent an hour and 40 minutes of my life staring at furniture while people whisper shit for no reason. I feel like Skinamarink would probably have the most, like, either people are like, oh, 5 stars, I've never been this scared my whole life, or people just being like, what the this is fucking dumb, dude. Do you think Skinamarink will go down as one of the most misunderstood movies of our generation? It's hard to say misunderstood. I think that it has its own merits, but I think this kind of filmmaking is going to become more popular. And I think it's so at the forefront of shit that I think looking back, people are going to be like, oh, it's so ahead of its time. It's going to be that kind of thing, I think. It Follows, 4.5 stars, good score. I must have missed the safe sex lecture about the demonic people in high school. Doesn't matter how much they tell you, you're still going to chase after it. It Follows has one of the best soundtracks. I love It Follows. It Follows is the best thing. If you're ever wondering, what music should I play while there's trick-or-treaters out? Just loop the It Follows soundtrack. It's the best. It's really good for that. And also, It Follows, come on. I remember I saw this in theaters. I remember I was like, this is so sick. Using the idea of STDs as your monster is really, really fun. Also, kids, if you have unprotected sex, your dick gets dirty. Okay? There's diseases everywhere. No one wants to be the person. You don't want to be the first person in your high school to get that. Some people like to wear them like veteran badges, like a Purple Heart. There's no Purple Heart. This is a dishonorable discharge, right? And that'll be the same dishonorable discharge that comes out of your cock. Okay. Naked Launch. At first I thought, hey, this isn't very Cronenbergian. And then a random character at a bar casually asked our protagonist if he was a fan. Then leaned back to reveal a giant humanoid bug monster sitting next to him. And I was like, oh, sure. Yeah, that sounds like a nice little David Cronenberg film. If I had to recommend one David Cronenberg movie just to throw him off, it'd be Crash. You ever see Crash? Pretty much just people fucking in cars the whole time. People obsessed with fucking in cars and getting in wrecks. No, not the Crash that's like the weird racist movie. No. This movie is just about rape and car crash stuff. Actually, if I had to recommend any Cronenberg film, I'd say Videodrome. Speak of the fucking devil, Crash. 4 stars. I appreciate how this film subscribed to the Dennis Reynolds school of thought for ideal story structure. Crime, penetration, crime, full penetration, crime, penetration. And this goes on, back and forth for 90 or so minutes, until the movie just sort of ends. Great blind buy. Yeah, Crash is great. I'm gonna let you know right now, if you go home and watch Crash, you will be disappointed. It's a good movie, but you will be, you're just gonna be like, I don't understand. That's just Cronenberg, baby. Just a fucking weird dude who just loves sex and weird shit. Crime, full penetration. But the fuck scenes are very, intimate. I thought that people were actually fucking in this movie. So, there's that. Good Will Hunting, 5 stars. It's not your fault, blessing. You haven't seen Good Will Hunting? Dude, watch a fucking movie once or twice in your life. You don't have to just watch random Russian movies. You can watch popular movies. Like, how have you not seen Good Will Hunting? It's a great fucking movie. Honestly, I wouldn't look at you right now. Now I'm mad. We'll never be able to wrap my head around the fact that Matt Damon and Ben Affleck wrote this screenplay. They literally look like they have one brain cell between the two of them. It's true. I'm pretty sure Matt Damon did almost all of the writing, if I remember right. I think that even Family Guy made a joke about it. Good Will Hunting, so good. How do you like them balls? Also, probably one of Robin Williams' best performances. So good. He killed himself. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, 5 stars for Ferris Bueller's Day Off. 5 stars. Perfect movie. From beginning to end, it was Ferris Bueller's Day Off. I genuinely don't believe that there's a moment in film history funnier than when Mrs. Bueller says he's truly a very sick boy, and then it suddenly cuts to Ferris just doing on his flute.
However, in Ferris's case, I can assure you he is truly a very sick boy.
Never had one lesson.
Yeah, that is good. It's a shame that the principal in this movie is a pedophile. He's such a great actor, but he's a pedophile. So you'd like to go back and look at God, I love this guy. He's in Howard the Duck. He's in Beetlejuice. He's in Ed Wood. He's in all these great movies. And then you're like, he's a pedophile. Woo. Old.
Falling on hard times.
5 stars for Old. My mind is blown by every facet of the film. The acting, the script, the story, the directing, all of it was awful. The worst movie I've seen in years. They had us in the first half. Old, I can't. Who keeps giving M. Night Shyamalan?
All that for some flukes?
Who the fuck keeps producing these movies? I want to know. It just goes to show. That's what we need to do, Nick. We need to make one hit and then just ride that shit forever. Black Adam, 5 stars. Got my hog slopped watching this masterpiece. That's a way to bust, dude. Imagine going to see Black Adam and you see Dwayne The Rock, that giant fucking buff thumb on screen, and then you are still able to get hard and release on a completion. Wow. Also, who the fuck cares about Black Adam, the superhero, dude? Nope. 4 stars. That's what my pussy looks like. And there it is. We started with a nice variety of pretty good reviews, then they just went absolutely savage, ape-like savage, at the end there. Yeah, you know, Letterboxd is an interesting thing. I like the idea of being able to just throw your review down for something very quickly and let people publicly see
All right,
it.
Clive, shut the
That's
fuck
very
up.
fun.
Sprint,
I agree
bitch.
with a lot of these reviews, Nick. I'm thinking I might be a Letterboxd head. Maybe I need to embrace the culture of Letterboxd so people know how good my takes are, because I know so many people compliment my takes. If you see any other funny Letterboxd stuff, you know, tag me on Twitter, look at my Reddit, do any of that kind of stuff. I don't fucking know. Do whatever you want. In conclusion, you... Just gonna end it. Man, it's crazy. No, I'm serious. She actually choreographed this dance, which is actually the craziest thing. But no, Nick, I'm telling you that for the Wednesday dance, that's all her. She didn't have any help. Nick, she choreographed it herself. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today we're going to be talking about Scream 6, starring Jenna Ortega. And I don't know anybody else really. Oh, and Courtney Cox. She's back too. I had no idea that there was 6 Scream movies. I saw the trailer to this movie, and when I saw that it was Scream 6, I thought to myself, what happened to 4 and 5? Don't remember those coming out, which apparently 4 came out in 2011, and then Scream 5 came out last year? What? That actually blew my mind. But if you know anything about the Scream series, you know, Scream is one of the most iconic names in the slasher genre, being extremely pivotal in the 90s with flipping the expectations, flipping the tropes, using audiences' preconceived notions of what, you know, the very formulaic slasher genre had built up to by that point, with the extreme slasher fatigue that we had from all of the 80s, you know, Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, Halloween, and then like the billions of clones that came after that, you know, put like a list here. Oh my god, 700
God, Chocobo, go over around the rocks.
Luckily, in the 90s, we were saved.
Chocobo gets stuck on everything.
Scream 1 came out, directed by the brilliant Wes Craven, who also did Nightmare on Elm Street. You know, it took the idea of what a slasher movie should be and, you know, flipped it on its head. One thing that was kind of cool was that you had Drew Barrymore on the cover of the Scream poster, but, you know, they kill her off in the first scene in the movie, so it's just disregarding what the final girl is and establishing somebody else as that, and, you know, playing with the tropes and having the characters also be self-referential, you know, very campy, very cheesy, fourth wall breaking kind of stuff. And it's very fun. The infamous little ghost face, the mask that everybody knows, has been parodied to death. I mean, my god, when Scary Movie came out, when I was younger, everybody did the "what's that" thing.
What's up?
Get this fucking asshole back.
Glad those times are over. It would have been funny if in Scream 6 they actually included that. Today's video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. You've heard the name, but let me tell you what you've been missing out on. Raid has hundreds of champions to collect, a super in-depth RPG battle system, amazing graphics, and intense boss fights. But wait, there's more! To celebrate Raid's 4th anniversary, we're hosting a dinner party, and I need your help figuring out who to invite. Here's who I'm thinking for the 4 most wanted champions. Ronda Rousey, legendary champion based off the MMA fighter extraordinaire. Bellinor, attack champion from the High Elf faction. Juliana, epic magic champion from the Sacred Order faction. And Talia. Talia has a really hard-hitting A2, and using her signature move, Nuke Her, guarantees you're gonna do well. Comment down below who you think would make the best dinner guest. But that's not all. Since Raid's 4th anniversary is finally here, there's a ton of incredible offers, free gifts, promo codes, events, and brand new fusion event where you guys can get your hands on an anniversary legendary champion. If you haven't started playing yet, then what are you waiting for? Use my link in the description or scan my QR code to get insane bonuses. We are talking epic champion Kalan the Shrike and other useful things. Thank you to Raid for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. From 1996 until right now in 2023, we are up to Scream 6. And before we get into spoilers and all that, I give it a 5 out of 10. You know, should you go see this movie? I'd say, why not? If you like the old movies, you might like this one too. But without further ado, let's talk about Scream 6. Scream, just all the Screams. When Scream came out, the big thing was that there's 2 killers at the end. You know, always in typical slasher films, it's always one killer who has a motive. But in this one, it was a multiple series of killers that really kind of like, you know, flip people on their head. They're like, oh my God, this is crazy. I just want to briefly go over all the ghost faces real quick so you're all caught up to speed on all the previous killers. Because it's not just one guy, it changes each movie. So, you know, Scream 1, Billy Loomis, who wants revenge for Billy's dad cheating with Sydney's mom.
Gonna be a lot of
Stu,
walking.
He's just kind of along for the ride. He's a big horror fan. He's like, I just want to be in the movie. Very fourth wall breaking, very fun. And it all just starts with a weird love triangle. It's a fun motive. It's just a weird, pissed off teenager who's just like, I'm gonna start dating this girl. And I'm gonna mess with her psychologically, and I'm gonna murder this, and you know, then people are gonna think this. And it's a fun build-up. You know, you should watch it. If you haven't seen Scream 1, it's good. So it's a classic. You gotta watch it. But that leads us into Scream 2, which is Billy's mom who wants revenge on Sydney for killing Billy. Her sidekick is Mickey, who is a film student who wants who helps her out for tuition money. Kind of has like a Friday the 13th, the first one where the mom's pissed off that her Down syndrome child was all bullied and drowned in a lake. You know, sure, I'm pissed off mom. You know, who wouldn't be pissed off that their kid got murdered? Scream 3, the Ghostface is Roman Bridger, who is Sydney's mom's illegitimate child and got Billy started on the murders so Sydney would notice him. He is the only Ghostface to kill alone, so that's how they switch the expectations on there. The first 2 movies, it's always been 2 killers. This movie, it's been 1 killer. That was the last movie that came out in 2000. Now we skip 11 years into the future, right? 11 years in the future, Scream 4 comes out, and Jill is Sydney's cousin and is jealous of Sydney's life, wishes she was the last girl. Charlie is the accomplice. So basically we have a girl who's just like, oh, wow, Sydney, I wish that my friends were killed so I could get all this attention. And then we have the Kevin McAllister brother. What the fuck's his name? Macaulay Culkin. A Culkin brother. Is just along for the ride probably because he wants some sniz. And then lastly, we have Scream. It's just called Scream, but if they put the 5V in the M, fuck you. Scream 5, Sam's boyfriend Richie and his secret lover Amber wanted to provide more source material for the in-universe Stab movie franchise, which is based on the Scream killings. It's like an interesting thing, wanting more material from the, like, even more meta in-universe movies of a movie about, you know, the killings that we're seeing now. It's fun. So we're up to this point. All in all, like, as a franchise, it's not bad. I mean, like, 2 and 3 aren't, you know, that good. I had no idea 4 and 5 even existed.
See you, fellas.
But, like, all in all, it's not egregious. It's not like, you know, Jason X, dude. You know what I mean? Yeah. But that leads us up to this pivotal moment where now, here we are with Scream 6, which still focuses on Sam from the last movie and her little sister, Jenna Ortega. So Jenna Ortega and Sam, who I no name, who cares? She's not Wednesday Addams, sweetie. And we have a lot of, you know, through the years, it's been a lot of reoccurring cast of characters, so there's some people in here. Courtney Cox looks like the Crypt Keeper in this movie. I just want to throw that out there now before I forget. You know, move on to spoilers for Scream 6, so if you want to be surprised and all that kind of shit, don't watch any further. But let's talk about it. Before we even get into any of this, guys, I just don't want to waste your time. Jenna Ortega does not do a viral TikTok dance in this. So if that deters you from seeing it, I completely understand. God bless. I hope you enjoyed the movie review. So as a brief summary of going into Scream 6 is that it's a continuation from Scream 5 where Sam and her sister, Jenna Ortega, can't even remember, what's her name in the movie? Do you remember? Tara. Now live in New York City, and Jenna Ortega is going to college, and Sam's just kind of there because, you know, last year people were murdered, and she's all freaked out. It's Scream, but New York. That's the general vibe. We're not in a small town anymore. Now, how is Ghostface going to kill all these people in New York City, the city of people who don't give a shit about anybody else except themselves? That's crazy. Now that we have the premise out of the way, because that's the premise, they're in New York City, Ghostface is back, we know he's back, but how do they deal with it in New York? Every Scream movie is comprised of 3 things. 1, who is the Ghostface killer? What's the big Scooby-Doo mystery? Who gets unmasked and who's revealed? 2, the kills. Having Ghostface run around and kill people, stabbing people mostly. It's mostly stabs. I wish I had a number counter for how many times each character has been stabbed in this franchise, because some characters could get stabbed like 57 times through the period of like however many years, and they're fine. And then somebody could get stabbed like twice in the shoulder and then they're dead. So it's like, you know. And then number 3, how do they subvert the tropes of the slasher genre, or how do they subvert the tropes of the Scream franchise? Those are kind of what we're looking at here with this. So first off, let's just start off with who is the Ghostface Killer. Ooh. Isn't Ghostface also a rapper name? I feel like each movie gets a little more convoluted than the last, and I think that's fine. I think that the movies can be kind of, you know, whatever. It kind of has a Saw vibe, where it's just like, who's Jigsaw this time? Who's the master, you know, the puppet master? In this movie, it is, and like I said, spoils, it's the cop. And the problem with this is that the cop, who is the worst actor in the film, which is actually surprising, which if we had to break it down real quick, the two worst performances in the movie are the cop and Jenna Ortega. I simply cannot believe how bad she is. As like a rising star, holy shit. Also, this other guy, the cop, he's been in tons of movies. I've seen him in some movies where you're like, oh, he's pretty good. Horrible. Some of the line deliveries, my God. But in this movie, it's the cop who is the dad of one of the roommates in the dorm that she lives in, with Jenna Ortega and her sister, and he's also the dad of the new C-list Evan Peters. And the big shocker is that it's Richie's family. It's Richie's dad, who was the last Ghostface killer, who was dating their main character, Sam, which is just odd to me because it's like, how did they not know that this person is the dad? Why wouldn't they know about him? That was just kind of odd to me. Which maybe that flew over my head. Maybe there's something I didn't see in the past. I don't know. It just feels cheap as a viewer when you're like, oh, okay. It's like, oh, if only you would have known how to kill me. Like, it's like Superman. Superman's like, haha, I'm fucking invincible, you idiot. If only you would have known that kryptonite's my weakness. And it's like, okay, well, how would I have known that? Like, if no one told you that, how would I have known that kryptonite is your weakness, kind of thing? So to have the character just show up and be like, ha ha ha, what you didn't realize is that these two are my kids and that I am secretly his father, even though you should have known that, and these are his siblings, and we're all very mad. I think that what they should have done is you start off and you have the cop in New York, and then you have Sam. She looks like she gets framed for these kills, and he's just like, listen up, you fucking little whore. I know what you did to my fucking son. And even if she's like, you're his dad? He's like, you bet your ass you're gonna be behind bars for the rest of your life. You hear me? And grabs her, fucking pulls her in. You hear me, bitch? You're going to jail. Like, freaks out, right? And then at the end, it's just like, by the way, I'm the killer, and these are my kids. And you're like, oh, so that's how he knew. It's just odd. I don't know. It's convoluted and fucking stupid, but that's the answer to that question. To the kills. My God. The idea of getting stabbed by a knife is horrifying. I feel visceral pain. But watching people get stabbed by the knife over the course of 6 movies is just so boring. They introduce one time in this movie where you're like, ooh, okay, new kill. Because Ghostface gets a shotgun. They're in a little bodega and he has a shotgun and it's like, oh shit, okay. And then he kind of just like shoots it twice, I think, and then he drops it and runs away. So you're like, huh, okay. And then you just watch people get stabbed in the stomach. Pretty much just the stomach. It's always right to the stomach. There's a couple of people who get stabbed in the face, you know, that's pretty cool. Somebody gets stabbed in the mouth, in the eye, and the nose, and then it's mostly just bellies. Little slaps like that. So it's like, I don't know. The kills weren't anything, you know, it's not like Terrifier. It's not like that. You know, you're not going to a Scream movie getting Terrifier. I was just stoked, you know, it was in a way, it was kind of messing with the tropes of the franchise of having the, you know, a shotgun instead, or maybe Ghostface has a gun this time, which is like a cheap way, and it's not as intimate, but still. I didn't have tons of fun watching people die, which is kind of a twisted thing to say, but at the same time, if I'm going to a Scream movie, yeah, just, you know, just want to watch people die. In the first movie, you have times where it is people just getting stabbed and chased in their home, but there's also like a lot of like weird psychological kills. Like, you know, there's the classic scene where Drew Barrymore's boyfriend's on the back patio and he's like all duct taped up, and it's like more of like a twisted game, and that's kind of horrifying. I think that's what also makes like The Strangers, have you ever seen that movie, so horrifying. Is like, yes, they're not like superhuman people, but they just like, they mess with you. And that within itself makes you feel so like defenseless and helpless, and it's just like, I think we needed more of that instead of just Ghostface basically getting hit in the face. God, I don't know. How many times did Ghostface get hit in the face, bludgeoned with an object, bludgeoned in the head, and no concussions? So, I mean, so many times. Boink, hit in the head, he falls down, gets back up and starts sprinting. You would think that there would be severe damage, even if it was split amongst the 3 of them. I'd say there's at least a solid 8 to 10 hits per person in the head. And then there's just like weird things too, because just to fixate on the stabbing is the parameter of if a stab can kill you or not fluctuates per character. We have some characters who get stabbed and they just die, and then you have some people who get stabbed like a bunch of times. The biggest glaring one is Chad, who is one of the 4 survivors of the last movie. He gets stabbed like 18 times in the chest and stomach. at the end of this movie, and then at the end you see him in an ambulance bed, like he's like, I'm okay, and you're like, what? And the scene before that, his sister gets stabbed in the stomach twice on the subway, which, let me tell you something, I lived in Bushwick, Brooklyn for 6 months. That could not be a more accurate thing to happen. I've seen worse things happen on a subway train in New York City, and everybody in New York City does not care. I feel like people could see somebody get shot in the chest, and they would just be like AirPods in and just be like looking at the ground. They just don't, no one cares. So to see that, I know people, I think I heard some people be like, yeah, right. In the movie theater, yeah, right. So no one's gonna help. And I'm like, no. Go to New York, have someone stab you, and see how helpful people are, because it's not. But she gets stabbed twice in the stomach, and then at the end of the movie, after everything's said and done, you see her like sprinting up. So she probably got stabbed maybe a couple hours ago, and then she's like running up, and she's like, I know who the killer is. Dude, didn't you get stabbed twice in the stomach? Like, you would be in a hospital bed unconscious. And then, you know, just like little things where it's like there's altercations, and you can tell a scene is ending. You can hear the police sirens come. They always just come right at the last second. And it's just like, why even show the fucking cops? They're useless. There's two people in law enforcement in this movie, which is the main cop guy, who is the worst actor in the whole film. I cannot believe there's no way he did more than one take. And then also the girl from the fourth movie, who is now an FBI agent, and she's in it, and it's like she's wearing like a Ghost Rider jacket the whole time, and it's just people get stabbed all the time, and there's no repercussions. This movie is like, I wonder if it's scientifically accurate. That's what I want to know. I want to know if it's scientifically accurate. If you get stabbed that many times, because she gets stabbed too. She shows her scar. She's like, yeah, I have my scar here. And she gets stabbed again. I'm like, how many times can a person get stabbed before there's just like, you just don't heal back? There's no bounce back anymore. If you've been stabbed 15 times, after a while, I feel like your body's just like, nah, we're done. And then thirdly, you know, how does it mess with the tropes of the slasher genre or the scream genre itself? The film does start off super, super strong with, usually how all these films begin is somebody answers a phone call, and that's like the cardinal rule. Don't pick up the phone. It's like letting Dracula into your home. In this one, it's a girl who's waiting on a date outside of a bar. She answers the phone, and it turns out that her date is lost. She goes to look for him, and she gets murdered in an alley by Ghostface. So it's kind of, it was a fun way to subvert that, and then it leads us to follow this Ghostface, which we see who the Ghostface is, which is also a subversion of expectations. Kind of cool that you immediately know who the killer is. And then we go back to his apartment, and he answers the phone. And now it opens up the actual Ghostface of this, of these two kids who were gonna be the new Ghostface of this movie, but they get cut short by another one. So it was a really fun, strong start. I mean, for me, I was like, oh shit, okay, so this is like actually a pretty inventive, new way to approach this. Right on. But as soon as we got back to Jen Ortega and the other girl, we were like, oh wait, no, we still have an hour and a half. That's kind of how it felt for me. The only subversion I can think of is that none of the legacy characters in this movie die, which usually in other movies, there's always like one character, like I think in Scream 5, Dewey, who's like a cop, God, terrible name, he dies. And usually there's like a pivotal kind of main cast character that dies that has repercussions somehow, but in all these, they're still trucking on. But that's also because they want that sweet green, baby. Still waiting. Courtney Cox is sitting there. They walk down the fucking gothic church that she lives under in the crypts. And she's just like,
Scream 7? Alright, I guess I'll be a part of it again.
And they just basically, shoot her up with fucking, like, ghoul juice and revive her to come out and, be a part of the movie. They didn't get Sydney, though. Neve Campbell, I think her name? I can't remember her name. We do have Courtney Cox's character. She does say, Sydney's taking her family and they're going out of town. She just wants to send her love. She's safe. And it's like, you couldn't... have to name drop her somewhere in there. We have to be sure. Is Sydney okay? Is Sydney still okay after 30 years of getting attacked by the same person or same kind of thing? Is she all right? Okay, thank God. You know, and then you have things like at the end of this one, there's 3 killers instead of 2. So there's that. They show the daughter who's actually one of the Ghostface. He does a fake death, but he just kind of has like a line at the end where he's like, "It was easy enough. I pretty much just before the cops showed up, I switched it out with an actual dead body, and there it is. You didn't see that, but I'm telling you." It was just dumb. Like, I mean, they didn't really do anything that felt like too grandiose or anything, but the movie wasn't bad. It's the worst thing that a movie could be, which is just kind of forgettable. The only thing that was memorable about the movie was the amount of times I laughed any time the cop opened his mouth, and just by how horrible Jenna Ortega is at acting. I can't believe it. It's physically, I couldn't believe it.
I got
she plays
two.
Wednesday Addams so well because there's no emotion there. She can just stand there like this. Oh my God! Wow. How did she pull off that performance? That's crazy. All in all, this movie is a 5 out of 10. It's very middle of the road. You know, like I said, if you got free time this weekend and you want to see a fun little slash 'em up movie, it's fine. It's dumb enough too to where it's like you get a couple laughs out of it. You know, I look at this and people, I've been seeing on some recent things too. People say, did anybody really expect Scream 6 to be good? Did anybody really expect this thing to be good, etc.? And it's like, just because something is either the sixth sequel or if something is intentionally trying to be campy or stupid, it doesn't like give you a get out of jail free card with any kind of critique that somebody could have of the movie. You can have a movie that's really dumb, but it's dumb to such an extreme that it like is fun and it's like over the top. It doesn't take itself seriously. Like, you can have a dumb story and have it still be structurally sound and satisfying, and like it's not trying to like blow your mind with anything, but it's like laying all these like tracks for it to be a fun, memorable movie. When I saw people say that they actually thoroughly enjoyed Willy's Wonderland, it blew my fucking mind. Because yeah, Nick Cage is in it and it's like, it's just a silly movie about animatronics, but there's nothing fun. Like it's the same thing over and over again. I think that people also like when I'm trying to be critical with movies, it's not that I'm like trying to shit all over the movie and tell you how terrible it is. I guess I'm trying to lay out why I wish that it would have been something more fun. All I want to do when I go into a movie theater is have fun. When I say that I watch a movie, I just want to feel like it's a visual experience from beginning to end. And sitting there and giving the excuse that things are intentionally bad or you should like something because it's like, or not that you should like it, that things are good because it's trying to be bad and stupid isn't an excuse. It's like a weird form of irony where people are like, they don't ever have to actually commit to a joke or anything because it's like, well, I know I'm being stupid. It's just cheap. It's fucking annoying. And I think that like there's so many films that like know their place and still, even like Terrifier 2, I think is a good example in terms of this movie, where Scream 6 follows the same kind of tropes and it has terrible acting, the script is stupid, and the kills are all really forgettable and annoying. Terrifier 2 is almost all of those things, except guess what? It knows that, like, hey, we can go so over the top with these kills and go totally insane to where you could leave that theater and it's going to be 10 times more memorable than something that's so middle of the road that it's forgettable. I think that you can do a Scream movie in 2023 and really try to push the envelope of what a Scream movie is. If it was just a Ghostface with a shotgun the whole time, that would be more entertaining than seeing him just with a knife the whole time, just because that's like what he is, you know? If you're gonna be bad, be fucking awful. If you're gonna try to actually be good and do something that is, you know, trying to push the edge or trying to actually resonate in people's hearts, then swing for the fences. Don't be a Scream 6 where everyone's gonna forget about it as soon as it's out of theaters. No one's gonna revisit this film, and they're only ever gonna talk about the first movie. I hope in the future that if there is more movies that have 6 sequels, that they're fucking crazy, but we'll see. As for this movie, like I said, not the worst thing in the world, but as somebody who paid money to see it and you just want to have a good time, I just want a little more, I guess. Just want a little more. That's all I have to say. Willy's Wonderland fucking sucks. Banana Splits fucking sucks. Suck my dick. You know what I would have wished they would have done to subvert expectations? I wish that they would have put Jenna Ortega big up on the poster like they did, have her right front and center, and then at some point in the movie, maybe halfway through, you have a scene where they just fucking rip her face off, and they just like throw in a toilet, and the Ghostface sits down, he just takes a big shit all over it. He just pulls down his pants, and he still has the voice modifier on, and he's just like, what do you think about this, Jenna Ortega? And he says her actual name, and then it just...
Nice.
Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. I don't know if you can see this. I had a little bit of barbecue sauce on my shirt, so I feel disgusting. But I was looking through some Twitter today, looking around. I know, I barely made it out. It was a terrible place. People were talking about the new Five Nights at Freddy's movie, which if you don't know what Five Nights at Freddy's is, it's a game that was made by a dude that people hate now because he donated money to like a Republican party or something. It's just an online phenomenon horror survival game that's all about staying at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza place or something, kind of like Chuck E. Cheese, and the animatronics come to life and they scare you. And all in all, it's cool. But it has sparked such a crazy fandom. I didn't know it was this fucking massive. I knew that my God and Savior Markiplier played it a lot, and that's me when I found out about the FNAF movie. Yeah, people don't say Five Nights at Freddy's. They kind of just say FNAF because it's a little easier. All right, sweetie? Found it all pretty interesting. You have people that make it kind of cutesy. You have people who think it's genuinely scary. MatPat, the game theory guy, he's made like a billion fucking videos on the lore, breaking down the lore and stuff. So I was curious. I mean, I'm just like, you know, I'm getting kind of stoked. I'm like, got a new little horror movie coming out, and it's a game adaptation. And then I found out that there's like FNAF movie ripoffs. It's pretty much just like directly made, I think, from just that fan base being so rabid and stuff. So in 2018, their Hulu made a 5-minute short horror film called The Hug. Then in 2019, there was the Banana Splits.
Turn around, bro. Come on.
2021, there was Willy's
Goddamn
Wonderland.
bush is
And
stopping
of
you.
all those, the only one that I had kind of heard of before was Willy's Wonderland.
Damn it.
Because Nick Cage is in it, and it's supposed to be like, oh, Nick Cage, he's a freak out thing. It's gonna be hilarious. It's a masterpiece. So I thought to myself, you know what? I'm just gonna watch all of these because I do think that this is like a slight indicator for how the Five Nights at Freddy movie is going to go. Obviously, I bet the Five Nights at Freddy thing is going to be better budget, better writing. They probably have a better creative crew just to really milk the sweet, sweet tits of that fan base for every penny it's worth. But I think it's a good indicator. It's a good, you know, is there hope for this movie? So I started off with The Hug. So The Hug is pretty much just a paraphrase. It's only 5 minutes long. It's just a little horror short that Hulu did for Huluween, which is just like they get directors to do shorts. It's kind of cool. I like the concept. I think that's pretty rad. But in this one, they're at Pandory's Pan Pizza Palace. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. It's all gotta be pizza. There's some fucking snot-nosed kid that's just like cheating in a game, and he's getting like tons of tickets and stuff, and then he basically harasses an overweight security guard to see Pandory. He wants to see the robot talk. But the overweight security officer has to hand out pizza at the party, so he leaves this child alone, and the kid turns the power back on, and sure enough, he sees Pandory, and Pandory says, do you want me to like do a dance and a number for you? And the kid's like, I don't know, I guess. And he's like, well, fine, but you gotta do a hug first. And I was like, okay, well, this is turning into like fucking little Uncle Fun time like in your basement or something like that. We're gonna take pictures of you in the basement. We're gonna sell it to all my golf buddies. Essentially, you know, he hugs him, he squeezes too tight, the kid freaks out. His little plastic smile face, he has like kind of like a Seth Rogen stoner smile. That's kind of funny, I enjoy it. But it falls off his face, and you see how monstrous and evil he is, and he eats the kid. And it ends with a nice little jump scare with a hand coming out. So, I mean, it's like a nice horror film. I mean, like I said, it's 5 minutes. You know, this isn't too bad for a 5-minute long thing. It kind of got me in the mood. I was kind of jazzed up. I was lubed up a little bit. Man, I wouldn't mind seeing some more animatronic horror stuff. All right, I'm down. And then it brings us to 2019's Banana Splits. Is it Banana Split? Banana Splits, once again, we're seeing a pattern. I mean, it's just literally people trying to stay as impossibly close to Five Nights at Freddy's, except this one is a kid show. The Banana Splits is a kid show. You start off with a kid, it's his birthday, and his mom is super stoked. She seems like a nice mom. The brother kind of looks like a B-list Ezra Miller. It's kind of odd, kind of like the Hereditary kid. If Ezra Miller forcibly had, which that's what would happen to the Hereditary. Ezra Miller's a monster, is what I want to say. But you get the dynamic of the family, and then the dad is just not stoked. The dad's just like a huge dick. Immediately, you can tell he's like a stepfather. He's just there to just fucking lay pipe to the mom and just be a deviant, dude. He doesn't give a shit about these kids at all. He's just trying to get that sweet, sweet. So essentially they go and they surprise the kid with 5 tickets to see the Banana Splits. And boy, oh boy, is he excited. They go to a Hollywood-sized like studio staging thing. I was really surprised. I was like, that's like the same kind of stage as the Pirates of the Caribbean. I'm like, how popular is this show supposed to be? Which, you know, we're standing in line at the place waiting to get in, and all of a sudden you start seeing, you know, all the stereotypical tropes. You have the Instagram people. You have the little stuck-up workhorse person who's just, you know, she's just trying to do her job and all this stuff, and the Ezra Miller baby wants to have sex with her. And then we get our first big jump scare of the movie, which is crazy, that the animal mascots are like driving in a yellow car, and he just like stands in the middle of the road and he's just like, hi. And I really wish that they just would have plowed him right over. But no, they stop it right in the time, and it's supposed to be like, oh my god, that was close. What's going on with these things? But at the same time, you're just like, why the fuck did you like walk out in the middle of the road to get hit? Come on, dude. What the fuck are you thinking? There's also like a very creepy father who like wants his daughter to be like an acting star, and it's kind of like, to me, it gave off, I don't know, to me I was just like, okay. He's like, did you comb your hair? She's like, yeah, I did. She's like, sing Backstreet Boys for me. Uh-oh, Daddy has to change his pants. There's a couple of oysters. I want oyster fishing today. But we get inside the studio, and pretty much all hell's breaking loose. The show's getting ready to start until you find out that, oh my God, Banana Splits has been canceled. Because, and I quote, the guy says, "This is
Old and stupid.
and I want to do something
Cool and edgy.
And then when you get that kind of dialogue, it kind of makes your stomach turn visual. God, I still have an hour and 20 minutes left of this movie. Because at the beginning, I think it kind of tricks you into being like, oh, you know, the actors aren't bad. It's like a well-shot movie. But then as soon as you start, there's like a German scientist. In my mind, I don't think he is German, but in my mind, he's like in the back in this fucking tool room. Hey, I know you just shit your pants and you have a diarrhea-filled diaper, but the show starts in 5 minutes for those children. He's like, very good. I will. I just need to do a software update. As if like the animatronics have like an IBM computer in their head, and like there's some matrix code that happens, but the coding goes wrong because the text turns red instead of green. Uh-oh, I'm evil now. And I think that we're supposed to be led to believe that like the animatronics also heard that the show was getting canceled or something. It's, you know, it's one of those things where I feel like the people were just like, who cares? Just get to the animatronic killing part. We're giving you money for these fucking Five Nights at Freddy's. What's his name? Weekend at Eddie's? That'd be if I ever did a horror game, I would just do Weekend at Eddie's, and it'd be an animatronic horror survival game, except it would all be like car mascots, like an O'Reilly's Auto Parts. You know, your tires and oils, and it'll do that. But essentially the show ends and we get our first death, where it's the animatronics turn on Stevie, who's like this alcoholic guy that's been a reoccurring character on the show. They shove a lollipop down his throat. It's kind of a fun kill. It has like a nice practical effect in his throat. So I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. But it's the thing about these cheap films, whenever you try to do practical effects with it, and you can tell that like they don't really know, they don't really have anybody to do the deaths. So what you find, I think, is that a lot of the time it just ends up being like punching and stuff, and people like wrestling around. And let me tell you something. Watching people punch human beings in like styrofoam suits gets pretty old pretty fucking quick. So, you know, I buckle up. So pretty much after Stevie dies, you know, the show's over, people are leaving, but, you know, luckily the Ezra Miller forced love child guy was able to get in touch with the stickler work lady and convince her to let his brother see the characters of the show. I don't think she really cares because, you know, the show's getting canceled and everybody knows, so it's like, whatever. But essentially, the dad from before, remember him? He sits there and he's just like, hey, I was wondering if I could talk to the producer for the show. And she's just annoyed. She's like, hey, could you just like leave me the fuck alone? Your breath smells like Slim Jims. And he's like, you know what? Fuck this bitch. We're gonna find the producers ourselves. So he sneaks off, but the stickler lady runs off, and this starts. This is the divide. You know, the Instagram people are just like, you know, we could just like see the whole set. They run off, and then the kids run off, or the mom and dad run off because the dad's just like, hey, by the way, this is fucking boring. I hate you. And she's like, come on. And she chases after him. Everybody just kind of disperses, which, you know, at least that gives you an opportunity to be like, oh, this is where people will get picked off. This is fun. Then we get our next kill, which is the Instagram guy. Kind of does like a very odd tussle, and they have like a shot of him falling into a box, but it looks just like really clunky and weird. And then like a dog just like saws his stomach in half with his girlfriend screaming, and then she kind of just sits there, and the thing's like, ta-da! Just like walks off, and you get some fun intestines and stuff. It's you know, it's fun practical effects. The animatronics do this weird thing where when stuff needs to be fluid, it's just people in an outfit that you can tell is just trying to do actions, but then when they walk, the people in the suits do like the robot movements, and they just put sound effects of like hydraulics. It just looks so stupid, and there's so much of it in the movie. It's unbelievable. So then pretty much here, you know, the story's pretty fucking bland. We find out the dad is cheating on the wife. Who gives a shit? The pedophile dad gets his face lit on fire. There's like a weird, like, it looks like a Star Wars scene. He's like, oh! Kind of just looks like he has like Chef Boyardee all over his face. And then the animatronics capture the child. I'm really just kind of speedrunning this because literally nothing happens in the movie. It's like the children are like walking around. They're like, oh, geez, I don't know what's going on. And they meet up with an animatronic guy that leads them to a cage. They get locked up. God, I mean, basically the son, the Ezra Child Love baby, and the mom go and find that the CEO from earlier who was like, I want to do things that are new and edgy, or whatever, cool and edgy. He's like, hung up like it's a fucking like Children of the Corn sacrifice. It's a really funny sequence. It's done really, really bad, but it's kind of funny. The guy's just screaming, and you have to think like when they film this stuff, no one is talking on set, so this guy is just like ah! And doing that, and the screams are so obnoxious, and then they just have this really funny shot of his potato sack body hitting the ground, and it made me laugh. I did get a good chuckle out of that. Essentially, then the mom comes in like Captain America, saves the children, decides to do like a badass fight. Like, you know what, motherfucker, I'm here and I'm ready to fight. And then from there, we find out that one of the kids made friends with one of the animatronics because he's like, you're my favorite one. And apparently that fucks with the code. They have emotion. I thought they were all based on code. There's one more big attack, but the elephant monster and the tiger monster or whatever fight, and they kill each other, and they bleed cum. They bleed cum, and then he's just like, by the way, you've always been my favorite. And he just like kind of comes again once, and he falls down. He dies, and then they leave, and the cops are there, and that's the end of the movie. And then the animatronics in the back, a light turns on the eyes, so it's like, there could be a banana split too. And let me tell you something. After I watched that movie, I thought to myself, Five Nights at Freddy's movies, it's gonna be rough. I think that I don't see a universe where it's gonna be good. The animatronics do not feel like animatronics at all. Like, instead of just like putting on an animal outfit, maybe they should have like built literal things that would kind of like obscure their movement or something to look more stiff. But like, it just doesn't read like animatronics, and then having the like fake sound hydraulic press sound effects behind it. Yikes. But you know what? There was still a little glimmer of hope. That little glimmer, that little star. Nicolas Cage. I had no idea banana splits was even a thing. So then when I heard about Willy's Wonderland, it was like, this is the Five Nights at Freddy's movie that we've been waiting for, and it's Nick Cage. And people like seeing Nick Cage and stuff because he will take any role to pay off his debts. I mean, I don't know him personally. That's always what I've been told. But, you know, he gets in movies and then he just, like, fucking acts like a psychopath, which sometimes works really, really well. I mean, like, Mandy is a really great fucking movie that utilizes him great. Do not, like, get me wrong. Nicolas Cage is a phenomenal actor. He's amazing. Like, Raising Arizona, fucking awesome. And then even, like, a newer movie, Pig. I mean, it just shows his range. Leaving Las Vegas. All the... He's a great actor. It's just the thing is like you have to hone him in. He's a wild bronco. If you don't have those range, you're just gonna get, you know, Wicker Man. You're gonna get that one movie where he's a cop where he gets a bunch of blow and his eyes are just like this the whole time. But with Willy's Wonderland, I quickly realized that they did not have enough money to have him say a single line in the whole film. As soon as that started to come to realization, I thought to myself, this is gonna be bad. Real bad. So Willy's Wonderland is the newest one. It was made in 2021, and it starts off with Nicolas Cage driving through, looks like the South, I would say probably Georgia. I imagine they filmed it in Georgia. He's driving like a new Chevy Camaro. So he kind of just looks like an older version of himself in Ghost Rider. He kind of has that whole like douchey like vibe, like leather jacket. All four tires on his car go flat because he hits spikes in the road. Luckily, there's a tow truck driver who comes up, and he's just like, well, I can take you in, and I can fix it for you. Only cash. Cage looks over and sees the ATMs busted down. He's like, well, if you don't have any cash, I guess you could meet up with the big tycoon that lives in town. His name's Tex or something like that because he wears a cowboy hat, and that's fun. And essentially they go meet Tex. He's like the most stereotypical fucking like Dallas oil rig kind of guy who owns a pizza or a hot dog parlor. They don't do pizza. That was one thing I thought was weird. He's like, kids love hot dogs. So it's Willy's Wonderland, and you go there for your birthday. So it has the Five Nights at Freddy vibe where it's like, this is a Chuck E. Cheese thing, but we kind of do hot dogs. That's our thing. And he's like, you know, if you stay here overnight, you do a big cleaning overnight, I'll fix your car. I'll give you $1,000 or how much ever it is. So Nicolas Cage, who once again does not say a single word in the movie, just kind of just... Side note, a girl was trying to burn down Willy's Wonderland, which she was putting a little bit of gasoline on brick. Newsflash, dumbass. That's not gonna do anything. The cops show up, and then we get a very, like, you know, Degrassi Next Generation. Fine. And then, like, I think that it's her mom. It's a 78-year-old woman who has, like, an Apache daughter. And she's just like, you're being wild. And the girl's like, fuck you. And she's like, oh, I bet you would. Something weird. Like, what kind of relationship is this? So then we introduce this little girl character. And the little girl, she's like 17 maybe or something. Like a 17-year-old character. And then we don't see her again for like 20 minutes maybe. So then for the next 20 minutes, it's like, oh, we're in this spooky Willy's Wonderland. It's all dirty in here. And you see the animatronics. And you're like, uh-oh, when are they going to start coming alive and start wreaking havoc? Uh-oh! So you show him cleaning up some stuff.
Yo.
Some spooky stuff happens here. Then his little, as like an accountant in 1985, it says like beep 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 beep. There's a little watch on his wrist, and he goes, and then he like brought in pop. It's soda pop. It's called Punch Pop, which I think they were trying to say this is like giving him the powers. I think so. He's like slamming this Punch Pop. Don't do anything with that edit. Don't do anything with this edit. The movie looks terrible. Like when I say it looks bad, it looks so cheap. Like I think that they were just like, we have $6,000 that we can give you, Nicolas Cage. What do you say? That's all. That's 80% of our budget. And he didn't even say anything then either. He was just like. Basically, we get our first appearance of these things waking up, and it kind of wakes up, and Nicolas Cage like hits it with his broomstick, like the actual, like the dummy or like the costume they have for it that no one's in it, and it's like so clearly like rubber or like styrofoam, and then it starts attacking him, and then he's just punching a styrofoam bird, and the thing's like attacking him. I'm gonna peck your face off, but it's like, bro, you're styrofoam. It's just so weird. He punches it out. He kills it. It's so fucking boring. It's like a weird Fight Club kind of thing. It's like the only thing that they got Nicolas Cage to do, and they're like, this is what's gonna send it over the top, is Nicolas Cage just kind of does, That's the only thing he does, is he kind of makes those grunting sounds. He kills the bird, but then you just have to assume like, hey, one of these things just attacked me. I should probably just beat the shit out of all of these things, or like throw them away or do something. But he's just like, okay. And then he puts everything in a trash bag and moves on. And that's, like I said, that's like probably like 15, 20 minutes. And then we see the weird rebel girl, all of her cast of friends here, a whore, and 3 guys, basically. That's what, I mean, like, pretty much that's like the 4 guys, actually. A nerd, the cool guy, the outcast kid, and the jock. That's kind of the deal. And then, like, obviously the whore has to wear, like, a cheetah print thing. Because her just having, like, big tits and being like, I don't know what's going on, can't indicate that that's, you know, her being a whore. We find out quickly that the place is evil and was run by serial killers at one point, and that all the animatronics...
Get the fuck out of my way, man.
The evil serial killers who had died in a satanic cult possessed the animatronics to live forever. So they know that, and they're like, that place is evil, we have to burn it down, right, guys? And one of the guys like, dude, I'm not gonna go back there, that place is fucking evil. And they're bickering on the roof, and then they fall through, and then it kind of just, we don't see them again for a bit. So all that stuff happens, and you're just kind of like, huh? And Nicolas Cage is like, did I just hear a noise? And then he gets attacked by a giant gorilla animatronic in the bathroom, which the edit in the scene where he gets attacked in the bathroom, it doesn't make any sense. It's a fucking 3 foot by 3 foot stall, and he's like, I don't see anything in here. And then the gorilla swings down. It's like, dude, you would just, I mean, hello? Like, your peripheral, you can see it. There's a 6 foot tall animatronic gorilla in here that's gonna hit me. He beats him up really quick and like smashes his face into a mirror. It once again is like, is this an action movie? Like, it kind of reads like an action movie by this point. I think like pretty much by as soon as he hit the bird, or he tapped the bird, I was pretty much checked out of the movie. I pretty much was on the verge of just like turning off the movie the whole time. But I persevered for you, my dear viewers, my dear readers. I'm Stan Lee. I'm dead. But essentially they go back, and then Nicolas Cage goes and does another, he does like breaks every once in a while, and it's literally just the same thing, and I think it's supposed to be funny of him drinking pop and then playing pinball, and he's just kind of like kind of sexual, I guess. He's kind of like and it's like, yeah, I don't know, the director's like, this is gold. So the kids come inside and they're like, oh, here's all the animatronics that they know are evil, so they're, why are you there? And they're just like, here they are. Whoa. Imagine like going to Jeffrey Dahmer's house. You sneak into his home and he's sleeping, and you're just standing by his bed and being like, oh my god, it's Jeffrey Dahmer. No way. One of the guys and the whore girl, those two are fucking, like, they're like in a relationship. Beforehand, he was like, man, I'm not gonna go in there. This place is scary. It's like evil. And then he's in there and he's just like, hey, there's an empty room. Let's have sex. So you're just like, all right, what? You want to fuck inside? Like, once again, it's like basically breaking into Jeffrey Dahmer's house. You know that he's eating people in there, and you're like, hey, no one's in his bathroom. Let's fuck in his bathroom. It just doesn't make any sense. And then from there, I mean, they get attacked every once in a while, and Nicolas Cage comes out, fights some people. There's this really cringy scene where the girl and Nicolas Cage are like walking down a hallway, and there's like the pixie chick, whatever fucking animal is behind her, and he just punches them both in the face and walks by them. And it's like, are they dead? Like, it just felt like, okay. And I mean, seriously, nothing happens. There's a weird fuck scene where the camera's going around 360. I definitely don't think they had enough money for the girl to actually take her bra off, so it's just like this weird, like, not even humping, she's kind of just like, it's just weird. It's a weird fucking motion. She's like, I think that thing's staring at me. And he's just like, shut the fuck up and keep riding my dick, bitch. And then they both get killed. Ugh. God, it's weird because it's all blurring in my mind because all of this is like 40 minutes and it's like nothing. There's nothing there. Every kill is like, there's some gore in it, but it's like not really because they probably didn't have any money for practical effects or any kind of makeup or anything. And then it's just watching Nicolas Cage punch styrofoam for an hour and a half. And just to wrap it up, I mean, like, you see the 78-year-old crypt keeper mom come in and she tells you the backstory of how the fucking town, the fat, stupid tow truck guy, the Texas guy, and her have been bringing people from out of town. So like whenever he got his tires popped, that was planned. They bring him there to feed the animatronics. And what's weird is that all of the animatronics by this point are dead. So Nicolas Cage is like, yeah, I've been killing all these people, no problem. And she's just like, you know what? Shut up. She's like pointing a gun at Nicolas Cage. Get over there. I'm sorry, Willie. Feed. Feed, Willie, feed! Because she's afraid, but it's like, bro, did you ever, like, why? It's a bunch of questions I'm going to go on with too later, but essentially, she gets ripped in half, and then Nicolas Cage literally fights Willie, our main antagonist. I think he gets sliced up a little bit. He gets knocked into a ball pit, and then Willie just kind of walks away. So instead of killing him, he's just like, all right, I'm going to go walk over here now. Nicolas Cage gets up in a weird trance. He duct tapes a broken broomstick together and kills Willie. The end! Everybody dies except for Nicolas Cage and the little girl. So at the end, when he comes outside, the Tex and the tow truck driver.
Yeah, this guy can't get a fucking break.
I can't believe it's over. We're broken. I'm free from the curse. And Nicolas Cage and the 17-year-old girl. Hold up. Nicolas Cage gets in his car, and so does the 17-year-old girl, but they film it in a way where it looks like she really has no choice. It's like her like posture and everything. She's just like. So Nicolas Cage is sitting there, and he has another pop. He gives her the pop, and they drive off and hit a animatronic guy in the road. And this pixie chick is still kind of alive, and then she fucking like Alu Akbars herself. So Nick Cage has been gone for maybe a full 2 minutes by this point, like literally. But Nicolas Cage is going the opposite direction of the fire. Fire's here, he's driving this way. So the fire thing blows up, but then Nicolas Cage, it's in the glare of Nicolas, like it's in the reflection of Nicolas Cage's glasses, but it's like you're not facing that way. Also, you're miles away. You are. It looks like he's like standing there watching it, and he's driving away, and that's how it ends. This was like a torturous 3 hours. I mean, like, back to back to back. Willy's Wonderland, if that was your problem, why don't you just bulldoze down the building? Or fucking blow it up? Or go in there with, like, guns and just fucking blow them away? No, we better keep feeding them. Feed, Willy, feed! Ugh, God, it was terrible. This whole experience has made me very, very skeptical of the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. I mean, like, for me, personally, they got the actor that plays Shaggy. I like him. I think I saw the sign on Instagram, too. Like, they showed the storefront sign. And it looked cool. Jim Henson's studio is making the puppets for the film. So that's cool. That's one thing that all these movies didn't do is do puppets, which is kind of cool. So I think that puppet side of things may be cool, but it also may cheapen it. The biggest problem is, are they going to use 3D in that thing? How well, like, the thing about these games, the Five Nights at Freddy's thing, which regardless of what you say about them or if you like them or not, is it's stylized 3D survival horror experience for a video game. You're in control of it. The whole style is embedded into the world. So when you try to translate that into the real world, sometimes that translation is really hard to get right. And I think that, like, when you see live action characters running away from an animatronic bear, it just looks really dumb. I bet the movie's just gonna be kind of dumb. I'd love to be proved wrong, you know. I mean, it would be, if it's fucking like a home run, that would be amazing. But like, after watching 3 people like really try to like hone that idea, because all of these movies are trying to be Five Nights at Freddy's. Like, the idea is there. It's a blatant ripoff, but I don't know. I don't know if it can be done. I'm very curious what you guys think in the comments below. Do you think it's gonna be good? I mean, I want to believe, but I just am very skeptical at this moment, especially just coming out of 3 hours of animatronic horror and seeing just how bad stuff can be. I will say that I don't think it's gonna be as bad as like Willy's Wonderland or like Banana Splits. Banana Splits was probably the best viewing out of all of these, but it's not like that's an accomplishment. It was still really bad. So I don't know if I don't know if I've missed also any other horror films, animatronic horror films. If you have any, you know, I'd love to peep them. So let me know. We'll see. You know, maybe I think it's supposed to come out next year. So I'm curious to see how the Five Nights at Freddy's movie does. And I hope we see Matt Pat and Markiplier in it, and Jacksepticeye, and they're all we can't have that in it. But you know, don't even have like actual like hot Markiplier now. Have the video of him in the mall with the kid hugging him and rubbing his face all over him. That's all I want on a screen. Hey, have you seen this video? Like just a cameo of a guy doing that. Hey, have you seen this video? It's just fucking weird. That's the only thing you have. But it's still, he's in the movie. So Five Nights at Freddy. What am I gonna do now, Nick? I'm gonna go and I'm gonna read all the lore. See you in 7 years. Bye, guys. Watch the kid's face. I feel so bad for Mark, too. He's like, okay, thanks. I mean, that kid is getting in his pecs and everything. Holy shit. I like how the dad's just like, he's a big fan. He's a huge fan. He watches your videos all the time. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. November is finally here, and it's Christmas time, baby. Take all the fucking Halloween stuff and the fall stuff, move it aside. Christmas is here. And I always like to get into the seasons, you know, I like to get into the season of Christmas, and I like to watch Harry Potter. But since J.K. Rowling thinks trans people are frogs, I figured maybe I shouldn't support Harry Potter anymore, and I should find a new kind of wizard adventure. And by God, I think I found it in The Mystical Adventures of Billy Owens.
You will not succeed, Victor. Your soul was lost in the river!
The Mystical Adventures of Billy Owens is a copycat of Harry Potter through and through, except it's really, really cheap, and they're all Canadian.
Sorry, jeez, I'm sorry.
I mean, you know, do what you will with that. Oh, and you know, there's a list of, I guess, scrutinies or sins that we'll list off here. Bad acting.
Your girlfriend's calling you. Billy, now! Whatever.
Poor CGI.
The creature!
The pacing of the movie's terrible. But god damn it, I'm willing to give it a try. So, come with me on this adventure of watching The Mystical Adventures of Billy Owens. The movie starts off with Roddy Piper, which if you don't know Roddy Piper, I feel like the majority of viewers are going to know Roddy Piper from being the maniac in It's Always Sunny. He's in like 3 or 4 episodes. He's dead now. But for me, Roddy Piper was in They Live, and it has one of the greatest fight scenes of all time. It's like 14 uninterrupted minutes. There's a great part in the fight scene where Roddy's, you know, punching Keith David. They both kind of take a break, and you think it's done, but then it just starts immediately right back up, and it's hysterical. So, you know, I'm a big Roddy Piper fan. So when I saw that he was playing basically a chain-smoking pedophile in a Harry Potter movie, I was very excited. And it starts off on a mystical river. Roddy Piper, I'm just gonna call him Dumbledore. Might as well. I can't remember his name. Him and a other kind of pedophile-looking man are looking at
all
a
these
oil rag
pedophiles.
that's supposed to be a map.
My map, and I won't turn back. You must turn back. I won't turn back.
But we get just a really fun PS2 dragon that kind of comes out of the water. Roddy Piper is screaming, "Victor! Victor the creature! Victor!
Victor, the creature! Victor, the creature! Victor, no!"
Immediately I was hooked. I thought to myself, this is going to replace Harry Potter in my Christmas lineup. This is going to be something that I will cherish for time and time again. But then we get to meet Billy Owens, and that just falls completely flat. He is probably one of the worst protagonists, almost an antagonist, because that's how I feel in my heart. He's one of the worst leads ever. I don't know how they got this child. Every other child must have just been fucking dead. He killed every other child around him to get this role, because he just sounds like he's congested the whole movie, and he just really doesn't want to be there.
Let me guess. Birthday pizza? Why does that book say Owens on it? I don't know. I don't know. That's great, Professor. Maybe you can give me an example on Monday? Whatever.
Billy Owens, it starts on his birthday. He's turning 11 years old on November 11th. And it's just a lot of 11 stuff. I don't know what they were trying to do with that.
Billy was born on November 11th. So maybe turning 11 on the 11th day of the 11th month was just too many 11s for anyone to handle.
The last time I remember 11/11/11 was, I think, the release of Skyrim. People were like coming their pants about that, so maybe Billy Owens came from it. I don't know.
Oh, brother.
We go to the school and we start off with like some really weird bantering, and like these kids are just being dickheads for no reason, which, you know, that happens in movies. But this one, this kid like has like a sneeze cough thing, but I think he says a word, I can't tell. And everyone just starts laughing hysterically. And the smart girl is meant to feel like a fucking idiot, I guess. I don't know. You know how in Harry Potter, it's like Hermione's like, oh, I'm gonna say a fact and you're wrong. And this one, it's just like, I'm just gonna say facts at you. It doesn't really have any context, anything.
Did you know that by the time you're 11, your motor skills are at their peak of development? Deja vu is the illusion of having already experienced something actually being experienced for the first time. Did you know that the chances of being born at the stroke of 11 on the 11th of
God damn
November
it.
are 137 million to 1?
She's just gonna say facts autistically, and it makes our main group of characters look like a Down syndrome, like an after-school Down syndrome club. Is that rude to say? She keeps repeating herself and saying all these facts, and the way Billy's congested, and then there's like a random kid who's kind of fat, but he's not, but he has no personality at all. They're terrible. As soon as the kids start getting bullied in the film, I like cheer, because I'm like, these kids are terrible. They fucking deserve it. They're the worst. Victor in the boat, remember the guy who got attacked by a PS1 dragon that we have no idea what happened? He's like the teacher. It's very obvious. He's wearing the exact same colors as before, but it's just touching a lot of kids. That's like one thing in this movie I don't know if the director really intentionally meant to do, but the whole movie just feels like it is littered with pedophiles.
It is a pleasure.
You're just like, this is gonna turn somewhere very fast.
Someone turning 11.
We're going down a very rocky road. And not the fun ice cream kind. The kind where I'm not gonna get into that. This week's video is sponsored by Exter. Do you get picked on at school or maybe other
Damn, he has no stagger damage. He has no poise.
Old bifold wallets are a thing of the past. They're clumsy, they're bulky, and when you sit on them all day, ooh, the back pain. That's why I use Exter. The Exter wallet holds your cash in up to 12 cards in a sleek, modern design. It's got high-quality materials like Italian leather and space-grade aluminum. God damn. It even has a tracking device powered by the fucking sun. And if you're like me and losing things throughout the house, then the tracker comes in handy. Exter is the last wallet you'll ever buy. I swear to fucking God. Until November 27th, take advantage of Exter's Black Friday sale and get 20% off your order. If you spend over $200, you'll get 30% off, plus a free cash clip. If you put in promo code PAPAMEAT at checkout, you'll get an additional 5% off your purchase and a little thank you from me. Take advantage of these offers, and when you get your Exter in the mail, send me a video of you throwing your old wallet in the trash. Thank you, Exter, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
Yeah, Kurt's gonna kill you.
Basically, you know, there's all sorts of, you know, this ragtag team of kids, but oh, what you know, Billy knocks his volcano into the kid's face.
Oh, run!
And then this incredibly obese child is chasing Billy, who's like this scrawny little rat, as if like the fat kid's gonna catch up. And you can definitely tell they're like, you only have to run 6 feet and then we'll give you a break and you can just rest for a while. So they go and they're running, and they run for so long, but it's like they're on school campus and then they immediately go into an industrial district, and you're like, why are those two so close? hey Bob, let's build the school right by the fucking radiation, like the giant uranium factory here in Canada. It's a very long, drawn-out chase sequence. The only thing that's fun about it is that you definitely know that this is a long shoot. This was a day shoot for the obese child. There's no way that kid was just like, you know, we're gonna bust this out in 20 minutes. No, they had to like that. This was a full 8 to 10 hour shoot for just having this little fat kid run around. But all of a sudden, Billy turns up inside the town, and he like goes inside of an antique shop, and that's where we get to meet Roddy Piper, the pedophile, the chain-smoking pedophile, basically.
I trust that you're finding everything you need.
But Roddy Piper comes out, and yes, he's like Hagrid, Dumbledore, and Sirius Black all combined. Basically, this is where we get to do the parallel of Harry Potter getting his wand for the first time. So you know all the fun stuff in Harry Potter where it's like, oh, we find out who Harry is, you sympathize with him, and we get to join in this magical adventure together. We basically just get to see Billy Owens get chased by a bully, and then he gets to see magic in an antique shop, which, once again, it sounds like a sexually repressed memory. It doesn't sound real. That's where I learned magic from that guy who owned the antique store. But yeah, he just immediately gets his wand. He's just, it's like really weird, and then he teaches him some spells. Oh yeah, and the magic word is please.
Abracadabra!
And we go back, and Billy is with his friend who's just... God, I just want to say he literally is. Him and his buddy are at Billy's party, but it's just in his bedroom. And they're like playing in the bedroom and doing magic. And the friend like kind of autistically freaks out and he like throws himself on the floor. And then Billy's mom and dad walk in and they're like, hey, it's time to blow out your candles. And you would assume that the next part is, oh, they're gonna go into the kitchen or the dining room, turn off the lights and have a cute moment. No, the kids start kind of just picking up the room and they clear off the bed. And the parents bring a fully lit candled cake and put it on Billy's bed. Why? Basically, the kids are like, how'd you learn that? And he takes them back to the antique store. Roddy Piper, of course, is sitting there, and he teaches all the kids magic, but it's like a weird montage of them just standing in a circle and kind of just blowing in each other's faces or like making weird faces like... and they just like distort it with effects afterwards. And once again, I hate to say this, I'm not getting joy out of saying this, but it once again just feels like a collective, like suppressed memory of something else that happened. Like I don't think that's what really happened in the store with Roddy Piper, but it's magical.
Mandy, it is a pleasure.
It's magic. So basically, we find out that Billy is like, he's a special fucking wizard thing or something like that. Much like Harry Potter, but you're just kind of like, why Billy? Who cares? Like, there's nothing that justifies Billy being special, but, here we are. Like, that's how it feels the whole movie. I'm just like, okay, I guess. They, like, get in their mind that they need to go to the library and research some more shit. And then there's like a big fat guy, and it's supposed to be funny, I think, but he just looks like Chris Farley in that whole like I live in a van down by a river. And it's just him kind of like sneaking around. And I think it's supposed to be funny, but it's just like a fat guy who once again kind of comes across like a pedophile. But they're sneaking around, but wouldn't you know, the fat bully kid who was running earlier that had to take weeks off of shoot because he was exhausted comes back in the film, and he's with Victor, that teacher who was like touching the kids before, and he was the guy who got attacked by the PS1 dragon. Victor! No! He's standing there once again, coming off like a pedophile in the red light.
You keep your hands to yourself, Mr. Squeamies.
But they're all looking for this map now, or the codex, and this teacher, this like ancient wizard, just has the fat bully kid as like his henchman, which is, just think about that. Like, how did he recruit this kid? That's just what I was confused on. And of all the kids in the school, why the fattest possible child? Which once again just makes me think that the director is just like, you know what's really evil and funny is fat people. Ooh, scary. And you find out that Victor and Dumbledore, Roddy Piper, don't agree, and you get like one of the most amusing flashbacks ever in a movie. It's just them battling, but Roddy Piper is just like, ah! And you can tell it's like all green screen, so if you're looking at the paper flying around, it gets stuck to the flat green screen wall. It's just a beautiful, beautiful mess, and goddamn it, it's so good.
Hope shall be. I will destroy anyone and anything that comes in my way. Can't stand light.
Just to keep moving this along, the library gets broken into, the codex is gone, and then a fire starts, and Roddy Piper basically fucking dies, except Billy Owens saves him somehow. Billy Owens goes into PS1 fire to save Roddy Piper.
Get up! This pawn shop is gonna go up in flames, and I'm not letting you die here! Get up, you old man!
But like after the part where the store is burning and Roddy Piper is like dying, we go back and there's no burn marks on the. We're just back in the pawn shop and it's just fine. Like there's no burn marks or anything.
Now that's spring cleaning.
And I was like, oh, is this like a weird time jump? But no, it's just like the next day. The kids are there and they're looking for Roddy Piper, who just has a cane, even though he was like burnt up and he was in a fire, and he just has a cane. And Billy's parents come in and they know that he has magic, and apparently like, remember all the 11 stuff from earlier that like gives him a short window of time to get a key. And they keep talking about a lake or like a river or something, and they have to defeat something, which I assume is the PS1 dragon. I hope you're keeping up. If you're not catching up, then here's another clip.
This town will die.
The gang teleports and they talk to a goblin with like a spirit Halloween costume.
He's a troll.
It's one of those things where it's like, if you don't have a big budget, why put the goblin in? Why don't you just have it be like just a regular guy in the woods that can be like maybe a homeless guy? Who knows? Just fucking a guy. But no, it's a goblin, and it's just like he's talking, but the mouth isn't moving. It's kind of one of those prosthetics, and you're like, oh boy. Whoa.
Come closer.
I am so out of here.
Bro, where were you
I do
aiming
believe in
at?
spooks.
And also, it just makes you feel bad because I'm like, Roddy Piper, what happened? What the hell happened, bro? And Victor and them find them.
Hey, punk, come out, wherever you are.
And they have like another chase sequence after they're running from Victor and his fat goon who's like barely able to keep up because he's so fat. They end up in a cave.
Do we have to go in there?
It's kind of like at the end of like Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone when they like go past Cerberus and they're like in that area where it's like they have all their trials, right? This is the time that we've been with these people the whole time, but this is the time where they're going to be heroes.
We've gone as far as we can. So now it's time.
Time for what?
To be heroes.
This is like they solve a puzzle in 5 seconds.
I'm good at puzzles.
Then they immediately meet like a frost demon or like a zombie and they fucking kill it. And then the dragon appears, that PS1 dragon from way early before. Remember when I was talking about that? No! He appears and they kill it immediately. And you don't really know that they kill it. They just kind of, like some magic happens and kills, maybe kill, I don't know. The scene ends.
Can't hold him back!
Billy, hold on!
Class dismissed.
Now we're back home and everybody's celebrating, so you just assume that they won. The day is saved, basically. I think a bird drops off a map, and I think it's trying to do sequel bait, and I'm almost positive they actually made a sequel to this movie called Billy Owens and the Secret Runes, so I don't know. All I know is this season, I can't wait to snuggle up when it's snowing outside and put on the mystical adventures of Billy Owens, because I'll tell you something.
I'm gonna try a different
it's just
class with the
really,
rings.
really
it's kind of
funny.
fun.
I had a lot of fun
10,000.
watching it. Also, I watched it with my Twitch chat, and I was drunk at like 10 a.m. watching it because I was fixated on this movie. It was unbelievable. I'd recommend this movie if you're just like, you want to have a bunch of drinks, get shit-faced. If you're of age, and you're like, yeah, I like Harry Potter, but, you know, fuck Harry Potter. You know, we've all seen that a billion times. I'm all about my boy Billy Owens, who's terrible. It's like, what's sad is that I wish the movie was just called Roddy Piper Needs a Paycheck, or like, you know, What Happened to Roddy Piper, because he carries this movie. Everything that in this movie where if you laugh or if you're moved in any kind of way, it's because Roddy Piper is screaming at children, and it's pretty funny. No! Mystical Adventures of Billy Owens, I give it a I'm not even gonna rate it. I was gonna rate it. I don't know. It's free on YouTube. Just watch it. Should we just? Maybe we'll put the link in the fucking description or something like that. Not just type. I'm not gonna do that. Just type in Mystical Adventures. I'm talking too much. I'm done, dude.
You will not succeed, Victor. Your soul was lost in the river.
Hope shall be. I will destroy anyone and anything that comes in my way.
This video is brought to you by friend of the channel, Squarespace. Stick around to learn more about them, as well as a special offer they're making available through my channel. Gamers, latest this week in video games ever, right? Yeah, sorry about that. The honest truth is that I have been in bed these past few days, struck down by the flu. I was at the gym on Monday doing my regular chest day, you know, 200 kilograms, 15 reps, 5 sets, you know how it is, when all of a sudden I started feeling a little woozy. Fast forward 3 days, 3 seasons of The Wire, and 3 boxes of Kleenex, and your boy is feeling slightly better. At least well enough to get this episode out the door, because we have never missed a show since we started doing this 2.5 years ago, and I don't intend to start now. And it's a damn good thing too, because boy has there been some news this week. Some of it good, some of it bad, and some of it a little sad. That's right, you've likely heard the news by now, but Daedalic Entertainment, the studio behind the bafflingly awful Golem game, announced this week that they would be shuttering their development operations and focusing on publishing efforts instead.
In a statement provided to Polygon, Daedalic said that Gollum, quote, did not live up to the expectations we had for the game, end quote. Geez, that's putting it mildly. It feels almost cruel to recount it now, but the
this
reality
combination
is
of
Gollum
classes
was
might
one
be
of the worst
perfect.
blockbuster releases in recent memory. Even those AAA flops like Anthem or Fallout 76 or Redfall had redeeming qualities that some players could cling to, but Gollum was absent any of those things. Let's put it this way, if Gollum was released back in the Atari days, its cartridges would absolutely be sitting side by side with ET's out in that desert. Come to think of it, Gollum and ET kind of look alike, don't they? Anyway, as much as Gollum was utterly awful, it's always genuinely sad to see developers shuttered after a failed project, especially when it means job losses. Daedalic have said they will try to place the affected staff in new roles throughout their network.
Yeah, that was good.
The possibility that those people might be out of the job entirely. It's a reminder of how high stakes the current game dev landscape is, where one flop can be enough to endanger your entire operation, so large are game dev budgets and so long are game dev timelines. As part of the announcement, we did get confirmation that the studio was hard at work on another Lord of the Rings game, though it was unclear if this was a sequel to Gollum. God, can you imagine? That mystery title has been cancelled, and I don't imagine that any other studio will be picking up where Daedalic left off, but Gollum certainly won't be the last Lord of the Rings game that we see. That's because Embracer Group recently bought the rights to Lord of the Rings for an undisclosed sum, and speaking during an earnings call, their chief of operations said that Lord of the Rings needs to be, quote, one of the biggest gaming franchises in the world, end quote. Uh-oh. He COO'd on, quote, we own Lord of the Rings, and we know we need to be exploiting Lord of the Rings in a very significant fashion, and turning that into one of the biggest gaming franchises in the world, and that's obviously something we're going to do, end quote. Ew, gross. Hearing a business dude at an earnings call say that Lord of the Rings needs to be exploited in a very significant fashion really makes the skin crawl. One of those saying the quiet part out loud sort of moments that the PR team will no doubt want to chat about later on. Everything about that statement sucks, and personally, I think if that's how Embracer Group is planning on approaching the Lord of the Rings license, then I think we should expect plenty more Golems on the way. Turning now to other news, the preliminary injunction hearing between the FTC and Microsoft has concluded, and the judge is currently deliberating, but luckily the finale for the proceedings packed just as much punch as the rest of it. At one point, the court was reviewing documents submitted by Sony, and they were meant to be redacted with a proper redacting pen. Unfortunately, someone thought a Sharpie would do the job, and they were very wrong. As a result, a bunch of confidential information was revealed because you could just read through the black ink and see the words underneath it. What did those documents reveal? Well, we now know how much it costs to make both The Last of Us Part 2 and Horizon Forbidden West, and how many staff worked on each game. The Last of Us Part 2 was the work of some 200 full-time employees, not including external support, and set Sony back a cool $220 million, while Horizon came from a studio of around 300, not including external support, and cost about $212 million to make. Are those numbers surprising? Not in the slightest. You basically look up headcounts of most studios and then do simple math for their salaries times the number of years a game is in development, and you get a pretty good guesstimate on overall development costs. Still, it's pretty funny that this confirmation came as a result of someone looking at an obviously failed redaction and thinking, this is fine. One interesting thing to check out of the trial was a hint at what's in store for Nintendo's next console. Activision boss Bobby Kotick was exchanging emails with Nintendo boss Shuntaro Furukawa, and in one of those emails Kotick said, quote, given the closer alignment of Generation 8 consoles and our previous offerings in PS4 and Xbox One, it is reasonable to assume that we can also create something attractive to the Switch's next generation, end quote. What he's saying is that the next Switch is probably going to be as powerful as a PS4 or an Xbox One. Hardly a revelatory statement, but it's not like Nintendo is spilling the beans on this stuff right now, so we'll take what we can get, I guess. The trial also revealed that Xbox was very thirsty for acquisition targets, at one time considering Sega. This has led Sega to comment on the matter publicly, stating that when it comes to the matter of being acquired, their position was, quote, not now, end quote. Fair enough, but that's a pretty clear never say never if I ever heard one. Pivoting away from that trial but staying with Xbox, Rebecca Valentine of IGN filed a deep dive investigative report last week revealing that Perfect Dark is just about as screwed as we all expected it was, and we absolutely should not be expecting it anytime soon. Valentine spoke with 13 sources familiar with the matter, and they revealed that Perfect Dark is essentially still in the pre-production phase, with very little progress having been made since that reveal trailer some 3 years ago. Part of that's owed to mismanagement by the original developer, The Initiative, who billed themselves as a steady hand comprised of industry veterans, but who have since proven incapable of getting the show on the road. They were originally partnered with a studio called Certain Affinity, but that relationship bore little fruit and was terminated around the same time as The Initiative started losing huge numbers of staff. to the point where nearly 50% of their employees had left in an 18-month period. Crystal Dynamics were eventually brought in as a partner, but that meant all new headaches, as trying to align the efforts of two studios is always fraught.
Ooh,
since creatives
man, that class combination is nasty.
The natural attrition at the
Holy
initiative,
shit.
coupled with the size and experience of Crystal Dynamics, has meant that Crystal Dynamics are apparently in the driver's seat now, and sources suggest that this is much more a Crystal Dynamics game than it is one from the initiative. More recently, it seems the project has made some progress, with Xbox studio boss Matt Booty having reviewed a build in May, and he says things have turned a corner. Though to be fair, I doubt he'd be out there like, shit's fucked. It's his job to put a positive spin on things after all, but his assessment does seem to be backed up by Valentine sources. There's every chance that we will see a Perfect Dark game at some point, but that is not going to be anytime soon. And from the sounds of things, a release date of 2025 or even 2026 is looking like a best case scenario at this point. One final piece of Xbox news, the fantasy game currently in development at the Hitman studio IO Interactive, that may be an Xbox exclusive. The title was first revealed in a Windows Central report, which claimed that the game was going to be an Xbox exclusive, but evidence submitted in that preliminary injunction hearing backs up that claim, with one document in particular saying that the game will go out under the Xbox Game Studios publishing label, all but confirming its exclusive status unless Phil Spencer has a sudden change of heart. This is apparently a fantasy-themed RPG shooter, and it's being developed in parallel to the James Bond game that the studio is also working on. After the phenomenal success of Hitman, it's nice to see this studio both doubling down on what they're great at and stretching out into some new territory. Looking forward to seeing what they've got cooking. Alright, it's remake time, everybody. The block where we talk about the remakes. There's so many of them these days that I feel like we should make it a recurring segment, like the old no fucking thanks. God, I miss that segment. Those are great days. For now, let's kick off with the granddaddy of remake rumors, Red Dead Redemption. There were rumors that this was in development at around the same time as the disastrous launch of the GTA Trilogy remaster, but after how badly that went, Rockstar apparently canned the project. Fast forward to last week when the Korean ratings board listed a rating for a title called Red Dead Redemption, indicating that the product would be coming to consoles. Why would the Korean ratings board be rating a game that's already been out for a decade if it wasn't some sort of remaster or remake? Things got even crazier this week when Colin Moriarty of the Sacred Symbols podcast said that he had personally seen information from a trusted source that this remake or remaster is on the way and that the project was actually quite far along, with a potential reveal as soon as August of this year. There have been other minor leaks bubbling up to suggest that all of this is real, one of which goes so far as to say that this is not a remaster but is actually a full-scale remake, assumedly relying on a lot of the game's systems and assets already developed for Red Dead 2. As exciting as all of this is, we need to remember that this is just a rumor, and we should absolutely take it with a bucket of salt until we get some official confirmation. Much the same could be said of this next remake rumor. Kotaku are reporting that Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, aka the best Assassin's Creed, it's getting a remake. Kotaku claims to have two sources who have confirmed this for them. They say the project is still in early stages and will utilize a lot of the work that's gone into the utterly doomed and cursed Skull and Bones, a game that still threatens to be vaporware even though they keep releasing a new trailer for it every 6 months. If this rumor is true, it would be extremely ironic, as Skull and Bones is essentially just Black Flag without being able to walk around on land. So you have to wonder why Ubisoft didn't just cut out the middleman and skip straight to remaking Black Flag in the first place. The final remake rumor is a funny one, but a welcome one. Jeff Grubb of Giant Bomb is reporting that a Final Fantasy IX remake is on the way. This one was first hinted at by that infamous Nvidia leak some time ago, but recently Jeff has doubled down on it, saying, quote, "I will say I heard very recently, once again, Final Fantasy IX remake is real. That is real and happening," end quote. It's nice timing because recently a group of artists and developers released a 25-minute proof of concept for what a Final Fantasy IX remake could look like, and you know what? It looks pretty damn great.
Uh-huh. Wanna come with us to see the nobles? Oh my. These children are causing quite a ruckus.
A quick lightning round to finish off. Warhammer 40k Darktide just got crossplay. If you're like, what the hell? The game's only out on PC. Why would it need crossplay? And you, my friend, are all over it. There is a good explanation, and that is that the Steam version, which people have bought, and the Game Pass version that people bummed off Phil Spencer, they're not integrated. Meaning that if you were on Steam, but your buddy's on Xbox Live, then you couldn't play together. That gap has now been closed, allowing the PC Brotherhood to fight the Chaos Legions united. But more importantly, this does set up for the eventual console releases of the game, which Fat Shark is still hard at work on and have not set a date for yet. Fingers crossed the console releases coincide with a big content update and systems overhaul, because Darktide has some of the best moment-to-moment gameplay of any shooter I have played. The rest of the game was just a mix of broken and or unfinished. If you're looking forward to The Sims 5, then I've got some maybe good but probably bad news for you. Looks like it's going to be free to play. The reveal comes courtesy of Sims Community, who spotted a job posting that describes the title as free to enter, which could mean a lot of things obviously, but it definitely falls into that free to play bucket. On the one hand, this could be great, as a lower barrier to entry would make The Sims 5 easier to check out. But on the other hand, most premium titles that have made the transition to free to play have done so at the expense of their long-term players' satisfaction, as in-game stores will usually charge stupid sums for what used to be earnable after that upfront price tag. Halo Infinite is the best example of this, but there are others, of course. Personally, I'm not worried. You know why? 2 letters. EA. These guys have never let us down before when it comes to microtransactions, and I can't imagine they're going to start now. Hungry for some Psychonauts 3 news? Well, get ready to starve, because this week series creator Tim Schafer confirmed that Psychonauts 3 was not in development, or if it was, he's not working on it. Speaking to the Crescent YouTube channel, Schafer said that while he's not working on Psychonauts, he is excited to reveal his next project soon, likely later this year if all goes to plan. So expect that at either Gamescom in August or the Game Awards in December would be my bet. Whatever it is, we'll be here for it. Tim and his team are an incredible group of creatives, and pretty much anything they put out is a surefire bet. Bethesda announced that AMD Hardware would be the official hardware partner for Starfield. Okay, fine, nothing wrong with that. Bit of competition for Team Green, buy a red GPU and get Starfield thrown in for free. What's not to love, right? Wrong. As part of this deal, DLSS will not be available in Starfield. Only the vastly inferior AMD FSR. That blows. Starfield will run worse for most people due to this deal. Ridiculous. Good news though, a pro modder who has deployed DLSS to a number of games before has promised to roll out a DLSS mod during Starfield's early access window. Try putting that in the creation club, Bethesda. E3 is dead. Don't worry, you haven't accidentally clicked on a video 6 months old. This new E3 is dead headline comes courtesy of the LA Tourism Board, who in their planning documents list the cancellation of E3 2024 and 2025 in their forecasting. This shouldn't come as any surprise, as the cancellation of this year's event was the clearest possible death knell for the once iconic industry showcase, with Jeff Keighley's Summer Games Fest now filling the void, albeit in a very scaled down form. It still pains me every time I have to say it, but E3 ain't ever coming back, and I think we're all a little worse for that fact. And finally, some good news. You'll remember Hunt Showdown? If I asked you that question a little while ago, most of you would have been like, nope. But more recently, the game has had a pronounced upswing in popularity that may have put it on your radar. The game got a meaty update last week to push the game to its highest ever concurrent player count, nearly 45,000 people.
Oh, I
Since
got this
then,
bitch
those
up
numbers
ahead.
have not declined. That's surprising because Hunt is a very intimidating game to jump into, and
That
to see so many
boy
people
dick.
sticking with it is amazing. I remember reviewing Hunt back when it was struggling to crack like 2K concurrent
What up,
players,
bitch?
and there was every chance that it would be delisted or whatever, so it's fantastic to see Crytek's commitment to it pay off like this. Hunt is a genuine certified classic. There is nothing else like it, and if you haven't checked it out yet, you absolutely should.
Man.
To my review below the like button. So what got announced or delayed this week? Well, it's very often that I'm reporting on video game delays, but it's a red letter day when I get to report on one arriving early. And that's exactly what's happening in the case of Baldur's Gate 3, which was originally scheduled to arrive at the end of August, but will now arrive on August 3rd for PC. Why they're doing this? Well, I'll give you one hint. It starts with Star and it ends with Punk. Wait, that's not right. Starfield and Cyberpunk's Phantom Liberty expansion are both huge releases dropping in September, and clearly Larian would like to give those a little breathing room by shipping early. It's a smart play because Baldur's Gate 3 is huge, over 70 hours for a basic playthrough, with over 170 hours of cutscenes to support all the decisions you'll be able to make along the way. If this launched on August 30th as planned, just a day before Starfield's early access launch, you can definitely imagine how this one might get left on the shelf as gamers prioritize one beefy RPG over another. But chill up, what about PS5 owners who won't be able to play Starfield? First of all, you can play it through xCloud or GeForce Now, probably. That's not confirmed, but it's very likely. Secondly, Baldur's Gate 3 is dropping for the PS5 on September 6th. That is a little later than originally planned, as the team have said that they need a little more time to polish the game. Fair enough. That is a great alternative to Starfield if you're looking for a mammoth RPG to sink your teeth into. Finally, what about Baldur's Gate 3 on Xbox? What's the release date for that? Well, unfortunately, that's still a big fat question mark. See, a core part of Baldur's Gate 3 is couch co-op, and the problem is that Larian have been unable to get the game running smoothly on the Xbox Series S console. It's a very tangible example of what people have called out at the start of this generation, the idea that the S is an albatross around Xbox's neck, holding it back from pushing technical boundaries. But for what it's worth, Larian are confident that they can overcome these challenges, and Microsoft have provided hardware engineers to Larian to help them get it over the finish line. Baldur's Gate 3 definitely will come to Xbox Series X and S, and it will be feature complete. We just don't know when that'll be. Hey, remember Fort Solis? It was that broody sci-fi thriller revealed during last year's Summer Games Fest, one with like 6 other broody sci-fi thrillers showcased. This is the one that has that stellar voice talent on board, people like Troy Baker, aka Joel, or Roger Clark, aka Arthur Morgan. This one is still looking a little mysterious, but at least we've got a release date for it now, August 22nd for PC and PS5. No word yet on an Xbox port date, but it is planned for sometime in the future. Atomic Heart was a huge hit earlier this year, and its first DLC expansion is on the way. It's called Annihilation Instinct, and if the trailer's anything to go by, then this certainly isn't some minor update. It showcases new enemies, new weapons, new locations, new bosses, and the same old vending machine. I guess it just wouldn't be the same without her, right? The trailer is actually a release date trailer, revealing that the DLC will arrive on August 2nd for all platforms. This won't be included in Game Pass though, so if you do want to play it, you're going to have to buy it or the Gold Pass, which may be the best way to do it since there are 3 more DLCs planned. If you liked XCOM but wanted it to go a little deeper on the whole grand strategy and base management stuff, then you might be interested in Xenonauts 2. This one just got a release date July 18th, where it will launch into early access, exclusive to the PC for now. 2 words: cat game. There have been many games starring cats. Blinks, The Lion King, that old samurai Pizza Cats game on the NES. But the term cat game now belongs firmly to one game and one game only: Stray, the indie darling that took the cat-loving world by storm when it launched last year, exclusive to the PS5 and PC. Well, good news, Xbots, your suffering is over, and Stray will come to nuzzle at the feet of your fridge-shaped console on August 10th. Enjoy yourselves, it is a really nice time. Speaking of expiring exclusive windows, Scorn is getting ready to penetrate your PS5. Damn man, can I say that? Austin, if we get demonetized, I'm gonna blame you for not editing that out. Scorn was divisive as they come. A very ordinary game by most metrics, but visually, you'd struggle to find many games that have half as much power, presence, and purpose. The art design here is top-notch, and the design of the puzzle box worlds is far more deliberate than their surface-level mechanics might suggest. This is true art house stuff. Love it or hate it, this is going to make you feel something, so if you're on PS5 and you want to give it a crack, you can do so in Northern Fall, no specific date yet. Cocoon is from one half of the team behind Limbo and Inside. This guy set up his own outfit, and this impressive looking puzzler is his debut title. This was revealed a little while ago, but now has a release date September 30th for all platforms. Okay, I don't really know what this next game is, but I do know that I plan to base my personality on it if and when it releases. Roll it, Austin.
Lots of people lost things in the blackout. I was lucky. I just lost the job.
This is Blade Runner 2033 Labyrinth, and it's being published by Annapurna Interactive. This is the hit-making label behind bangers like Outer Wilds, Stray, Neon White, Solar Ash, and more. The reveal trailer here gave away basically nothing. For all we know, this could be a point-and-click detective game or a kart racer. I'm hoping for the latter, but I'll begrudgingly accept the former. This teaser did not provide a release window, but given the enduring appeal of Blade Runner, I'll hazard a guess to say that we won't mind waiting as long as it takes. I'll keep you posted on this one. No delay announcements this week, but sadly there was one game decommissioning. The Cycle Frontier is being taken offline again. This is sort of the second time that this happened to this game. It was originally called The Cycle, and that was a PvEVP Battle Royale game that never really took off. So the devs relaunched it as The Cycle Frontier, which is actually an extraction shooter similar to something like Tarkov or Showdown. The problem was that unlike Tarkov, it was free to play, and that meant hackers. This game was riddled with them to the point where, in announcing the sunsetting of the game, the dev team pointed to the corrosive influence of hackers and their impact on the game's playability and reputation. It's a funny time to be exiting the market just as new entrants like Arc Raiders and Marathon are about to make their entry. The Cycle Frontiers is still playable now, but will be taken offline on September 27th. It will not be playable by any means after that, and the developer, Jaeger, will move on to other projects. Sad times. And that's everything that got announced or delayed this week. Right, Austin?
Actually, chill up. That's right, you know, there's only one reason I'm back, and that's to let you all know that the next Guild Wars 2 expansion has been announced. It's called Secrets of the Obscure. We're getting new maps, new encounters, a whole new reward system, and new abilities for the flying mounts, which you'll need because the entire expansion is going to take place in the sky. The thing I'm most excited about is some of the combat changes and new weapon options for every class that'll bring an unprecedented level of buildcraft to the game. It's a whole new self-contained story arc as well, involving wizards versus demons, so you don't even have to play all the old stuff to get caught up. Better yet, the expansion releases in less than 2 months on August 22nd. Look, it's always a good time to get into Guild Wars 2. It's a fantastic MMO, especially if you need a break from Destiny. Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. Anyway, if I don't pass the show back to Shill Up now, I don't think I'll be allowed to speak on here again. So, back to you, boss.
So what came out last week? Not a whole lot, to be honest. There was that new wrestling game, AEW Fight Forever. I don't think anyone was expecting a Game of the Year contender out of this one, and it's a good thing too, because it's apparently fine. It's that 6 to 7 out of 10 you'd expect from most AA sports stuff, really. Steam reviews do put this at a mostly positive 72%, but OpenCritic has this at a weak 65. IGN put it at that 6 out of 10 mark, saying, quote, AEW Fight Forever may have the audacity to challenge the current king of wrestling games, but despite its fun-loving spirit, strong sense of style, and solid fundamentals, it fails to execute on a level that comes anywhere close to its potential, end quote. Everybody 1-2-Switch is famous for testing so badly with audiences that Nintendo had to significantly delay the title. It looks like that hasn't helped much though, as 1-2-Switch is currently sitting at a weak 60 on OpenCritic. And that number doesn't really speak to the spread of scores here, like Metro Game Central's 4 out of 10, quote, a game whose very existence is absolutely baffling, with a tiny collection of completely uninteresting minigames that remain dull and unimaginative no matter how many people are playing them, end quote. At the other end of the spectrum, there were scores as high as 8.5, like Press Start, who wrote of it, quote, at the end of the day, everybody 1-2-Switch attempts to shake up the formula of its predecessor by introducing second screen games and upping the potential player count considerably, and it does a decent enough job of it, end quote. Bottom line, I think if you're looking for a party game, you maybe want to wait for that Wario one coming out soon. That Ghost Trick remaster released, and let me tell you, this thing is absolutely spectacular. Animations, writing, puzzles, presentation, the whole thing is just 10s across the board. I'm loving it, and I am not alone. The title currently sits at 98% overwhelmingly positive on Steam, and critics have it at a mighty 88 on OpenCritic. PlayStation Lifestyle scored this one a 10, saying, quote, Ghost Trick's cohesion is why it's so special. The gameplay connects cleanly to its story, which ties together neatly and wraps up so well with an unforgettable, heartstring-pulling twist, end quote. Speaking of heartstrings, one final shout this week is for Dave the Diver. This released last week and has really crushed it. It's a clever splicing of underwater exploration and fishing by day, and at night you take your catch and serve it up fresh in the sushi restaurant that you own and manage. I played the demo for this a while back and really loved it. Perfect vibes, and the game was really nailing both of its very different gameplay loops. The final product is reviewing spectacularly well, 96% overwhelmingly positive on Steam and a mighty 89 on OpenCritic. IGN scored this one a 9 out of 10, saying, quote, Dave the Diver is an aquatic adventure RPG that's wholesome, wonderfully complex, and delightfully hard to put down, end quote. If you're looking for something low-key and downbeat ahead of a massive release season, then this might be just the ticket. So what's coming out this week? Not a whole lot. It's a theme we should settle into for the coming period, as July is very lean indeed. A moment of pause before the big hitters start rolling out in August. This week though, 2 shouts. The first is Synapse, which arrived on the 4th, exclusive to the PSVR 2. It's a VR shooter with voice work from David Hayter and Jennifer Hale, aka Solid Snake and Naomi Hunter, respectively. Nice to see them reunited in some form, though a Kojima-directed Metal Gear sequel would have been preferable. Reviews for this have already dropped, and it's meant to be pretty solid, 75 on OpenCritic. Eurogamer recommended it, saying, quote, limited enemies and environments don't hamper some of the best VR blasting out there, end quote. Only other release this week is for The Legend of Heroes Trails into Reverie. This is a long-awaited localization of a 2020 release JRPG. Chances are, if you know what this is, then you don't need me to explain it to you, but for everyone else, make sure you do some Googling before jumping in, because this entry is the concluding chapter in a multi-game arc, and probably isn't the best place to start if you're new to the series. This one releases for PlayStation, Switch, and PC today. Hey, put this on your radar.
Agent, congratulations on being selected for your first field mission as the world's leading provider of paranatural containment services. S2P values the safety of our assets, employees most of all. Unfortunately, one of our research bases has gone dark. We need you to uncover why.
A little while ago, a studio by the name of Ocean Drive released the wildly ambitious Lost Eidolons. It was essentially Fire Emblem, but from a way smaller dev team and with more of a Game of Thrones vibe. It was a success, getting solid reviews and putting the newly minted studio on the map. Well, that studio is back with a much leaner and very different package in the form of Blackout Protocol. It's a sci-fi top-down co-op twin-stick shooter with persistent roguelike elements. Yes, that is ticking a lot of sub-genre tick boxes, but it's never been a bad time running around shooting aliens with your friends, or at least it's pretty rare that that's a bad time. This one has some interesting gameplay hooks, like the whole lights out thing with most of the action being illuminated by your flashlight and muzzle flash. It's also got a panic meter, with each character slowly buckling under the weight of it if you don't take proper steps to keep calm. To top it all off, there's friendly fire, and I'm sorry, but shooting your mates is always more fun than shooting the enemy. I don't make the rules. This one is sitting pretty soon actually, July 20th, exclusive to the PC during an early access launch period. This is a good dev team who are worth keeping an eye on, so if you want to bet long on this one, you may want to wishlist it. I've left a link to it over on my Steam curator page, which also has links to all of the other put this on your radar stuff I've recently covered. I'll leave a link to all of that below the like button. Happy sort of free stuff day. It's the first week of the month, which means it's time to get yours. And kicking things off is Epic, who right now are giving away the excellent Grime. It may look kind of gross, but believe me, this is actually a very capable 2D Souls-like that also just got some free roguelike DLC. I know this isn't a AAA headline grabber, but trust me, this one's worth looking into. What about Prime Gaming? Well, Diablo 4 fans rejoice. Right now, Amazon are giving away free in-game items for the latest entry in Blizzard's iconic ARPG looter. What are those items? Well, it's actually just items, singular. And what is that item, you ask? Well, it's horse armor? God damn it, Todd. It's been like 20 years and the industry still lives under the short shadow that you cast. Outside of that, Amazon are giving away a bunch of games in preparation for Prime Day, including stuff like Prey, Neverwinter Nights, and Baldur's Gate 2. Not a bad bit of swag, so grab them before they disappear. And do keep an eye out for Prime Day on the 11th of July, as there's a very good chance that Amazon will throw in a few extra free titles since they did that last year, and that's how we all got the Mass Effect Remaster Collection for free. Thanks, Uncle Jeff. PS Plus got its monthly refresh, and it's one hell of a month actually, so long as you enjoy shooting stuff. Call of Duty Cold War is there. I'm not one for the multiplayer, but the single player side of this is perfectly playable, and it actually has some pretty cool missions. Definitely worth downloading if you have the 700 gigabytes hard drive space needed to download any modern Call of Duty game. The other shooter game is Alan Wake Remastered, Remedy's cult classic given a new lease on life thanks to Epic fronting the development cost for a full-scale remake. If you haven't yet checked out this eccentric, off-kilter Stephen King-inspired thriller, then there's never been an opportunity to do so, or a more convenient time, since the sequel hits in October, and you're definitely going to want to have played the first one before diving into the second. Finally, Sony is serving up something without guns. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Endling Extinction is Forever is a quaint narrative-led 2D side-scroller that tells the story of a mama fox trying to keep her cubs safe. If you like stuff like Limbo or Inside, there's a good chance you'll like this too. We've got that Game Pass refresh hot off the presses. I mean, there's GTA 5, but come on now, you're gonna tell me you don't already own this on like 5 different platforms? Insurgency Sandstorm is a very capable competitive shooter if that's your thing. Tectonica is an early access automation game like Factorio or Satisfactory. It's set on a hostile alien planet, looks pretty cool. The most interesting inclusion though may well be Exoprimal, which launches on the 14th for PC, PlayStation and Xbox. This one is, yeah man, I don't know. I hope it works out since it's fun, but it's also a very risky bet for Capcom. It's such a weird premise that I can definitely see plenty of people bouncing off this. Its inclusion in Game Pass is a great move, making it easier for people to take a punt on it. I'm pulling for it and I'm looking forward to seeing Austin's review of it, which will appear on this channel. I'm away on vacation for the next month, so Austin's going to be stepping in to help out while I'm away. We'll talk more about that next week. And finally, Games with Gold. It still exists, and just when you thought you could count it out, it comes in huge with Darkwood, the cult classic survival horror title that people went absolutely nuts for when it launched back in 2017. There's also something called When the Past Was Around, which is a arty point-and-click adventure game, meant to be pretty good as well. So there you have it, a rare W for Games with Gold. Certainly don't see that every month, do you? Let me ask you something. Are you still playing Diablo 4? I am. I'm level 52, and I just finished Act 3. To say that I'm taking things slow is a bit of an understatement, so perhaps it was my current infatuation with Diablo that made this week's feel-good story of the week catch my eye. If you live in any major city, you might have seen a rather novel marketing campaign for the game. Billboards welcoming you to hell no matter where you might be. So if you were in New York City, it'd read, "Welcome to Hell, New York." a sign that took on all new meaning when the New York sky was literally red owing to the Canadian wildfires. Anyway, the billboards were all pretty harmless fun, unless of course, you took offense on behalf of your god. One Melbourne-based individual saw the sign and lodged a complaint with the Australian Advertising Standards Board, claiming that it offended Christians and Catholics by promoting evil. I mean, technically yes, promoting Activision Blizzard titles, sure, but I think he meant something different. They then bizarrely went on to say that the reference to hell reminded them of living in lockdown during the pandemic. Okay, buddy, sure. Sadly, this person found no justice from the Advertising Standards Board, who quickly dismissed the claim by noting that references to hell and demons were rather commonplace across advertising or even in sports teams' names. Plus, they also rather helpfully pointed out that hell is in fact fictional, which I'm gonna guess only made the claimant that little bit more mad. Alright nerds, we are done here. Sorry again for the show being so late this week, but I really did need that time in bed to recover. But we are back at it now, and we will stay at it even while I'm away on holiday. The news show will continue. I'll be recording it from my hotel room because the news does not stop. And to be honest, I just have too much fun putting this show together each week. If you had fun today, then consider dropping the video a like, as that always helps out a bunch. And if you'd like to come back next week, then be sure to hit the subscribe button and ding the notification bell. Appreciate you taking time out of your day to stop by. I always do, and I'll see you on the flip side. Peace. It's never too late to switch things up. Look at me. A few years ago, I was chained to a desk doing corporate things. No disrespect to anyone who loves that, but it certainly wasn't making me happy. I've told this story in the past, but when I wanted to break into the games business, no one would hire me, so I decided to make my own website that focused on video game guides. Thing was, I had no idea how to build a website, so I spent a few $1,000s paying someone to build it, and the website was terrible. It wasn't the web designer's fault, it was entirely on me. My idea was very bad. The point of this story was that back then you had to pay someone thousands of dollars to build a website for your business idea, because that was pretty much the only way to get a website made. Not so today, because thankfully we now have Squarespace. Squarespace is the place to build almost any website you'll need. Want to sell handmade candles? You can build a website for that. Want to profile your art portfolio? You can build a website for that. Want to start writing gaming reviews and commentary to shoulder barge your way into the industry? You can build a website for that. Squarespace's intuitive tools allow you to build a professional looking website in minutes, and their rich suite of advanced features allows you to promote and monetize your work so that you can earn a living from it. So if you're looking for a sea change, you're in luck, because not only is Squarespace free to get started with, but if you use offer code SKILLUP, you'll get 10% off your purchase of a domain name. Click the link below to get started. Thanks Squarespace for sponsoring the video, and thank you for watching.
I think China should just take Australia.
Yes.
I think China should be like, all right, you can have Taiwan, Australia is ours. I'm just saying. CIA Harris at it again. Oh shit, the US military is planning for a war with China. Oh shit. Oh shit, here we go again, dude. You know, listen. Expect Johnny Harris had to do one good video so he could do like 10 ones where he's like,
let's invade
here's why Taiwan needs to be defended with military force and perhaps nuclear weapons, you know what I mean? You gotta expect that, like the top of the hour ad break, you know what I mean? In Brazil, socialist people call North Korea as popular Korea or People's Korea. I don't know the real translate, sorry, ha ha ha. Yeah, I love that. Yeah. It's actually not that bad of a video. Well, you know what's not that bad of a video? The top of the hour ad break, as long as you're subscribed, because in that case, you don't see those ads. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Boom. Blam.
In fact, the majority of people who watched our North Korea video were Brazilian. Like all the top comments are from Brazil. I don't know what the whole North Korea solidarity thing is, but that's lovely.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dude, delete this. Delete this. Delete this. Delete this. Is this on CIA? CIA beanie. Are they the same person? CIA Dude, delete this. Delete this. I wore it one time. Stop. Guys, no. Shut up. Stop it. Fuck. Alright, should we start off with this? I was gonna do a little bit of news coverage, but dude, we've gone in so many different directions. Holy fuck. Alright, you know what? Let's do the Johnny Harris one. Breaking House Freedom Caucus just expelled Marjorie Taylor Greene, apparently for not being far right or MAGA enough. Finally, someone's coming after her for being fake and a phony. I agree. Alright, let's do this one. Let's start with this.
There's a small volcanic island off the southern coast of Japan.
Yeah, he is so good at editing. You always gotta hand it to him, okay?
Nobody lives here. But here's footage from January 2023 of construction workers arriving to this island. Their task is to build a couple of runways on the island and some storage facilities for ammunition. The Japanese government has been paying local fishermen to stay away from this island. That's because they're turning it
He's level
into a
71.
military base.
I'm like
The
level
island is
60.
being built by Japan, but one of its main purposes.
Damn, Secret.
Which is very cool and good. I sure
Get your
hope
shit
China's
together, bro.
not doing that, because if they are doing that, then that's
Too
not
bad,
good
man.
And not good. Not good. Not good or nor.
Has to do with the United States. American fighter jets and aircraft carriers have had to do their drills and practices down here on this island. But now
so
they're
far
able to
away.
station at this island, moving them much closer
God.
to this ocean and to one country in particular. Magashima is just one of many islands that are being loaded up with military hardware, most of it coming from the United States. It's part of this chain of militarized islands, an effort of defense
Militarized
or
islands.
aggression, depending on how you look at it. It's a line that centers on Taiwan. And it's what one official was referring to when they said that 2023 is likely to stand.
By the way, Janet Yellen is currently in China today, talking to them about God knows what.
As the most transformative year in U.S. force posture in the region in a generation. This line is a symbol of the rising tensions between global superpowers. And I want to show you why this is happening now and what it means for the future of this conflict.
This is unlike anything the U.S. Navy has done since World War II. Tensions are rising in one of the most hotly contested regions on the planet, the South China Sea.
Why? Why? Why is it one of the most hotly contested places on the planet? A question we must ask ourselves. Like, I'm sorry, I always have to ask, why is America there? Like, no, I know that we have this attitude where, like, of course we have to be there to preserve freedom, right? But it's like, but why are we there, really? What's up with that?
Doesn't make any sense.
Hey, gonna pause the story really quick to tell you
Headspace.
about
BetterHelp.com.
into this important story.
There would be tension without the U.S. though. No,
Wake up, bitch. Time to fight.
There wouldn't. Look,
Just got my new class combo ready.
So, this
Oh, and I'm gonna fuck up that S rank dragon the first
This
time.
document is called the National
He's not gonna fuck
Defense
with. He's not gonna fuck with me.
which also includes the
How the fuck did you get that?
Posture Review and Missile Defense Review. It's basically a report that they release every 4 years that gives us an understanding of what the U.S. military is up to, what they care about.
Like China and who would have tension without the U.S. Imagine no U.S. involvement in that region. What you think the Filipinos are gonna rise up against the Chinese or something? Like, what do you think is gonna happen? Motherfuckers be like, Japan? Really? Okay. Like, current day Japan? No, we're not talking about India, okay? We're talking about that part of the world. China is massive, so obviously there's tension on all sides. But even then, even with India.
But this year's is more detailed. The document focuses a lot on China.
China threatens our sovereignty, concerns directly with China.
The DoD says that China, quote, remains our most
How the
consequential
fuck do you keep getting that?
competitor for coming decades. Why? Because, the Pentagon says, China is bullying its neighbors to, quote, reshape the region and the international
You know what?
system to fit
I'm getting
its
this up.
authoritarian preferences. Now, remember,
Come on.
the United States, who spends loads on its military, has
Yeah,
set
they
the
just hate democracy. That's what it. Fuck, I was thinking like.
Come on,
what is
level
China
4.
trying to do?
Come on.
Oh, they're trying to.
I'm not playing around.
Stop the Indian democratic process from taking root, or the Philippines.
Let's go, bitch.
The Filipino democratic process from maintaining its blossoming democracy, or
I mean, just the idea of a Filipino person voting is just like so hard to deal with.
Yeah, they just
Jesus
hate
Christ,
that.
he's getting fucking pounded.
The
God
democratic
damn.
process in Japan, like a functionally
I'm gonna use that all the
one-party state
time. That shit is
America
good.
designed, okay?
I have to dodge it myself
it's
though, but at
always
least if I
funny to
fail,
think about
it'll
these
dodge
countries.
for
I love
me.
Japan. You guys know this is not a fucking, it's not a meme. But let's be real. Like, these are all client states. Client states with an effectively one-party a form of governance that you would never consider a democracy by, like, Western standards. You know what I mean? Anyway, it's just...
The rules for our global order, how we trade, what political systems we favor, who participates in the system, and now we see a country that wants to dethrone them, to create a new system based on other values and other views.
Yeah. Unlike...
And what scares the U.S.
Great counter, miss.
China is rapidly modernizing and expanding their military.
Can't see a
China's
goddamn
military
fucking
is
thing.
growing incredibly fast.
Doesn't matter.
They deploy
Die.
the equivalent of an
Suck my
entire
dick.
New British Navy every 4 years. Every 4 years, it's like
What's
new,
the British
new
Navy,
British
though?
Navy,
That's
like
not
new
a-
Royal Navy every 4 years. Yeah, they're just growing very quickly.
He's
This
10
is
levels ahead of me at it.
about
Ooh, Electrum.
growing strength and military footprint.
I think I need that for something.
Again,
The
like,
blacksmith.
we're scared of Chinese military footprint growing because they're growing and have a defensive posture against who? Against American client states and the American Navy that's there. Okay? Thousands of miles away from the US coastline. What the fuck?
Wait, there aren't any big American cities in China. I thought there was like some military.
Fuck off, goblin pussies.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, it might as well be China. It might as well be in China. It's close. 800.
Come on, I'll use fight over here. I'm not wasting my level 5 on you.
That way, China is bordering the United States of America. If you think about Taiwan as like an American base, then all of a sudden things get real spicy.
How China is coercing its neighbors, disregarding ocean boundaries, testing missiles, bullying fishing vessels in other countries.
Like,
yeah, well,
this entire
let's
video
get it.
only we get to do that, and not even in our backyard, which we already did that, but other people's backyards we get to do that in, and you can't do that.
Countries' waters, building islands and military bases on those islands.
China's building
and
islands?
flying over other countries' airspace, and especially in Taiwan.
I knew
the
it.
island that China claims as their own, and where the globe
Also
gets
that we
nearly all
claim
of
as
their advanced
China's.
microchips, which is a topic I made an entire.
Okay, to be fair, yeah, as Alexa also pointed out, it's not just China that claims that it is Chinese. It's the United States of America that also has maintained that same position since motherfucking Nixon, which is a position that they have routinely lied about. And it's not just me saying this, like, this is very clearly the American foreign policy. The very clear American foreign policy has always been, it's China. It has some level of autonomy from China, but they call it strategic ambiguity, where they were not supposed to, from its inception as an anti-communist military dictatorship that was like completely psychotic, all the way to the modern democratic process that you see in Taiwan. America's position went from, no, actually, KMT Taiwan, that is literally China, okay? And like the entire Western territory that is mainland China belongs to Taiwan, as a matter of fact, to, okay, never mind, maybe the communists aren't so bad, it quite literally is, you know, Taiwan is still China. It just has like a different system, and that has been our position.
That's like 50% of the vote in Taiwan often goes to the like legacy KMT guys who still think they're China.
Yeah.
You know, like, especially the bigger and stronger China gets, it like tickles these old nationalists.
Yeah, but I mean that's like overwhelming majority just don't want to rock the boat. I've looked into polling in Taiwan on this issue quite a lot. Most people just say, listen, yeah, we would prefer to be autonomous. We would prefer to be independent, for sure. Like, that's understandable. But overall, the current system that we have is much better than what could potentially happen, which is rocking the boat, okay? No, most people just want the current system that they have is fine. Let's continue going the way that we're going and not fuck this shit up. Whereas, you know, Nancy Pelosi's like, I got some other ideas, okay? I got some different ideas. Anyway. I mean, and again...
On Taiwan, I reiterated the long-standing U.S. One China policy. That policy has not changed. It's guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, 3 joint communiques, the 6 assurances. We do not support Taiwan independence. We remain opposed to any unilateral changes to the status quo by either side. We continue to expect the peaceful resolution of cross-strait differences.
I think China should just take Australia.
Yes.
I think China should be like, all right, you can have Taiwan, Australia is ours.
I mean, if you ask a lot of right-wing people in Australia, that's already happened.
That has already happened, right? Yeah. They did it through immigration. Yeah. I'm just saying. China are in absolutely no rush to annex Taiwan or whatever. It's the U.S. who wants to provoke a conflict in the hope that they can somehow ruin the Chinese economy before it totally surpasses the American economy. That is correct.
Well, that's what America has in the bag. It's like a military strength.
America would never do that.
Invade another country, or
no? Agitate like any kind of group of individuals that are in a position of power that they placed that would then go and try to drum up support and maybe create any kind of like civil chaos or even all-out war. They would never do that. They've never done that, historically speaking, and they certainly will never do that. Surely. And aren't doing that in Taiwan, while Anthony Blinken is like, you know, one nation, 2 systems.
We remain committed to meeting our...
Is there much pushback on it here? Like in Australia, it's like bipartisan.
Oh, dude, it is super bipartisan here as well. Oh my lord, we're always on a like who fucking hates China more kick. Like Joe Biden's like, no, I'll execute the Chinese. Just wait, Jack. And then Donald Trump's like, I've killed so many Chinese. We hate them.
Kamehameha.
Donald Trump literally claims that Joe Biden, because he had like some documents in a facility in Chinatown, that like he was actually working with the Chinese because he thinks Chinatown, which exists in like every fucking large American city.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
They're everywhere?
They're everywhere. Is technically Chinese. They think it's Chinese soil. Anyway, let's...
Our responsibilities under the Taiwan Relations Act, including making sure that Taiwan has the ability to defend itself. On Taiwan...
Anyway. But this was shocking for a lot of people who have just like, who don't know anything about American-Chinese relations or like America's foreign policy on China, but instead have just been like paying attention to how bad China is. So they're like genuinely shocked when they heard this. They were like, what? I can't believe Blinken reiterated like long-standing foreign policy with China like this. What the fuck?
Our video about. The point is, Taiwan is an incredibly important island for the United States. All of this together makes China, quote, the only country that has the intent and power to actually challenge the US-led global order and rewrite global rules and norms, something the US has gotten really comfortable doing over the last...
Isn't there a fucking shortcut all the way over there? God damn it.
And they've created a plan to...
Why don't these assholes just meet me at the bar?
We cannot delay.
I completed your goddamn quest.
Window to
I'm gonna start highlighting stuff
Fuck.
in the videos
And
more.
this is what it looks like. Okay, first things first.
I'm such a
US
fetch
military
quest
is
bitch in
already
this
very
game.
present in Asia. We've got about 8,000 troops in Guam. We've got over 100 bases.
Wait, what is this? By making a stance and say that we can stand with Taiwan.
Oh
we should make
god.
sure that they democratic
Fetch quest giving me a
China will never
migraine,
attack Taiwan.
actually.
This is good. Okay. You
There's
lost
just
it.
no fun.
Anytime you fucking claim that America is like legitimately defending democracy, it's over. Okay, it's a wrap. I will never take you seriously. America does not give a single shred of a fuck about the democratic process. We don't even have a democratic process here in the United States of America. Have you seen the Senate? Have you seen the Electoral College? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's just completely about whatever their strategic interests are. Okay? No, they do not. They fear multipolarity. That's it. That's literally it. Because it's not like China is going to become the single force, the hegemonic power that the United States is. They don't have 800 fucking military bases around the world. They don't have like their own version of a world war and then like the Marshall Plan post World War II. You know what I mean? They can't do all of that. They don't have the fucking NATO. They don't even have an interest in it. You can say yet all you want. Yeah. Everything you're talking about. Yet. But what if they do? Okay. I like you, I really do, but it's not good to actually be for their independence. I don't agree with the U.S., but by talking like this, you make it seem like you are pro-China. First of all, I am pro-China. Okay, so make no mistake on that front. I am pro-China. I do not mind multipolarity. I do not fear multipolarity. So on that front, I am definitely pro-China, as pro-China as it gets. No, you go. Go. No.
They just got a nice track record in terms of wars. Like once they start doing more of them, maybe I'll be less pro-China. But like,
fair.
They've done like 2, you know, in like 70 years.
Chosen Reservoir, baby.
And one of them was glorious.
Yeah, it was fucking glorious. So, geez, your foreign policy take is so bad. This is like the Crimea stuff in Hong Kong. You can't be a social. I know Hong Kong is famously on fire.
Yeah.
You know, I always check in with Hong Kong to see how bad things are in Hong Kong, because remember they like, you know, when the Chinese took over, they executed everyone. It was so crazy. It was wild. The only difference and the only thing that I do criticize China on is their lack of their lack of interest in social libertarianism.
Oh, I can increase this stuff.
I think that I am significantly more pro civil liberties and pro freedom of speech than the Chinese government is. And I don't even make the same kinds of, I would say, I don't even make the same kind of excuse that I would make for Cuba, an island that has been constantly under war for, you know, their lack of interest in like free speech. That is absolutely something that I am very critical on with respect to China. But Hassan being shocked that the normies in the chat really don't fuck with his foreign policy takes. No, I'm not shocked at that at all. This is like a big part of what differentiates me from a lot of other, I would say, left-leaning, left-adjacent content creators in the United States of America. This is why they always say Hassan is so American-centric. Hong Kong is no longer a democracy because of China.
It was so democratic.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Now people are living in like tiny little cages in apartments, you know, like that wasn't a thing before.
Schadenfreude, our Indian chatter who is anti-China, says, you can't consider China here to be a harmless victim. Tibet happened. I mean, 1962 war happened. The recent Chinese attack on India happened, and they're just doing this for saber battling, and they have been interfering in politics in a lot of nations in the neighborhood. And the reason isn't some stupid reason like spreading authoritarian system. They're just doing it their own Washington doctrine. I don't disagree with the last part about this, though.
Yeah.
They absolutely are. They do have. How do I put this gently? I think that it's not as expansionist in the same way that like American foreign policy is, but they definitely are engaging in.
Also, if you're surrounded by American client states, you do have an interest in how they turn out. Like,
yeah, I mean, I've said this a lot about regional powers. They're not superpowers, but regional powers always want to maintain a level of control in surrounding regions. And obviously, the only way you can do that is if you are America's lapdog, like Turkey, for example. Look at what the fuck Turkey's doing in the northern Syrian corridor, and understand that, like, that is totally allowed if you are a NATO country. That is totally allowed if America lets you do it. That's it. When you are seen at odds with the United States of America's interests in the region, then you can't do that. Look at Israel. Israel's another example. Golan Heights is, again, piece of Syria that they, like, have been able to overtake. It's not even in any fucking by any metric Israeli territory. There's nothing Israel about that. So, Hassan, do you think China is the bastion of progress more than the U.S.? No.
That is what he's been saying, to be fair. Like,
I have been secretly. Secretly, I've been maintaining the secret position that China is the bastion of social progress. All right,
bases in Japan with about 21,000 American troops on the mainland and another 24,000 stationed down here on the Japanese island of Okinawa. Go up to South Korea and you'll find 22,000 US troops. And then you've got the US Navy who operates out of this port in Singapore. This has been the status quo in Asia for decades, and it has been the way that the US has ensured security for its allies. And it's kind of mostly worked to help secure American interests and deter conflict. The US has maintained strong alliances in this region. And frankly, the Pentagon has kind of been distracted with...
Yeah, look at all the saber rattling China. Did you see that?
But it's also funny, like, ensuring their security. It's like they must be taken over by America to make sure they're safe from being taken over by someone else.
What's the Navy? I think the American foreign policy position is literally considering the Philippines as like an unmovable, like, military cruiser.
Yeah.
They literally treat the Philippines as like, especially with like the recent elections and the new form of governance in the Philippines, they consider that to be the unsinkable aircraft carrier, and you know, it's great. It's wonderful, but yeah, they say an unsinkable aircraft carrier. That's what they consider it. But you know, it's not saber. That's just ensuring that the client states have security.
Other things, 2 wars that happened in the Middle East over the past 20 years.
My fellow citizens, my fellow citizens, my fellow citizens.
But as those conflicts wind down, and as China militarizes, the Department of Defense says that this status quo, all of these troops in Asia, it's not enough. They talk about this new kind of deterrence. Integrated deterrence. The only kind of military posture that will actually keep China at bay. And this is what it looks like. The smallest part of the strategy has to do with American bases. They're going to reopen a base in Guam and move some troops there. But the majority of this strategy has to do with American allies in Asia. Allies that are in lockstep with the US's goal to deter and contain China. The Pentagon calls partnering with its allies the center of gravity for this strategy. So let's start with Japan, one of the US's closest allies in the region. Japan is a country that is deeply concerned about a more powerful China, with its massive navy and its ambitions to control Taiwan. And it's very easy to forget.
Why does Japan care about Taiwan?
What do you mean, dude?
Like,
of course
Japanese homeland of Taiwan.
Yeah, no. They care about it. Just don't worry about it. They care. They care. Maybe it's because
Australia cares about it. So, like, if Australia feels enough of a connection to Taiwan, I'm sure Japan does.
Yeah, dude, they care because they hate the undemocratic Chinese rule. They were really critical of like the original Taiwan governance when it was just like a genocidal military dictatorship. They were like, Taiwan, why are you doing this? Come on,
we have
guys.
to contain you, Taiwan. Or
Yeah,
else
that's what they kept saying. Same with South Korea, as a matter of fact. When South Korea also was a genocidal military dictatorship, and then changed its structure of governance from that to 6 chaeballs in a suit jacket, which is very different now and totally again very democratic. Well, they have an incel president, which is cool.
Yeah.
I do think that's cool to have like a guy who literally ran on like, yeah, women fucking suck candidacy. Important to note that the 11 dash line that he calls the Chinese claim is actually a claim that Taiwan also advances Lamau. Where is the I didn't
closest ally.
Well, they also there's a funny little trick that maybe me as a Turkish person I'm a little bit more aware of that like Western forces always utilize. They'll constantly say, you know, Taiwanese airspace, and you know, China is flying on Japanese and Taiwanese airspace. And if you don't really pay attention to the map, you will look at that and go, oh wow, that's really fucked up that they're flying in Taiwanese airspace, until you fucking realize that it's literally the border. It's the fucking landmass. The Chinese landmass where it ends and the water begins is basically fucking not Chinese airspace, according to a lot of Westerners. Why am I saying this? Because they did the same thing with Turkey and Greece. Okay? There are a lot of circumstances where, you know, there's a lot of like, you know, there's a lot of tricky situations with like the Turkish military and the Greek military constantly just like fucking around with one another. Because if you look at like the Turkish airspace, it's just, it ends at the border where the landmass ends, okay? I mean, that's insane. That's an insane way to operate, okay? This was from, I think this was like the airspace closed to against Russia or something. This was when there was a battle. But like, this is the fucking Turkish airspace. Look at this. Does that make sense to you? Taiwanese airspace.
Wait, what? The whole square? No, the line.
I don't know if this is where it ends. I think it does. I think Taiwanese airspace technically is Chinese landmass too.
And the Taiwanese fucking breathe a lot.
Oh.
Sucking all that air.
CNN reporter, why is this Chinese?
Two-seater that they say is armed with air-to-air missiles, and it's been shadowing this U.S. Navy plane now for about 15 minutes. It is pretty remarkable to see this Chinese warplane operating at such close proximity, just several hundred feet away.
It is interesting to chop.
Yes. What's up? I'm about to hop off right now. As a matter of fact, I was just getting bored, hungry. All right. I'm coming. Give me a quick minute here. You don't have to get comfy on the chair. I'm coming. Coming, little titty. Alright, I'm coming. Ugh. Oh, it looks like I got a boner.